This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Our Fault by Mercedes Ron. Narrated by Hannah Carmona and Hugo Locke. Prologue. If Nick and I had broken up more than a year ago, why was I crying as if it had only really happened now? At one point, I had to pull off the road, cut the motor, and hug the wheel so I could sob without worrying about crashing into anyone. I cried for what we had been. I cried for what we could have been. I cried for his sick mother and his baby sister. I cried for him, for disappointing him, for breaking his heart, for getting him to love me and then showing him love didn't exist. At least not without pain, and that pain had now scarred him for life. I cried for Noah, the Noah I had been when I was with him, that Noah full of life, the Noah who, despite her inner demons, had known how to love with all her heart. I had loved him more than anybody, and that was something to grieve too. When you meet the person you want to spend the rest of your life with, there's no going back. Lots of people never learn what that feels like. I knew that Nick was the love of my life, the man I wanted to be the father of my children, the man I wanted by my side through good and bad, in sickness and in health, till death did us part. Nick was the one. He was my other half. And now, I'd have to learn to live without him. Part 1. We Meet Again. 1. Noah. The noise at the airport was deafening. People were coming and going frantically, dragging their suitcases, their carts, their children. I looked at the screen overhead, trying to find my destination and the exact time of my departure. I didn't like traveling on my own. I'd never cared much for flying at all, but there weren't many options. I was alone now. It was just me and no one else. I looked at my watch and back at the screen. I had time to spare. I could drink a coffee in the terminal and read a while. That would probably calm me down. I walked through the metal detectors. I hated that. Hated getting patted down, and it always happened because I always had something that set off the alarm. Maybe it was that heart of iron I'd been told I carried in my chest. I dropped my backpack on the conveyor belt, took off my watch and bracelets, took off the necklace with the pendant that I always wore, even if I should have taken it off a long time ago, and set it all down next to my cell phone and the spare change I had in my pocket. "Your shoes too, miss," the young TSA worker said in a wary tone. I got it. The job was the very definition of dull. It probably gave you brain damage doing and saying the same things over and over all day, every day. I put my white chucks on the tray and was glad I'd chosen plain socks instead of little kitty ones with some embarrassing design. As my things moved forward on the belt, I passed through the scanner, and of course it started beeping. "Step to the side, please hold out your arms and spread your legs," the person ordered, and I sighed. Did I have something metal on me? A sharp object? Some kind of... "I don't have anything on me," I said, letting the officer pat me down. "This always happens. I don't know why. Maybe it's a filling." The guy grinned, but that only made me wish he'd take his hands off me sooner. When he finally let me go, I grabbed my things and went straight to the duty-free shop. Hello, giant Toblerones? Sign me up. That was the one pleasant thing about going to the airport. I bought 2, stored them both in my hand luggage, and went to find my departure gate. LAX was huge, but luckily I didn't have to go far. Walking over arrows meant to point me in the right direction, I passed by signs that said goodbye in dozens of languages before I reached where I was going. The gate was empty, so I grabbed a chair near the window, took out my book, and started in on my Toblerone. Things went fine until the letter I'd stuffed between the pages fell into my lap, reviving memories I'd sworn were dead and buried. I felt something hollow in the pit of my stomach as a stream of images rose in my mind, and what had been a relaxing day took a nosedive. 9 months earlier. The news that Nicholas was leaving reached me through unexpected channels. No one had wanted to talk to me about him, and it was clear he told everyone not to in no uncertain terms. Even Jenna was mum on the subject, and I knew they'd seen each other more than once. The worry I saw in her face sometimes must have reflected things she'd seen when she and Lion had gone to Nick's apartment. Her back was against the wall. Once again, that was my fault. I hadn't seen Nick again, and I couldn't have predicted how he'd act. Just 2 weeks after we broke up, boxes with my things in them appeared at my apartment. When I saw N in an animal crate, I had an anxiety attack and cried my eyes out until I was exhausted. Our poor little kitty. Now he was all mine. I had to leave him with my mother because my roommate was allergic. It was hard to say goodbye, but I didn't have another option. That period in my life when I just cried and cried, I referred to as my dark ages, because that was how it was. I was in a black tunnel with no lights, sunken in shadows, unable to come out, even when the sun shone, even when I had a light on by my bed. I'd had almost daily panic attacks until I finally went to the doctor, and she sent me straight to a psychiatrist. At first, I wasn't remotely interested in therapy, but I guessed it did help me because at last I started getting up in the morning and doing the basic things a human being did. Until that night. The night I realized Nick was leaving, that everything was over, and that this time it was forever. I found out through an everyday conversation at the cafeteria on campus. Even the college girls knew more about Nick than I did at that time. This girl was gossiping about my ex-boyfriend, and without realizing it, informed me that he was headed to New York in just a few days. Something took hold of my body and forced me to get into my car and drive to his apartment. I had tried not to think about that place, about all that had happened, but I couldn't let him leave, not without seeing him, not without at least talking. It was our first time seeing each other since the night we'd broken up. With my hands trembling, my legs on the verge of buckling over the asphalt, I made it to his building, got in the elevator, and stood in front of his door. What was I going to tell him? What could I do to make him forgive me, to keep him from going, to get him to love me again? I nearly fainted as I rang the doorbell. I was scared, sad, yearning as he pulled the door open. We didn't say anything at first. We just looked. He hadn't expected me. I'd almost guarantee his plan had been to go without looking back, to forget me, to pretend I'd never existed. He didn't realize I wouldn't make it that easy for him. The tension was almost palpable. He looked incredible. Dark jeans, white shirt, hair messy. Incredible, but there was something more. He always looked good. But that look, that light that appeared in his eyes whenever he saw me arrive, was gone. And with it, the magic that had entranced us whenever we'd stood across from each other. He was so handsome, so tall, and he used to be mine. I felt like I was being punished, like someone was rubbing my nose in all that I'd lost. "What are you doing here?" His voice was cold as ice and hard, and made me emerge from my stupor. My voice failed me. What could I tell him? What could I do to get him to look at me as if I were the apple of his eyes, his hope, his life? He didn't even seem to want to listen and tried to shut the door in my face. But I made a decision. If I had to fight, I'd fight. I wouldn't let him go. I couldn't lose him, because without him, there was no way I could survive. My soul hurt when I saw him there and couldn't even ask him to embrace me, to calm that pain that consumed me from one day to the next. I stopped him, pushed my way through, invaded his apartment, that apartment that had once been my refuge. "What do you think you're doing?" he asked, following me into the living room. It was unrecognizable. There were boxes everywhere, white sheets on the sofa and coffee table, and memories. Endless memories of breakfasts together, kisses stolen on the sofa, cuddles while watching movies, him cooking, me sighing with pleasure on the cushions as he took my breath away. All that was gone. There was nothing left. Then the tears started welling in my eyes, and unable to contain myself, I said, stuttering, "You can't leave." "Go away, Noah. I'm not doing this," he replied, his jaw clenched. His tone surprised me, and I sobbed harder. No, damn it, I wasn't going, not without him at least. "Nick, please, I can't lose you." My words weren't eloquent, but they were sincere, totally sincere. I couldn't survive a life without him. Nicholas seemed to be breathing harder. I was scared I was pressuring him too much, but I was there. I might as well give it my all. "Leave." His command was clear and concise, but I was an expert at disobeying him. I always had been. I wasn't going to change now. "You don't miss me at all?" I asked, my voice cracked halfway through the sentence. I looked around, then back at him. "I mean, I can barely breathe without you. I can barely get up in the morning. I go to bed thinking about you. I get up thinking about you. I cry over you." I wiped away my tears impatiently. Nicholas stepped forward, not to calm me down, but the opposite. He grabbed my arms tight, too tight. "What the hell do you think I do?" he asked, enraged. "You destroyed me, goddammit." Feeling his hands on my skin, even if the gesture was an ugly one, gave me strength. I had missed the contact with him so badly it felt like a shot of adrenaline right into the middle of my soul. "I'm sorry," I said, lowering my head. It was one thing to feel him, another to look into those gorgeous eyes and see them seethe with hatred. "I made a mistake. A huge one, unforgivable, but you can't let that ruin what we have." I looked up. This time I needed him to believe me, to see that I was speaking from the heart. "I'll never love anyone the way I love you." Those words seemed to burn, because he pulled away, turned, ran his hands through his hair in desperation, and then looked back. He seemed almost deranged, caught in the worst struggle of his life. "How could you?" he asked, and my heart broke again as I heard how hard it was for him to speak. I took a hesitant step forward. He was hurt. It was my fault, and all I wanted was for him to hold me in his arms, embrace me again, tell me there was a solution to it all. "I don't even remember," I said in anguish, and that was true. I didn't. My mind had blocked it out. That was how destroyed I had been on that fateful night when I thought he had done the same thing as I. The notion that I couldn't stop him had made my mind, my soul, pull away from my body. "I don't remember anything but you, Nick. I need you to forgive me. I need you to look at me the way you used to." I lost my train of thought. My heart was aching. Even though I saw him there, he felt so far away. "Tell me what I can do to make you forgive me." He looked at me incredulously, as if I were asking for the impossible, as if my words were ridiculous, incoherent even. And that was how I felt too. Could I have forgiven someone for cheating on me? Would I have forgiven Nick? I felt an immense ache in my chest. That was enough for me to know the answer. No, of course I wouldn't have. The mere thought of it made me want to pull out my hair and forget the image. Nick and another woman, that question conjured up. I wiped my tears away with my forearm, realizing there was no point. We remained in silence for a few moments, and I knew I needed to go. I couldn't bear the feeling of loss, and I had lost him, and no amount of begging would bring him back. My tears continued streaming down silently. So that was our goodbye. Goodbye. My God, I was telling Nick goodbye. What was the script for that? How did you say goodbye to the person you loved most, the one you needed in your life? I walked toward the door, but Nick moved past me, planted his lips on mine, grabbed my shoulders, pulled me close, immobilizing me as I received a kiss I'd never have expected. I took his face in my hands. I didn't have time to analyze what was going on. My back struck the wall and he held me there, searching for my mouth as if it were his lifeline. I brought him close as his tongue explored my mouth and his hands slid down my body. But then something changed. His attitude became more insistent, his kiss harder, colder. He pulled back, pressing me away from him with force. "You shouldn't be here," he said. I opened my eyes and saw the tears streaking down his cheeks. I'd never seen him cry like that. Never. I felt suffocated. I needed to go. What we were doing wasn't right, not at all. I wanted to stroke his cheek, wipe away those tears, hug him, say I was sorry 1,000 times over. I didn't know what he saw in my face just then, but his eyes seemed to light up with rage and pain, a pain I knew all too well. "I loved you," he said, burying his head in my neck. I felt him trembling, and I grabbed hold of him as though I never wanted to let him go. "I loved you, damn it," he repeated, shouting this time, pulling away from me. He stepped back to look at me as though he'd never seen me before. Then he looked down. Then he looked me in the eyes. "Get out of this apartment, and don't ever think about coming back." I knew then that everything was lost. Tears were continuing to fall from his eyes, but there wasn't a trace of love in them anymore. Just pain and hatred, and there was nothing I could do about it. I'd thought I could get him back, had thought my love for him would be enough, but I was oh so wrong. Hate was just one step away from love, and I was watching him take that step. I hadn't seen him since. "Miss?" I heard a voice next to me say, bringing me back to reality. I looked up from the letter and saw a flight attendant looking at me impatiently. "Yes?" I said, sitting up, and the book and the Toblerone in my lap fell to the ground. I looked around. Shit, I was the last one left at the gate. The airline employees were staring at me from the jetway that led to the plane. I stood up. Damn it. "I'm sorry," I said, digging around inside my backpack for my ID and ticket. The girl took them and walked to the doorway. I followed her, looking around beforehand to make sure I wasn't leaving anything behind. "Your seat is in the back to the right. Have a good flight." I nodded and walked down the passageway, a nervous feeling in the pit of my stomach. A 6-hour flight to New York. That was what I had ahead of me. The trip seemed eternal. I didn't want to even think of how muggy New York would be in mid-July, and I was happy I wouldn't be there long. I only had one thing I needed to do. I walked straight from the plane to the air train, which I rode to the Jamaica station. From there, I'd catch the train to East Hampton. I couldn't believe I was going somewhere so snooty, somewhere I'd never once cared about visiting. But Jenna had wanted to pull out all the stops for her wedding and had spent months organizing every last detail. Her mother had owned a mansion there forever, and they almost always summered there. Jenna loved it. It harbored all her childhood memories, and of course it was the place to get married for a rich girl like her. I'd looked around online to see how many millions the houses there cost. It was insane. Jenna had told me she wanted me to spend a week with her before the wedding. It was Tuesday, and she wouldn't be giving up the single life forever until that Sunday. Lots of people said it was crazy to get married at 19, but who was I to judge another couple? If they loved each other and were ready and were certain of their love, then to hell with convention. So there I was in Jamaica Station, with another 2.5 hours on the train ahead of me to accept the fact that I wouldn't just be seeing my best friend get married, I'd be seeing Nicholas Lester again after 10 months of knowing nothing of him apart from what little I'd found out on the web. Nick was the best man, and I was one of the bridesmaids. Just imagine. Maybe the time had come for our wounds to heal. Maybe it was time to forgive. I didn't know. But one thing was clear. We were going to be face to face, and it might lead to World War III. 2. Noah. I arrived at my final stop around 7 in the evening. The sun was still hovering on the horizon. It wouldn't go down until 9, and it felt good to get out, stretch my legs, smell the warm scent of the sea, and feel the cool air coming from the coast. I hadn't seen the beach in a while, and I missed it. School was a decent drive from the ocean, and I avoided my mother's house as much as I could. Our relationship was no longer what it had been, and even if many months had passed, we hadn't solved anything. We talked now and again, but when the conversation touched on matters I wasn't interested in getting into, I just hung up. Jenna was waiting for me in her white convertible in front of the station. When she saw me, she got out and ran over to me. I took off running too, and we met in the middle of the road, hugging and jumping up and down. "You're here! I'm here! I'm going to get married! You're going to get married!" We cracked up until the passing cars started honking at us to get out of their way. When we got in the car, she immediately told me how stressed she was about everything and what we still had to do before the big day came. We would only have a couple of days together because soon the other guests would arrive. Her closest friends would stay in her family's house, and everyone else either had their own house in the Hamptons, and by house I mean mansion, or would stay with friends in the area. Jenna hadn't wanted people to have to fly out on her account, so she'd chosen the vacation season, since half the people she knew would already be there, if not in the Hamptons, then in the Finger Lakes or Maine. "I've made an itinerary, Noah. We're talking 100% chill. We're going to lie on the beach, go to the spa, drink margaritas, and that's it. I don't want some dumb bachelorette party. I want to relax, and I'm going to do it." I nodded as my eyes wandered over the surroundings. My God, that place was gorgeous. I felt I'd been transported back to colonial times. The homes in town were white brick with beautiful sloping roofs and front porches with swings on them. I was so used to LA with its ranchers and Spanish mission revival that I'd forgotten how picturesque a place like this could be. As we drove on, I started to see grand estates sitting on enormous lots. Jenna veered off on a secondary road toward the ocean, and farther off I saw the towering roof of a white and earth-tone mansion. "Tell me that isn't yours." Jenna laughed and took a remote out of the glove box. She hit a button and the immense outer gate opened soundlessly. There it was, her summer home, stately and impressive. It was done in the neoclassical style, old-fashioned but exquisite, on a property that overlooked the sea. Even from the car, I could hear the waves. Soft lights lined the road to the garage, which had room for at least 10 cars. It was a structure of white brick with a porch surrounded by immense columns. The surrounding gardens were of a green I hadn't seen in ages, and there were 200-year-old oaks that seemed to be bowing to greet us. "You're getting married here? Jesus, Jenna, this is amazing," I said, unable to take my eyes off her home. And it wasn't like I wasn't used to luxury. I'd lived at the Lester residence, but this was something totally different. It was magical. "Actually, I'm not getting married here. That was the plan at first, but when I talked to my father, I realized how much he wanted me to do it somewhere we'd always talked about. A vineyard about an hour away, that he used to always take me to when I was little. We'd ride on horseback there, and I remember one time he told me he wanted to see me there in my wedding dress. It's a place that's almost enchanted in a way I can't really describe. I was barely 10, but I remember dreaming of being a princess, getting married there. Dad still remembers it too. If it's prettier than this, I can't even imagine. It is. You're going to love it. Lots of people get married there. We walked over to the stairway and climbed the 10 steps to the porch. The wood creaked softly under my feet. It was music to my ears. You can't envision what it was like inside. You hardly noticed the walls in that immense space with its wood floors. In the center, several sofas surrounded a modern fireplace. To one side stood ornate bookshelves and armchairs next to a stairway leading to the second floor, where a banister allowed a view of the space below. How many people are staying here, Jen? Jenna slung her blazer over one sofa and guided me into the kitchen. It, too, was huge, with a sitting area with plush yellow chairs and a breakfast nook. The broad windows opened onto the backyard. Beyond it was the beach with its immaculate white sand, and, no less tempting, a large swimming pool. Let's see. In total, I think 10, counting you, me, Lion, and Nick. The others, the ones who don't have a house nearby, are staying at a hotel right on the water. When I heard Nick's name, I looked out the window and nodded, trying to look unflustered to keep her from seeing how much her mention of him affected me. But she did notice and locked eyes with me after taking 2 bottles of ginger ale from the refrigerator. Noah, it's been 10 months. I know it still hurts, and I waited this long in part for you guys, because I wasn't about to get married without my 2 best friends. But are you going to be okay? I mean, I know, Jenna, and I'm not going to lie to you and say I'm over it and I don't care, because that's not true. But we both knew this had to happen at some point. We're basically family. It was just a matter of time till we'd have to see each other's faces again. Jenna nodded, and I had to look away. I didn't like what my eyes revealed. When people talked about Nick, it was like stepping into a quagmire. I could manage my pain. I had done it, and I could go on doing it day after day. I didn't need anyone's pity. I had ruined our relationship, and being alone with a broken heart was my punishment. Jenna showed me to my room. I was happy to be there. I was exhausted. She hugged me and showed me how the shower worked, and as she walked off, she shouted that I'd better rest because the next day there was no stopping. I smiled, and when she left, I turned the tap, ready for a relaxing hot bath. I knew the next few days would be hard. I'd have to keep my composure for Jenna so she wouldn't see what a wreck I was. That upcoming week would require an Oscar-worthy performance on my part. Not just for Jenna, but for Nick, too. Because he would see my vulnerability and would take any opportunity to wound me in my heart and soul. Anyway, I guessed that was what he wanted. I woke up early, roused by the sun through the open curtains. As I looked out, the ocean's waves seemed to tell me good morning. We were so close to the sea I could almost feel the sand between my toes. I threw on a bikini and went to the kitchen, where I found Jenna awake and talking to a woman who was sitting in front of her drinking coffee. They both smiled when they saw me. "Noah, come here and let me introduce you," Jenna said, standing up and taking my arm. The woman was very pretty, Asian with immaculately styled brown hair. She was neat. That was the best word to describe her. "This is Amy, my wedding planner." I shook her hand and smiled. "It's a pleasure." Amy gave me an approving look and took a booklet out of her purse, flipping the pages quickly and confidently. "Jenna told me you were pretty, but seeing you now, the bridesmaid dress is going to look amazing on you." I smiled, blushing, while Jenna sat next to me taking a bite from a piece of toast. "Now listen, I need to be the best-looking one at my wedding." With her mouth full, I could hardly understand her, but I knew she was joking. She was pretty enough to stand out in any crowd. "Look, Noah, here's your dress," Amy said, showing me a photo. It was Vera Wang. gorgeous, red with a V-cut and 2 thin straps crossing sexily in the back. You like? How could I not? When Jenna had asked me to be her bridesmaid, I almost burst into tears. But we made an agreement if I said yes, she had to find me a dress that didn't make me look cheesy. And she'd taken my request seriously. It was out of this world. Who were the other bridesmaids? I asked, unable to take my eyes from the picture. Jenna grinned. I decided just to have one, she confessed, and I froze. Wait, what? I exclaimed. What about your cousin Janina or Janora or whatever her name is? Jenna turned around and walked to the fridge while Amy ignored us, walking to a corner of the kitchen to listen better as she took a call. Jenna grabbed strawberries and milk and set them on the counter. She shrugged as she turned to take the pitcher from the blender and make herself a shake. Janina is unbearable. My mother almost forced me to make her my maid of honor, but I wouldn't budge. And when I said, fine, she can be bridesmaid number 2, she realized 2 would look even weirder than 1, so she gave in. We need to keep it proportional. Those were her words. I rolled my eyes. Great. Now I was going to have to do it all by myself. Stand there in front of hundreds of guests with no one to share in my misfortune. Anyway, Lion's only going to have 1 friend up there, so I don't have to worry about it being weird. It'll look like that's the way we planned it. Before I could take in what my friend had just said, the sound of the blender filled the room, drowning out my contrary thoughts. Wait, she'd only have 1 friend up there, and if the same went for Lion... Jenna! I shouted, standing up and crossing the kitchen. She was busy staring at the blender. I turned it off and she turned to look at me. Am I the maid of honor? A guilty look crossed her face. I'm sorry, Noah, but Lion doesn't have a dad. And obviously you knew Nick would be his best man. I wasn't going to have my mom at the altar if Lion's dad couldn't be there, and it didn't seem right. So we decided to have our best friend stand up with us. I closed my eyes. Do you realize what you're asking of me? Not only was I going to have to walk into the church with Nicholas, but we'd also have to collaborate to make sure everything went according to plan. That meant seeing each other at the rehearsal as well as the ceremony. I hadn't thought about all that because I'd taken it for granted that Jenna had chosen a maid of honor, and I figured I'd just see Nick in the distance. I'd be in the same room, but we wouldn't have to interact with each other. But now I realized I'd be stuck with him throughout the whole ceremony, even during the dinner afterward. Jenna grabbed my hands and looked me in the eyes. It's just a few days, Noah, she said, trying to transmit a calm that I wouldn't have been able to feel in a million years. You've turned the page. Months have passed. Everything will go smoothly. You'll see. You've turned the page. She must have meant him, because I was constantly struggling to catch a breath so I could rise however briefly to the surface.
3. Nick. I looked at the clock on my desk. It was 4 a.m. and I couldn't sleep a wink. My mind was spinning, thinking about what was going to happen in a few days. Jesus Christ. I'd have to see her again. I narrowed my eyes, glancing at the wedding invitation. There was nothing in this world I hated more just then than a stupid ceremony with 2 people pledging eternal love. What bullshit. I'd agreed to be Lion's best man because I wasn't enough of an asshole to say no, realizing that Lion's dad was gone and that he probably wouldn't want his brother, Luca, an ex-con, to be part of the ceremony. But the closer the day came, the more irritable and nervous I grew. I didn't want to see her. I'd even talked to Jenna, had even tried to force her to choose, had said it was Noah or me, but Lion got so mad he nearly whooped my ass. I had a million reasons not to go, but none of them was enough to justify leaving my 2 best friends in the lurch. I got up from my chair and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window with its stunning views of New York. There, on the 62nd floor, I felt so far from everyone and everything. The glacial cold overtook me. That's what I was. Ice. A block of ice. Those 10 months had been a nightmare. I'd gone to hell all on my own, had been burned alive, and had emerged from the ashes a completely different person. No more smiles, no more dreams, no more feeling anything for another person beyond carnal desire. Standing up there, far from the world, I was in a prison, and there was no room for anyone else. I heard someone walk up behind me. Then a pair of arms wrapped around me. I didn't flinch. I didn't feel anything anymore. I just existed. "Why don't you come back to bed?" I heard the girl say. I'd just met her a few hours before in one of the best restaurants in the city. My life was one thing now. Work. Work. Work more. Make money. Make more. Rinse and repeat. Just 2 months had passed since my grandfather's body decided he'd had enough of this world and wanted to leave it. It was at that moment, when I received the call telling me he was gone, that I finally let myself break down. Another person I loved had been taken from me. And at that moment, I realized life was shit. You give someone your heart, you let them hold it for you, and then you find out that not only did they not take care of it the way you hoped, they actually crushed it until all the blood was drained out. And the people who really did love you just up and left this world one day without even warning you. They didn't leave a trace behind. And there you were, unable to understand what happened, asking yourself why they had to go. Well, he didn't leave without any trace at all. There was a document that had changed my life and turned everything upside down. My grandfather left me absolutely everything. Not just his house in Montana and his properties. He even left me Lester Enterprises in its totality. My father didn't inherit a thing. Not that he needed it. He oversaw one of the most important law firms in the country. But the empire, all the Lester corporations, even the financial arm, which my father had used to dominate the banking industry, was mine. I'd always wanted to work in finance with my grandfather. What I'd never imagined was that it would just fall in my lap like this. All at once, I'd had to step into that post I had yearned for, and I was officially the owner of a vast array of businesses, all at the age of 23. I'd given so much of myself to my work, to show I could get through all the obstacles, to show I could be the best, that no one doubted my abilities anymore. I'd reached the top, and yet I couldn't ignore how terrible I felt. I turned and looked at the brunette chick who'd been trying to turn me on a few hours before. She was tall and thin, with blue eyes and perfect tits. But she was a warm body, nothing more. I didn't even remember her name. She should have left a long time ago. I'd told her I just wanted to fuck, and when we were done, I'd book a car to take her home. But after dealing with a situation that made me angrier than I could admit, I felt the urge to get rid of all that tension that had built up inside me, and that meant keeping her around. She rubbed my chest and tried to meet my eyes. "I've got to admit the rumors were true," she said, pressing against me. I grabbed her wrists and stopped her. "I don't care what anyone says about me," I replied, cuttingly. "It's 4 a.m. I've got a car coming for you in half an hour, so you better make good use of the time." Those were ugly words, but she smiled. "You've got it, Mr. Lester." I clenched my teeth and let her keep going. I closed my eyes, letting the momentary pleasure and basic sensual satisfaction keep me from feeling the void inside. Sex was no longer what it had been, and for me, it was better that way.
4. Noah. The calm of the past few days vanished as soon as the doorbell rang early that morning. We'd been chilling at the spa in Sag Harbor, eating fresh shellfish in fancy restaurants, toasting ourselves in the sun to get the perfect tan, even if it would probably give us wrinkles for the rest of our lives. Amy, the wedding planner, had let us run free, and we needed that friend time. But as the wedding got closer, and with it the dates of the guests' arrival, it was impossible to keep going with that dolce far niente lifestyle. Jenna was getting more and more nervous. I could tell because she wouldn't stop talking. When the anxiety attacks hit, she'd call Lion. After months preparing for an aptitude test as administrator for one of the branches of Jenna's father's company, the wild one of our group finally seemed to be on the straight and narrow. The two of them had forgiven each other for everything in the past and were more in love than ever. That morning, I finally saw the wedding dress. The tailor had come with Amy to let Jenna try it on one last time and make any adjustments if needed. It was incredible. White lace with a snug waist and a bell skirt. It reminded me of something from a movie or a fashion magazine, the kind of thing you could drool over. Jenna's mother had designed it in tandem with one of the costliest designers in LA, and it fit her like a glove. A group of workers arrived not long afterward to arrange flowers around the doorway. Others set out tables throughout the house for the canopies and snacks that would greet friends and family on arrival. Of course, it was a smorgasbord. The yard was full of bustling people preparing a welcome for the ages. The wedding dinner itself would take place in 2 days near the beach. I was nervous. I wasn't ready to see Nick again, let alone spend 2 days with him in the same house. The place was soon packed with people. Family and friends kept pouring in, asking Jenna about the ceremony, chatting about her dress and everything under the sun. She'd invited her closest friends and younger members of her family to stay in the mansion. The adults preferred to book a hotel where their peace of mind wouldn't be interrupted by drunk 20-somethings. Jenna's cousins surrounded her as the caterers started pouring in through the front door. I took off for the guest house, hoping to get a bit of relaxation in my room. But just then, a car parked at the top of the drive. I lifted my hand to shield my eyes from the sun and saw Lion's brother get out with his eternal sinister smile. He spun his car keys around his finger and stared into my eyes once he spotted me. "Look who we have here," he said, climbing the steps. "The little fugitive princess." I rolled my eyes. I'd never really cared for Luca. He'd spent years behind bars, and from what Jenna told me, he was still getting into trouble. Trouble Lion had to get him out of. I had to admit, Luca had changed a lot since I'd last seen him months back, at those terrifying races where Jenna had split up with Lion. Nick and I had fought terribly that night too, and as always, the fight ended in sex. Sex that solved nothing, sex that just helped us forget the inevitable. That bit by bit, we were destroying each other. "How you doing, gorgeous?" he said, coming up to me. Lion was big, but Luca was no slouch. His tattooed arms would have terrified your average yuppie, but he was proud to show them off, and I couldn't care less. "Great, Luca. Happy to see you," I responded, taking a step back. He was a little too close for comfort. "Jenna's inside. Go say hi to her." Luca looked past my shoulder, not especially interested. He had his brother's green eyes. They looked down now, following the curves of my dress. Then he looked me in the face again, and crinkles appeared as he smiled. "I've got plenty of time to talk to the bride. Speaking of, is it true you're single now?" His question threw me off since I had no interest whatsoever in talking about my emotional life, especially with the gangster brother of my ex's best friend who already must have known what was up. I wanted to run off and shut myself up in my room even worse than before. I'm sure you know the answer to that question, I replied coldly. Remembering it made me feel a pain in my chest. Just then, Jenna appeared. She smiled at Luca and opened her arms to pull him into her chest. "Hey there, future sister-in-law," he said, giving her a pinch. "You thickening up? Be careful. We don't want you to come busting out of that dress." He smiled, and Jenna wriggled away, glaring at him. "You're an idiot," she snapped, slapping his arm. Looking back at me, Luca said, "I was just asking Noah where my room was. You know, it's not every day I get to stay in a castle on the beach. Plus, I'm tired from the trip." "You're the only person in the world who would cross the country in a car. Have you never heard of airplanes before?" I opened my eyes wide with surprise. "You drove here from California?" He nodded, adjusting his backpack. "I love me a good roadside diner," he said, moving past us into the house. "Where to?" Jenna shook her head and smiled. Just then, someone called to her from the kitchen. "Noah, take him upstairs and tell him it's the room on the right next to the balcony." But Jenna disappeared before she could hear my objections, walking down the hall and leaving me alone with Luca. "Come on, princess, I don't have all day." After showing him the room, I turned to leave, wanting to get him out of my sight and climb into my own bed. It was only 2 doors away, but Luca intercepted me. "Let's go to the beach," he said, determined. "No thanks," I said, reaching past him, trying to grab the doorknob. "I don't want to stay here. Come on, don't be a pain. I'll buy you a hot dog." I eyed him up, trying to guess what he was getting at. Luca was the nervous type, hard to control, and I was sure having to stay there with all those guests was stressing him out worse than he'd admit. "I don't want a hot dog. I want to go to my room and read a nice book, so please step aside." "Read?" He pronounced the word like it was an insult. "You can read when you're dead. Let's go walk on the grounds. Isn't that what rich people call it?" "Luca, I can't just up and go. Jenna needs help. Plus, we don't know our way around here, and honestly, getting lost in the Hamptons isn't high on my list of things to do." Luca turned his cap backward. "Getting lost with me is the best thing that could ever happen to you, babe. But I'm not interested in all that right now. I just want to have a bite with some good company, and you'll do, even if you act like a stuck-up little princess." I could have slapped him, but instead I crossed my arms and he burst into laughter before I could answer. "It's a joke. Come on, don't be boring. I promise I'll bring you home safe and sound. God forbid Jenna not have her bridesmaid." Just then we heard a group of people from Jenna's family making their way upstairs, and soon the hall was busy with people talking loudly. Suddenly, the idea of going out with Luca didn't sound so awful. "I'll do it on one condition," I said sternly. Luca smiled his bad boy smile. "You name it." "I drive." Contrary to my expectations, Luca couldn't have cared less about me getting behind the wheel of his shiny black Mustang. Actually, he seemed happy not to have to bother with the road and to be able to enjoy the views of the coast. The sun would go down soon, and the breeze was pleasant. A comfortable silence enveloped us. I enjoyed driving on those empty roads with no real purpose beyond getting out. I knew Luca was holding back with me. He wasn't the typical guy who just hangs out with a girl, but his intentions didn't matter to me. After driving aimlessly for a while and seeing the sun go down, I stopped at a hot dog stand by the ocean. It was surrounded by tables occupied by 2 couples and a family with 2 little kids. "I'm starving," I said, turning the car off. Luca smiled and got out. "I didn't know you could drive a stick," he said when I reached him, taking off his hat, wiping the sweat from his nearly shaved head and putting it back on. "Of course you didn't. It's not like you and I go on a lot of drives together." I hurried over to the stand. It may have been unhealthy, but it smelled delightful. I ordered a hot dog with everything, some fries and a Coke. Luca ordered the same, but with a beer. When it was ready, we sat at one of the tables. It was weird being there with the brother of my best friend's boyfriend, an ex-con with a bad rep. But he'd been nice so far. "I guess you're not the dieting type," he said, pointing to my greasy meal. "I exercise," I said, taking a bite. It was delicious. Luca nodded, took a sip of his beer, and stared at me. "You said earlier we didn't know each other. Why don't we play 20 questions? I put down my hot dog and looked away. A small part of my brain realized he was basically flirting with me, but the other was taken immediately to the memory of a long time ago when Nick and I had gotten close, playing that stupid game and trying to get to know each other better. The memory of that time when we barely knew each other, the memory of being with him, not knowing about any of his problems and him not knowing about mine. The memory of that moment our relationship should have stayed in. All that overwhelmed me, but I did what I had to do given the circumstances. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and concentrated on something else. I had an attractive guy in front of me, a guy who wasn't right for me at all, one who would only make my complicated situation even more complicated, but what he didn't know was that it didn't matter what he did or said. Nothing he could do would move me the way a mere glance from Nicholas Lester could. That was what I missed sometimes. Just his look, his eyes focused on mine in that unique, unforgettable way. Luca waved his hand in front of my face to get me to react, and I looked again at his tattoos and his green eyes full of curiosity. "I'll give you one question," I said to keep from being nasty. He smiled, stroked his chin, and leaned across the table. "If you'll only let me have one, I'll get straight to the point." I shifted uneasily in my seat. I think that was the first time in months I'd been alone with a guy, and I didn't like that guilty feeling in my stomach. "Would you go out with me tomorrow night?" His question was blunt. My answer even more so. "No." Clear and concise. That was me. I got up. I'd lost my appetite, and he grabbed me by the wrist, turning around to face me and keeping me from walking off. "Why not?" "Because I can't." Surprised, he asked, "Why not? What kind of answer is that?" I tried to wriggle out of his grasp. "I don't want to," I said, focusing on his shoulder to keep from looking him in the eye. After a few seconds, he understood. "I get it. You're still in love with him." It was an affirmation, not a question. I finally jerked away from him. "That doesn't concern you, got it?" Luca raised his hands in resignation and chuckled. "No, I was just going to say you could go for a run with me. It's not such a big deal. I mean, damn, everyone told me you had a lot of personality, but..." I glared at him as if to say he'd better not go down that road. "When the sun goes down and it's not so hot, that way we can escape from all the craziness with all the guests who still haven't shown up yet. I'm just looking for an excuse to get away, that's all. So don't keep scowling at me like that. You can be in love with whoever you want. I couldn't care less." His response made me rethink his request. This was Luca, after all, a guy who didn't give a fuck about anything. He didn't care about my personal life. He'd just opened his mouth and said the first thing that popped into his head. Run. That was something I could do. It was boring and impersonal. Anyway, who had ever invited someone to go running with bad intentions? I'd be sweaty and gross, so there wasn't any danger. Was there? Just a run? I asked, cursing myself for that insecure voice I didn't recognize as my own. Luca furrowed his brow and nodded, forcing a smile. "Just a run." I sighed and sat back down, waiting for him to finish eating. We spent the next half hour talking about the wedding and other nonsense, but still, I couldn't escape the feeling that I'd laid myself bare before him. letting him glimpse the self-doubt that had dogged me for months and that I didn't like at all. It was just a day and a half till the wedding, and Luca wouldn't leave my side. We'd gone running as he'd asked, and to my surprise, he didn't bother me. He put on his headphones, I put on mine, and we ran next to each other to the marina and then back on the beach. We had needed the getaway. I could barely move with all the guests in the house, and the arrival of Jenna's parents meant I finally didn't have to be by her side at all times. Her mother was a born hostess, and she and Jenna's dad Greg seemed happy surrounded by friends and family, celebrating the wedding of their child. Just when I felt I couldn't run anymore, Luca insisted we go a bit farther, but my legs were trembling and I thought I'd have to walk back. "Come on!" he shouted, turning around and running backward, watching me and making fun of me at the same time. I flipped him the bird and tried to ignore him, but soon I had to stop for a drink of water. It would be nighttime in a few hours, and we'd need to be showered and dressed for dinner. The catering company Jenna's father had hired would be taking care of it. It was a constant celebration at that house, with a tent set up outside with refreshments at all hours. The Tavish home was now a 5-star hotel, and everyone loved it. "Don't wimp out on me." I exhaled slowly and poured water over my head. My pink sports bra was soaked, but at least I could wipe the sweat off my stomach, chest, and face. That was it. I was walking back. I'd pushed my body enough that day. "Keep running yourself, dickhead." He shook his head, stopped, and came back over. "I thought you had more in you, princess. I'm disappointed." "Shut up." We walked over to the sidewalk and headed toward Jenna's place. We had a big hill in front of us, and in the distance, the sun was falling and the colors in the sky were amazing. "The big day's almost here. You nervous?" Luca asked. Now he was the one dumping a bottle of water over his head. He shook and splashed me all over. I shoved him, and he smiled like an idiot. "I'm not the one getting married, Luca," I said, pretending I didn't know what he was getting at. We hadn't spoken much over those 2 days, but it was still enough for him to know that this subject was off limits. But I understood that with the wedding about to happen, he was getting curious. "You're the maid of honor. You've got an important job," he said. I didn't respond, but my suppressed anxiety came back all at once and my stomach turned. I hadn't wanted to ask Jenna when Nick was arriving. I wasn't even sure whether he'd show before the day itself. Maybe he would just appear right before the ceremony started. For me, that would be better. Just the thought of seeing him again made me tremble. Right then, a car passed by us so fast that Luca pushed me aside for safety. "Dickhead!" he shouted, but the black Lexus had already nearly vanished up the road. I had a strange feeling, and I wanted to get back to the house as soon as possible.
5. Nick. It was 6 in the afternoon, and I was still in New York. My secretary had screwed up and had scheduled me a meeting with 2 pompous assholes who'd done nothing but waste my time. It had taken 2 hours to answer all their stupid questions, and when it was finally over, I closed and locked the door to my office. Looking at my watch, I realized I'd be arriving later than I'd intended. Taking off for the Hamptons just after rush hour was crazy, but I couldn't put it off anymore. Steve was waiting for me outside once I was ready to go. "Nicholas," he said, bowing slightly and grabbing the briefcase I handed him. "How's the traffic, Steve?" I asked him as my phone started vibrating. I ignored it and got into the passenger seat of my car. I needed to close my eyes and still the whirlwind of thoughts passing through my mind. "Same as always," he said, sitting behind the wheel and heading east. "If it thinned out, we could make it in 2.5 hours. Maybe." Steve was now my right-hand man, my driver, my bodyguard, my fixer. He'd been working for the family since I was 7, so he knew me better than almost anyone. More importantly, he knew when to talk and when to keep silent. He knew perfectly what I had to face in the coming days, and I was grateful when he put on some relaxing music. Neither too fast nor too slow. It was the ideal rhythm to help me try to convince myself I wouldn't lose it at the wedding. I'd need to control myself, my mood, keep an eye out for anything that could break the fort I'd built around myself, high up and far away from anyone and everyone, especially her. We stopped an hour and a half later at a roadside gas station. I let myself doze off a little, and now I was feeling edgy. So I told Steve to step aside and let me take the wheel. He didn't care. I suddenly wanted to chat and take my mind off things. Going just over the speed limit, we talked about the Knicks and Lakers game so excitedly. We barely knew it before we were in the Hamptons. Mixed emotions overtook me as we entered that part of the state that brought back so many memories. My father and mother used to have a house close to the beach. It had been a wedding present for them. It was a small place, nothing like the stereotypical mansions there, and I could still remember a little of the summers we'd spent there. We didn't get the chance to go too many times, unfortunately, but unless memory deceives me, I do think that was one of the few places where we'd been a real family. My father had taught me to surf on the beaches of Montauk, and I tried hard to improve so he'd be proud of me. I thought about that and a few bitterer things as I turned onto the road that led to Jenna's parents' house. When my mother had left, my father started bringing me to the Hamptons for a week every summer to stay with the Tavishes. I had my first kiss during one of those visits. Christ, I'd been so nervous, and Jenna had been so calm. For her, it was just an experiment. Me, I almost took off running. We did it under one of the big trees in the backyard. We were playing hide-and-go-seek, and when I found her, she grabbed my shirt and pulled me back there with her. "You've got to do it now, Nick. Otherwise it'll be too late." I didn't know what the hell she was talking about just then. But years later, I'd learned that under the same tree, shaded by the leaves, Jenna's father had asked her mother to marry him. Jenna had just found out, and the dreamy, romantic girl she kept hidden inside her had decided to emerge. She said our kiss was gross, but for me, it had been a new beginning, and I never looked back. Those thoughts made me stomp on the accelerator. I was so out of it that it took me a few seconds to hit the brakes when I saw what looked like a couple walking along the road. They were dressed in workout clothes, and when I flew by them and saw their blurry image, my stomach suddenly ached. Then I looked in the rearview mirror, and that ache turned into a cold sweat.
6. Noah. I got out of the shower, leaving behind a huge cloud of steam. I'd been in there longer than I was supposed to, but it was that or let my muscles stay as tense as the strings of a violin. I wrapped myself in a towel and looked out the window at the backyard full of people. Everyone was dressed in white. That was Jenna's dad's idea, and everyone had liked it, and now the dinner in honor of the future newlyweds looked like a party in the Mediterranean. When we'd gotten home sweaty and stinking, I'd found Lion giving Jenna a bear hug by the steps. He'd just gotten there, I guessed. Jenna finally looked whole. Lion had never said anything about my breakup with Nicholas. Not just that, he'd refused to take sides or get involved. After we split, I'd pestered him constantly in an attempt to get Nick's new number. But it had been impossible, and Jenna decided to be impartial too. Neither of them ever spoke of Nick in front of me, unless it was to give me support during moments when I truly needed it. And since then, I never saw Lion except when Jenna was around. I stepped back and started hurriedly getting ready. I didn't have a white dress except for one I liked to wear to the beach, so I opted for a pale skirt that fell just above my knees and a tight white spaghetti strap top. I squeezed my hair with the towel, not bothering to dry it since I knew the sea breeze would take care of it in minutes. As I was walking downstairs on my way to the backyard, I heard the doorbell ring, and I stopped by the banister. Jenna was outside with her guests, and the house was empty apart from waiters and waitresses coming and going from the kitchen with plates of seafood. I walked to the door and forced the same welcoming smile I'd been pasting on ever since the first guests had started to show. That smile froze when I saw Steve staring at me. He looked as surprised as I was, but he greeted me cordially right afterward. I nearly panicked seeing him there with a suitcase in each hand. My heart was racing as I looked past him to see a guy in a suit getting out of a black Lexus, his sunglasses still on, a phone pressed to his left ear. Nick took the sunglasses off as he uttered something curt. Then he looked me in the eye, and I thought I'd faint. He was so different. He'd cut his hair. It used to be long and unkempt. That was how I remembered it, especially when he first got up in the morning. Now it was short and neat and made him look serious, even intimidating. And his suit put the finishing touch on his new businessman look. He'd taken off his jacket and slung it over his elbow. His top 2 buttons were unbuttoned, his sleeves rolled up over his forearms. He was tan and far more muscular than the last time I'd seen him. I saw all this in just a few seconds. Then the ferocity in his eyes made me look at the floor to try to recover from the impact. When I looked up again, he'd said goodbye to whoever was on the phone and was putting it in his pocket as he walked toward the door. I held my breath, uncertain what to do or say as he approached me. In the brief time he needed to walk past me, not even slowing down, I thought I would die. I hadn't felt that way in months. It was as though I'd been lost in a desert and had found an oasis in front of me. But actually it was a mirage, playing tricks on the little sanity I had left. Thank God Jenna showed up to rescue me. I couldn't force myself to go back inside until I heard Nicholas and Steve walking upstairs. I hurried off to the back door and out to the yard, trying to disappear amid the rest of the guests, when what I really wanted was to disappear completely, vanish inside the earth forever. I'd made a huge mistake coming here. I knew that now. Jenna was my best friend, but this was too much. Months had passed. Months. And one simple look from him had turned my world upside down. 10 minutes later, there he was, walking down the steps and chatting with the bride and groom-to-be. Nick was the one person there who hadn't bothered changing into all white. He looked the same as when he'd arrived, pants dark, shirt sky blue, no tie. It made my heart ache to see how handsome he was, even from a distance. Soon he was mingling. People walked over to say hi to him. He talked to everyone, his manners elegant, but kept his distance. When I saw Luca and Lion walk up beside him, I knew I was completely alone. This wasn't my place. These weren't my friends. The only person here I could be certain cared about me was Jenna. I got so sad that I could have cried, but I kept a hold of myself, since there was nothing I could do, or rather, nothing I could undo. I decided to make the best of a bad situation and tamp down all the feelings I still had for him. Maybe time had cured his wounds. Maybe time had made him stop hating me. Maybe we could act like adults, treat each other with cordiality and respect, be friends someday. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it was that or throw myself off a balcony, and however tempting the second option was, it obviously wasn't the right one. So I started talking to people and forced myself to relax. As long as I stayed far away from him, there was no reason for anything bad to happen, and I could spare my heart the unbearable torture. Jenna's parents introduced me to a family friend and one of Greg's associates, Lincoln Baxwell. He was a nice guy. He chatted me up about my studies and what I wanted to do in the future. You could tell from a mile away that he was someone important, so I was grateful when he handed me his card. I had no idea what to do with my future, so the more options, the better. What I didn't suspect was that Lincoln Maxwell was friends with Nicholas Lester. We were chatting pleasantly, and then he suddenly waved at someone behind me. I turned around, and there was Nicholas right in front of me. They shook hands. Maxwell introduced us, and I could see a vein twitching in Nick's neck. I'd rarely seen him so stiff. To save the situation, I started talking. "We've actually already met, Mr. Maxwell," I said, hating the tremble in my voice that revealed in a split second how insecure and uncomfortable I was. Maxwell smiled and looked back and forth between us. Nick's eyes were pinned to mine momentarily, and it hurt me to hear him say, "Really? We've met?" A shiver went up my spine when I heard that same deep voice that haunted my dreams. That voice that had told me I love you, that had whispered so many times into my ear. I was hypnotized. I could hardly open my mouth. "You do remind me of someone I used to know," he continued coolly and impersonally. Then he nodded to his friend and walked off to mingle further. I thought I heard a sound just afterward. My heart sinking to the ground. The next morning I got up at dawn. I'd barely slept. I just couldn't. That day when I ruined everything, that day when I did something I still couldn't understand, replayed itself in my head. "There's no going back now. I can't even look you in the eye. We're done." I still remembered Nicholas's face when he realized what I'd done with Michael. I couldn't even recall that name without feeling guilty. I got out of bed and threw on some clothes, hoping I could leave the house before anyone else woke and saw me. I didn't even bother telling Luca I was going for a run. I needed to be alone to think and clear my head. Above all, I needed to be alone to come to grips with the fact that I'd have to keep seeing Nicholas in the days to come. Even more, I'd have to walk with him up to the altar. Running did me a world of good, and the rest of the morning flew by mercifully because there were a million things to do. As the guests went on enjoying themselves, midday passed, then the afternoon, and before I knew it, they were setting up for the rehearsal dinner that night. The goddamned rehearsal dinner. I'd skipped lunch, and I hadn't seen Nicholas or Steve again. At some point, I ran into Jenna's parents, who were waiting for her and Lion to finally go to the vineyard where the wedding would be celebrated. Everyone who would be part of the ceremony had to practice their entrance, and we needed to get a move on before nightfall. Just as Jenna and Lion were coming down, the front door opened, and there was Nicholas in a white shirt and jeans. No one knew where he'd been that morning or afternoon, but it was obvious his main goal had been to avoid me. "Nick, you're finally here. I was starting to ask myself where you'd run off to," Jenna's mother said, walking over and kissing him on the cheek. Nick smiled briefly, kissed her on the cheek as well, and started nervously spinning his keys around in his hand. His and Jenna's eyes met. There was something strange in their expressions. I felt sick to my stomach. The rest of the day was going to be hell. Outside, we realized there were too many of us to fit in one car. Along with Jenna's parents and Lion's mother, a woman with an innocent smile who'd made a wonderful impression on me, especially when she gave me her recipe for apple pie. There were Lion, Jenna, and Jenna's 5-year-old cousin, a little boy who would be the ring bearer, plus me and Nick, obviously. That made 8 in all. And I just prayed no one would make me ride with Nick. But in vain, Jenna's parents and Lion's mother went straight for the Mercedes parked near the other cars. Jenna's face told me she was sorry as she grabbed her cousin's little hand. "Jenna, don't even," I said, getting angry. Nicholas had made it clear he didn't want to be around me, so there was no way I was getting in a car with him. No fucking way. I could see the guilt in her face as she said, "Nick's got a car seat is the thing. You know, because of Maddie. And I have to go with my parents. Nicholas interrupted us, ignoring me, picking up little Jeremy, throwing him high in the air and catching him. Ready to be my co-pilot, little buddy? Jeremy laughed. Nick rested him on his hip and walked toward the car. I looked back at Jenna, who was biting her lip. I shook my head and walked past her and over to the Lexus. I had no idea what had happened to his SUV. I also wasn't about to ask. I got comfortable in the passenger seat while Nick put the boy in the car seat and pulled up a game on his phone. I tried to ignore how nervous I felt, being basically alone with him. His comment the night before had felt like a kick in the gut, and I wondered, even as I feared, what would happen over the next hour. Nicholas got in, started fooling with the controls, and adjusted the rearview mirror. It only took a second, and then we were on the road. Almost instantly, I could smell his aftershave and his cologne filling the car. And that same attraction I always felt when he was around started pulling me toward him again. My God, there he was, next to me, the man I'd longed for as I'd never longed for anyone. I was dying to reach over to him, to give him a kiss. I needed his touch more than the very air I breathed. My whole body was getting hot. Even his hand resting on the gear shift made me nervous. His arms were so thick, his other hand so relaxed, leaning on the wheel. What was it that was so damn sexy about watching a man drive? I couldn't stand it. I had to roll down the window, let the cool air in to get rid of his fragrance. But right away, he rolled it back up. I turned. I'm hot, I said. It was the first time I'd spoken to him in nearly a year. I pressed the button again, but he had locked it, and the window stayed up. Without a word, he put on the AC. The cold air blasted me in the face. Well, that would take care of my temperature, but it wouldn't do anything about the scent that permeated the car and made me woozy. I wriggled in the leather seat and saw from the corner of my eye how his eyes shifted from the road to my bare legs. I hadn't thought much about what to wear, but those short shorts must have done the trick. I couldn't ignore how he gripped the wheel and stared intently ahead after catching sight of my naked flesh. Jeremy's game beeped and buzzed the whole way, and I realized that gave me an opportunity to talk to Nick without worrying about him leaving me stranded on the side of the road. He'd have to control his attitude and his words with the kid in the back. Nicholas, I wanted to tell you, I don't care. He cut me off, turning at an intersection that led to a huge lake. I took a deep breath. I was going to talk to him, damn it. You can't go on ignoring me. I'm not. I looked at him, conscious of how cruel his tone was. After all this time, I needed him to say something to me. I needed to talk. You can't go on hating me like this. A bitter smile crossed his lips. If I hated you, that would mean I still felt something for you, Noah. So don't worry, I don't feel hatred. What I feel is indifference. I tried to find a sign that what he was saying was a lie, but I couldn't. You're saying that to hurt me. If I'd wanted to hurt you, I'd have cheated on you. But wait, you're the one who did that. That was a low blow, but I had to admit I deserved it. If we want to survive the next few days, we need to come to some kind of truce. I won't be able to deal with it if we can't even be in the same room. I couldn't read his thoughts. I'd never been able to. He was complicated, and at best I'd managed to do it for a few seconds when we were alone, in moments when we were close in a way I'd only ever known with him. So what do you propose, Noah? He said, turning so I could see the fury in his face. We pretend nothing happened? I grab your hand and fake that I love you? I couldn't respond. Fake that I love you? I could feel my broken heart bleeding. Behind us, I heard a sudden silence and turned to find Jeremy observing us, his eyes wide. How much longer is it? He asked with a frown. Shit, don't let him start crying now. Just a little bit, Jeremy. You want me to put on some music? Nicholas asked, turning a knob. A rap song started playing at full blast. The boy smiled and I looked ahead again. I knew who Nick had really wanted to shut up.
7. Nick. For me, Noah had always been a drug that knocked me out with her mere presence. Everything about her made me want to get closer to her. She turned me into a junkie, a weakling. It had been hard for me to get away from her. It had hurt knowing I'd never touch her again, never kiss her, that I wouldn't be there to take care of her, that she wasn't the love of my life. Pain turned to hatred so fast, it even scared me. I had opened up to her, had given her my heart and soul, and she had done the very thing I was most afraid of. She'd betrayed me. In all those times thinking of everything that could go wrong, it had never passed through my head that she'd let another guy touch her. That fucking psychologist. I couldn't even think of him. His mere name made me see red, and I could barely hold on to my sanity. That guy had touched my girlfriend, had taken off her clothes. The image of it, which was impossible to erase, must have been the thing that had truly broken me. Never in my life had I felt so terrible, so utterly miserable. A wall rose around me. I became someone else. I no longer had room for anything but the barest feelings of a man without a soul. What little capacity for love I held on to was there for my little sister, and that was it. I'd worked so hard to make absolutely sure I'd never cross her path. And now, seeing her again, had thrown me completely off. I was furious, enraged. Just one look at her made me feel something again, made my heart speed up, my breaths turn to panting, and I hated it. I hated that feeling, any feeling. I didn't have feelings anymore. I had gotten used to not feeling, and now she was here, torturing me, and it made me want to drag her off with me to my private hell. She was every bit as irresistible as ever, every bit as tempting, and she was right fucking there. And something about my presence made her shrink. She no longer had that glimmer, the air of superiority that had always been behind her every word. This Noah had changed, too. She wasn't the same, and I hated the pain. I hated seeing what had become of us. I hated blaming her. When I stopped, she hurried out of the car, unfastened Jeremy's seatbelt, took him out, and jogged off to the vineyard without waiting for me. Her shorts and her plain yellow blouse had penetrated my defenses and thrown me off guard. I could smell her fragrance, that aroma she and she alone possessed, the same one I still dreamed of on certain nights, and that woke me up with a huge erection and the desire to strangle someone. That damned scent had now seeped into every inch of my car, and worst, most irritating of all, was that a part of me had enjoyed it. Like an alcoholic taking a sip of brandy after years of abstinence. I hadn't even opened my windows. I hadn't managed to avoid all those images from the past coming back to haunt me, reminding me of the things I could do to sate that need I still had for her, and always would. I looked up to where my best friends were going to marry. I couldn't believe it was happening. I found out Lion had asked for Jenna's hand a month after Noah and I had broken up. My friend had kept it secret, like a pro. A part of me was thankful for that. I was happy for them, but it also rubbed salt in the wound. Corey Creek Vineyards was a lovely place to get married. I had gone there more than once to walk between the vines and buy a bottle of their surprisingly good Merlot. Jenna and her father had taken me with them. I remembered riding horses there and sometimes catching sight of newlywed couples. One of the owners was friends with my father and Greg, so they'd often give us the run of the place. Jenna told us where to go. First, a tasteful reception in the winery itself, with its high wooden beams and animal skin carpets, probably trophies from the owner's hunts. There were oil lamps and big crystal chandeliers hanging almost menacingly over our heads. Jenna was standing close to a stressed-looking Asian woman. A few minutes later, they introduced her to me as Amy, the wedding planner. We went out back where the vineyard started, and I knew for a fact the wedding was going to be magnificent, just like the ones I had seen there before, or maybe even better. They'd put the altar with the flowers overlooking the vineyards, which seemed to extend forever below the July sun. There were benches and bouquets that had yet to be arranged, but I had an idea of how everything would look when it was done. "The best man and maid of honor?" Amy asked, looking back and forth. Noah stepped forward, looked back at me furtively, and listened closely to Amy's words. Then Amy took me by the arm a minute later and told me where we had to stand. We were arranged in pairs, first Lion and his mother, then Jenna's mother and Jeremy, who seemed interested in anything except what the wedding planner was telling him, and finally Jenna and her father. Standing next to Noah, I did everything I could to try and cover up my irritation. When Amy came over to us, noticing we were the only two who barely touched each other, she scowled and asked us, "What the heck is up with you guys?" No idea, babe. No fucking idea. I could feel Noah staring at me, and I had to count to 10 not to say to hell with it all and run away.
8. Noah. Like a leper. That's how Nicholas was treating me. When Amy stared at us like a couple of idiots, I swear I nearly died of embarrassment. "Noah, come on, take his arm," she said, motioning energetically. I turned to him, afraid of his reaction. He just stared straight ahead and motioned for me to do as the woman had said. His arm was hard beneath mine, and an electric current seemed to run through us. I looked up and watched him briefly close his eyes. After that, there wasn't much time to analyze our feelings, because Amy made us go back and forth 10 times, change formations, start off on our right foot, not go too slow or too fast. Jeremy was the one who had the hardest time with it. On the 3rd go-around, he decided he'd had enough and wanted to go play. It was terrible. Nicholas wouldn't even look at me. He acted like I didn't exist, and I got so tense my arm fell asleep. Everyone else was laughing and chatting and acting silly whenever Amy turned away. Night soon fell, and we couldn't rehearse anymore. Amy wasn't convinced by our performance, but at least Jenna and Lion had a good idea of the order of operations and who had to do what when. Jeremy had fallen asleep by then, and he didn't wake up when we packed him in the back of the car. This time he wouldn't notice what Nicholas and I were saying. At first, the silence was deafening. Nick didn't even turn on the radio. The road was straight, and the sky as dark as my thoughts. Being there alone in such a small space, with so many thoughts throbbing just below the surface, I felt myself drowning. I couldn't bear his indifference. I needed him to know what I still felt for him. It didn't matter if he couldn't see me anymore, if his love for me had become something ugly. I just needed to do something. "Nick," I said, looking straight ahead. I knew he'd heard me, even if my voice was just a whisper. "I'm still in love with you." "Shut up, Noah," he ordered between clenched teeth. I turned to face him, my heart in my throat. He was looking ahead, his jaw so tense. I was afraid of what was coming next, but I didn't let him intimidate me. I needed him to know. I'm still in love with you, Nicholas. I told you to shut up, he said, turning to me and glowering. You think I care what you feel about me? Your words don't mean shit, so you can save your breath. We're going to do this stupid wedding tomorrow, and then we never have to see each other again. How could I be so stupid? What did I think was going to happen? That he was going to tell me he felt the same? A tear rolled down my cheek. I wiped it off, but another came, then another, then another. He didn't love me anymore. Nicholas didn't love me anymore. Worse, he didn't even want me in his life. All that we'd been through together didn't matter. It didn't matter how many times he'd sworn he loved me more than anything. He had just told me it was over. Forever. I know we'd been apart for 10 months, but all that time we hadn't seen each other, hadn't talked, and a part of me had refused to believe that it was over. I'd hoped somehow I'd see him again and find out he was just as much in love with me as I was in love with him. How wrong I'd been. During the rehearsal dinner, I didn't speak a word to anyone. I sat next to Luca. He did the talking for both of us. When I had the chance, I escaped to my room and cried into my pillow until I fell asleep, my mind playing tricks on me, forcing me to remember every moment, every caress, every word spoken, every mistake. The distance between us hurt so much. It was as if every tear I cried were a drop of blood drained from my heart. The next morning, I was exhausted, and worst of all, it was the day of the wedding, and I had to look good, keep smiling, be the best maid of honor in history. I couldn't drop the act till the night was over. Tired as I was, it seemed impossible. I washed my face with cold water and looked at myself in the mirror, realizing how much I had changed in those months. Something was different. The look in my eyes, it was sad now. All I wanted was to get out of there. For hours, my new psychologist, had talked to me about how what had happened with Nicholas didn't need to define my future. There were millions of men in the world. I was young and pretty, and any of them would fall in love with me in an instant. But just thinking about getting close to someone, the mere possibility of it, made me sick. I would remember how things had ended the last time I was with another man, and that reminded me of the dangers of being with anyone who wasn't Nicholas. I looked at myself in the mirror and tried to pull myself together. I couldn't go on like that. It was just one more day. One day, and then I wouldn't see him again. When I felt the pain overtake me again, I stared at my reflection and forced myself to calm down. It's over, Noah. Forget him. Forget him. The sooner the better. Do it now, or you'll never get over it. That little voice in my head had been pursuing me all morning. Luckily, Nicholas was at the vineyard with Lion, where they'd be getting dressed. I was staying home with Jenna. We'd be the last to leave. Not even her parents would be riding with us. When Jenna was ready, she was stunning. She took my breath away. I got misty-eyed. Good thing the makeup we were wearing was tear-proof. My tailored red dress fit like a glove. They'd chosen that color because the room would be full of red roses, and Jenna's bouquet would be red roses too. It was silk and lace, hung to the floor and had a slit up the side to show off one leg, with a V-neck and thin lace covering my bust and arms, like Jenna's wedding dress, but hers was white. Against her dark complexion with her perfect figure, it looked amazing. Lion would lose his mind, I knew, and I told her so. Jenna was so excited. I'd worked extra hard to keep her from noticing how sad I was those days. I devoted all my energy to taking care of her, supporting her, calming her down. We'd laughed, drunk champagne, and I'd listened attentively to her every worry, trying to help as much as I could. Amy came into Jenna's room and told us it was time to go. I was nervous, but I kept it in. Hundreds of people were going to be there, some of them very important. If it had been my wedding, I wouldn't have been able to take all those people watching me walk to the altar. I'd never really thought about what I wanted my wedding day to be like, but all that craziness, that wasn't for me. A white limousine was waiting for us by the door. I helped Jenna down the stairs so she wouldn't trip. When we were in the back seat, sitting in a puff of tulle and lace, I couldn't help but laugh. "Who'd have thought we'd be here after that night when you slapped the shit out of Lion?" I said. Jenna laughed along with me, and I tried to take a mental snapshot of that moment, which was so beautiful. Us, slightly buzzed off champagne, cracking up in a limo, our nerves frazzled, was something I'd never forget. My friend was the very image of love and happiness. When we reached the vineyard, the organizer told us to go straight through the winery to the back door and out to where the altar was set up and the guests were waiting. We could hear the murmurs of people surely as nervous as we were, but when Jenna's father started walking over, we both breathed a little easier. As much as we wanted to feel like we were adults, the presence of a real adult, a responsible one, was calming in that moment. Mr. Tavish's smile lit up the room. My heart ached when I saw the tenderness in his eyes as he looked at his daughter. She gave him a kiss on the cheek, hugged him, and grabbed his arm to follow him to the doors leading outside. But of course, Nicholas and I would have to go out first. I looked around for him, but he wasn't there. When I opened the door to peek out, I almost bumped into him. I looked up from his chest to his eyes and saw him looking down at me. I was hurt the way I'd been every time I'd seen him, but I was angry too, and bitter at what he'd said to me the night before. I held on to that bitterness. It would get me through the night. At least that's what I was telling myself. He stared me up and down, and when his gaze rested on my face, I think he was surprised to see me scowling. "We go out in two," I said, then turned around. I knew he was behind me. I could feel his eyes on my back and neck. My hair was pulled back into a high ponytail with a few curls, and it reached the middle of my back. Knowing his tastes, I was certain that lace back was making him hot, even if he hated me with all his might. Despite all that had happened, we'd never stopped wanting each other. One look at his blue suit, his gray tie, his white shirt, his incredible body, his presence, had thrown me off course completely. Why in God's name did he have to be so good-looking? Couldn't he have lost 15 pounds the way I had? Couldn't he have dropped his standoffish air? Why weren't his eyes swollen from crying like mine, instead of retaining that gorgeous celestial blue that seemed tailor-made to make any woman melt? In a side room, I found the wedding planner helping Jenna with her dress, while her assistant gave orders to people. The music started on the other side of the door, and a big hand touched my lower back, a little too low for comfort. Amy motioned for us to stand at the head of the line before I could say anything, and Nicholas guided me softly forward until we were standing in front of the closed door. I took a deep breath, trying to calm down. "Take my arm, Noah," Nicholas said, and I swear his voice, just his whisper, made me tremble. It had been so long since I'd heard him sound like that. I did what I was supposed to do, wrapped my arm around his, feeling his tense muscles. We waited for our cue. When it came, we walked to the altar in what I assumed would be our last act as a couple. The ceremony was perfect. Lion nearly cried when he saw Jenna. I did cry. Damn it, why did I have to be so sensitive? They read the vows, repeated the words "I do," and that was it. They were bound for life. When they leaned in for a kiss that made more than one guest blush, I looked at Nicholas, and to my surprise, he was looking at me. It was one of those magic instants when everything around you seems to disappear, and all that matters is the person in front of you. Would that be the last night we'd ever see each other? After a while, I looked away because the intensity in his eyes was about to make me faint. I walked out behind the bride and groom. I touched his arm for the last time. We were holding each other, but at someone else's behest, and it was almost like it wasn't real. That hurt so much that when we crossed the threshold, I turned around and walked away. I needed to get a hold of myself, and fast.
9. Nick. I felt nauseated as I watched her walk off. Throughout the ceremony, I couldn't take my eyes off her. I didn't even realize Jenna and Lion had said "I do" until the applause pulled me out of my trance. Damn it. Why did Noah have to be so gorgeous? Why did she have to make me lose my mind like that? My hands were twitching. I wanted to touch her so badly. And knowing I wouldn't, had put me in an awful mood. Seeing her stop before going outside to ready herself for her performance, in that dress that gripped her body, each and every curve of it, I had reached out to touch her against my will, and that contact with her lower back made me feel alive again for the first time in 10 hellish months. I couldn't wait for the whole affair to be over. I needed to leave, get back to my life, where everything was under control. Noah had always brought me chaos, and by the end, I was completely at her mercy. That wouldn't happen again. When she walked away from me once we were back inside, I was secretly thankful. I couldn't handle having her so close. Soon the reception started. On the other side of the vineyard was a huge white tent with tables set with white tablecloths and red roses. It was obvious what Jenna's favorite flower was. Seeing her with Lion talking to all the guests, I couldn't help but feel a little envious. There were couples gathered inside and waiters walking among the guests, handing out canapes and glasses of rosé champagne. Soon we'd be sitting down for dinner, but fool that I was, I spent the whole time looking for Noah. She was nowhere to be found. She's not your problem anymore. Let it go. Trying to follow my inner voice's advice, I ran into a girl with big green eyes who did everything in her power to seduce me. I hardly paid her any mind, but when she said we already knew each other, I stopped and looked at her, not wanting to be rude. "Sorry, I don't remember," I said, not making much of an effort to do so. She came even closer, invading my personal space with her expensive perfume, which was too strong for my taste. "Come on, don't be a dummy. It was one of the best nights of my life," she said. I cursed myself. I'd slept with her a month or so ago. I didn't know her name, and I was about to turn on my heel. I didn't care if she didn't like it. Then, on the other side of the room, I saw Noah hanging off Luca's arm and smiling as only she could. My jealousy, dormant for so long, awakened with the strength of a hungry lion, and I had to take a deep breath and let it out slowly so I didn't lose control. That wasn't the first time that had happened since I'd gotten to the Hamptons. When I'd realized Noah had been the one jogging with that guy on the roadside, I'd taken off for a gym and hit the bag for 2 hours before going to Jenna's. Steve chewed me out, told him I couldn't make a scene, couldn't start fights, had to act like a saint. Now that I was the owner of the company, I couldn't go around starting scandals, especially not because I was jealous. For that reason, I'd stayed on the sidelines, working with my economists, bankers, and investors, and taking some girl home once in a while, doing my best to keep my problems under wraps. And those problems could be summed up in exactly one word: Noah. "You really don't remember me?" the girl went on, getting my attention again. Noah was still with Luca. Now he had his hand on her back. I needed a distraction. Now. "Of course I remember," I said, grabbing her arm and moving her strategically so I could talk to her and watch Noah at the same time. As if she could sense what I was doing, Noah looked up then and saw me. I smiled like the asshole I was and looked back at the brunette. "You feel like dancing?" I asked. Now, Noah was concentrated on Luca, who had taken her to a corner. She was laughing, but I knew her well enough to realize it was just to keep up appearances. I wrapped my arms around the girl's waist. It was hard to concentrate on her with Noah wandering around. I remembered now where I'd seen the girl, at a downtown club. We'd smashed in the VIP section, quick and cold. My hand climbed her back and came to rest on the back of her neck. "You want to go upstairs?" she whispered. Upstairs. The offer was tempting. The problem was, I felt absolutely nothing for her. Nothing compared to what I felt for Noah. She'd barely touched me a few hours before, and it had given me an erection I could hardly hide. This girl was everything but. She was the opposite of Noah in every way. "Not now. Maybe later," I said, stopping as the song ended. Just then, they told us we could sit down for dinner. I was glad not to have to sit at the brunette's table. I was with the bride and groom, Jenna's parents, Lion's mom, Noah, and Luca. She barely looked over when we were all seated and the first dish was set out. She spent the whole dinner talking and laughing with Luca and everyone else, pretending not to know me, pretending I didn't exist. Since I'd arrived 2 days before, every time I'd turned, I'd seen her looking at me. Whenever we were together, it felt like she wanted me to herself. And she had talked to me. She'd opened her heart. And I'd almost fallen to pieces when she'd told me she was still in love with me. Love. Bullshit. I slammed my glass down too hard on the table and almost everyone turned and looked. I apologized and got up to go to the bathroom. Why was I suddenly bothered that Noah wasn't paying attention to me? I'd hated feeling her staring at me all the time. I'd hated seeing the regret in her eyes, the pain. I'd hated feeling guilty when I wasn't the guilty one. And now I was pissed because she seemed to be testing me to find out how I'd react. One thing was for certain. I needed to be careful.
10. Noah. I tried to stay away from him. I used all my strength to try to stop myself from glancing over at him. Luca helped a lot. When I'd escaped everyone after the ceremony, when I'd broken down and needed a few minutes to recover, he had given me his hand, had helped me up, and had made a funny comment that had brought a smile to my lips. Who could have ever imagined that Lion's gangster brother would turn out to be so fun? He had promised me he wouldn't leave me on my own that night. He'd laughed at me, saying I was like Nicholas's lapdog, looking at him all the time with that cow-eyed stare. If Luca had noticed that, then Nicholas definitely had too. I didn't want to make him uncomfortable. I didn't want him to feel sorry for me. I didn't want anyone to feel sorry for me, really. So we made a deal. Luca would be my life raft that night. As long as we were together, I could avoid the temptation to look, let alone break down and ask Nicholas to forgive me, even though it had passed through my head countless times since we'd seen each other again. When I saw him dance with that girl, flirt with her, I felt my heart shrivel. If a mere dance made me feel that way, how must he have felt when he found out I'd slept with another guy? I wasn't an idiot. I knew Nicholas hadn't taken a vow of celibacy after breaking up with me. The list of girls he'd been with was probably endless. Luca saw me watching him and pinched me on the hip and reprimanded me. After that, I turned away, concentrating on the people in front of me. Of course, that was harder when we were all sitting at the same table. My eyes turned in Nick's direction a few times, but whenever they did, Luca pinched me under the table, The last time he did it, it tickled and I laughed out loud. That was when Nicholas almost shattered his glass, slamming it down on the table. He got up and disappeared toward the bathroom. "He's jealous," Luca said, scowling after him. "Jealous? No, he just can't stand having me here in front of him," I replied, depressed, and took a sip of my champagne. Nicholas came back with a girl on his arm. People were standing up now. The band was playing, and the time to dance had come. The bride and groom took to the floor first, and the whole ambiance changed. The lights shifted, the floor filled with people shaking their limbs, and people switched from champagne and wine to high-octane cocktails. Luca pulled me out onto the dance floor. I was glad to be rid of Nick and not have to watch him feeling the brunette up under the table. It was gross, and I was so jealous. Luca and I danced the way friends do. He was behaving. Not for 1 second did he try to make a move on me or even suggest he might. We found Lion and Jenna, and the 4 of us danced together, laughing and having a ball. It was the best moment of the night. Nicholas wasn't there. God knew what he and the girl were up to, which made my blood boil, but the drinks and me helped make everything easier. What happened afterward, I have to admit, it was my fault. A moment came when I turned around and saw him. I saw him kissing her, and she was sitting on his lap, but that wasn't the worst of it. He was staring at me while he did it, his lips pressed into the brunette's neck and his eyes looking straight into mine. He smiled. I stopped dancing, and what I did next, damn it, was I never going to learn? Luca knew what I was looking at, and he came over to say something. He bent over to whisper in my ear over the thundering of the music, and then the old Noah took over, and everything I'd learned during those months, all those sessions with the psychologist, all my regrets, all of it went to hell just then. And I grabbed Luca by the neck, pulled him downward, and pressed my lips into his. The weird thing was he didn't pull away. I felt his tongue in my mouth, his hand on my back, pulling me into him. What was I doing? I didn't have much time to think about it because someone pulled him backward right away, and the next thing I knew, Luca was on the ground, his lip busted open and bleeding. I looked up and saw Nicholas completely out of his mind. Shaking his injured hand, he looked at Luca and then at me. His wounded gaze made me tremble, but I was also seething. He clenched his teeth and turned around. Luca got up, or rather the people around him helped him up, while Nick walked off to the other side of the room. I didn't know what the hell was going on with me. Maybe the champagne had clouded my judgment, but I went after him and not to ask for his forgiveness. He had gone out back to where the wedding had been held, where the chairs were still perfectly arranged, as were the flowers. It was deserted there, but still the noise from the party was deafening. "Where are you going, Nicholas?" I yelled. I almost stumbled down the stairs. He turned, red-faced, angry I had followed him. "You had no right to do that," I roared. I was out of my mind, half drunk, pissed off. A bad combination. I walked toward him. He looked serious, trying to decide what he was going to do. He was scary even, but I didn't bow down. The opposite, actually. His attack of jealousy showed something. There was no denying it. He hadn't forgotten me. I refused to believe that now, and if I had to face his fury to get him to confess it, then so be it. I shoved him. "You liar!" I shouted. I cocked back my fists, ready to strike him in the chest as hard as I could. "You're a fucking liar, Nicholas!" For a second, he barely moved. But then I saw his chest rising and falling. He let me keep hitting him, but just 2 more times before his hands came up and stopped mine. That contact angered me more than anything else. "You say you forgot me? Well, your actions don't show it. You said nothing could come between us." He looked at me incredulously. "You're the one who broke every single fucking promise, Noah. The one who decided to ruin everything, goddammit. You're worthless, Noah. To me, you're completely worthless." His words made me stop short. I froze on the verge of vomiting. I swallowed, cleared my throat, tried to look into his eyes, but I couldn't see him well, could hardly see at all. My vision was blurry. It took me a little time to realize it was because my eyes were full of tears. "How can you say that?" I asked, my voice cracking. Standing there, looking as upset, as sorrowful as I felt, Nicholas observed me. How could he have said that? To me? "Because it's the fucking truth." He turned around and took a few steps. "I made a mistake, Nicholas. One fucking mistake." My shouts didn't stop him. "Your crazy ex-girlfriend made me think you were cheating on me. You kissed Sophie right in front of me, but I'm the one who screwed it all up. You did that. You forced me into making the worst mistake of my life. You allowed me to be used as if I couldn't keep talking through the sobs. I was bitter, burned, torn apart inside, and yet what I was saying was what I felt. If it hadn't been for his lies, there was no way I'd ever have wound up in a position where someone else could take advantage of my weakness, using things I told him in confidence. I looked up, and there Nick was in front of me. He'd come back. The rage in his face was so pure, so terrifying, that I almost wanted to step backward. But then he did the last thing I would have expected. He wrapped an arm around my waist, and his lips touched mine. I thought it was a nightmare at first, one of the many I'd had recently when sleep overwhelmed me, and I thought I was with the Nicholas from before. We were happy, we were kissing, and suddenly he'd leave, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I'd run behind him, but my legs could never move fast enough. This was no dream, though. Not in the least. He picked me up off the ground. My breast squeezed into his hard chest. His tongue wove its way hungrily into my mouth. For a moment, I wasn't sure what was happening, but my body lit up from the contact. I wrapped my arms around his neck and pulled him tighter. God, I had needed that contact. It was as if he had returned all the energy to my body after months of depletion. I felt his arms tight around me, and the hunger, the voracity in his kiss. I grabbed his hair, but it wasn't like before. It was too short for me to pull it the way I used to. As he panted, his hand climbed my back to my neck, gripping me as he pulled away and stared. His pupils were dilated with excitement, desire, a pure carnal desire I thought I'd never see again. As we looked at each other, I wanted to say so much, but something changed. A thought flickered behind his pupils, tormented him, and I knew I'd lost him again. Desperate, I pulled him back in and kissed him, but the response wasn't the same. His arms slackened and he set me down. Panic crept in, panic that he'd leave, panic that I'd lose him again. I cried. My lips separated from his and buried my face in his neck, but I refused to let him go. I refused to let him just leave. "I can't do this, Noah," he said very clearly, but his voice was choked with feeling. "No," I refused him. I held him tight. My tears were leaving streaks on his shirt, but I didn't care. I couldn't let him go. I needed him. He needed me. We needed to be together. His hands moved from my waist to my wrists. He pushed until I had to let go. He brought my hands close to his face and looked straight at me. "Don't leave me," I pleaded. I was begging, I know, but he was leaving the next day and I wouldn't see him again, and that feeling was killing me. "When I close my eyes, I see you with him," he confessed. He blinked, and I was yearning for him to stay, to love me, to protect me once more. "I don't even remember it, Nicholas," I told him, refusing to let him let me go. And it was true. I couldn't remember what had happened that night. I knew we had slept together, but I hadn't really been a part of it. I had let him do it to me because I didn't have the strength to say no. Nothing had mattered to me then because my life was hell. His eyes misted over and I felt myself dying. I can't do it. I'm sorry. He turned around and walked off, leaving me there. Jenna found me 2 hours later, sitting in one of the chairs from the wedding, hugging my knees and trying to pull myself together. That kiss, those words, they hadn't helped. She hugged me and I felt even worse, knowing I had screwed up her special day. I'm sorry, Jenna, I said, trying to stop crying. I'm the one who's sorry, Noah. All this is my fault, she said, and I looked at her not understanding. This whole situation, you guys being the maid of honor and the best man, putting you in the same car and adjoining rooms, I wanted to give you guys a chance. I thought if I pushed a little. We kissed, I admitted, knowing that despite that kiss, a last kiss, things wouldn't get better regardless of what Jenna did. She looked surprised, confused, then glanced around as if trying to understand what had happened and why Nick was gone. It's over, Jen, I said, bringing a hand to my mouth to stifle my sobs. Christ, I was pathetic. But it hurt, damn it. It hurt so badly losing him. She hugged me again. I let her console me. Some pair we were. Her on the happiest day of her life, and me in a black hole of misery. Resolutely, she said, I shouldn't tell you this, Noah. I really shouldn't, but I know Nick, and when you were with him, he was completely happy. Even if you had problems, I've never seen him so centered, so, how should I say it? So normal. He had a hard life. I saw how he cried for months when his mother left, and then he turned tough and he put on that suit of armor he wears, trying to pretend he's untouchable. You managed to break through that. I'm not saying it's going to be easy for you, Noah, but damn it, he's the love of your life. I want my best friends to be as happy as I am. I need that. I'm asking you for it, Noah. I'm asking you not to let him go no matter what he says, no matter how many times he tells you he doesn't love you or can't forgive you. There's got to be a way. I got up and looked at her with a sad smile. I know you want to believe what you're telling me, Jen. I do too, I said, looking back to where he had been standing. But I broke his heart. I thought he had cheated on me and I was dying inside. I really was, so I know what he's feeling. He won't forgive me. He just never will. She was about to say something, but then she closed her mouth. I think it was the only time I'd ever seen her speechless. I came close and kissed the top of her head. Go enjoy your day. After that, I tried my hardest to go back to being the girl I had been all week. I wasn't going to let Lion and Jenna spend that time without their two best friends. So I stayed at the party for as long as I had to. I forced myself to dance and enjoy the people around me. At one point, I bumped into Luca. There was weariness in his green eyes, but not an ounce of rancor at the fact that I'd used him to make Nicholas jealous. I'm sorry, I said, and I meant it. I hoped my words were enough to make him forgive me. I'd acted like a fool, like the immature little girl I'd sworn I'd stop being. And I felt terrible for giving Lion's brother false hope. I'm not, he replied, taking my hand and pulling me in close. Relax, he said as I panicked, wanting to get away before something else happened between us. I don't mind you using me to make that dumbass jealous. And honestly, you're helping me out too. He turned me around, my back pressed into his chest, moving to the rhythm of the music as he bent down and whispered clearly. See that chick over there? He asked, pointing subtly at a group of girls next to the bar. I nodded, amused, realizing what he meant. That blonde has been watching us and trying to act like she doesn't care about what we're up to. He spun me back, put his hands on my spine, almost touching my butt, and I glowered at him. She and I slept together like a month ago. I mean, to tell the truth, we've been sleeping together ever since I could crawl. Or ever since I could, you know. I rolled my eyes. We lost touch when I was locked up. Then we ran into each other at a party in my hood. She's the oldest daughter of one of my mom's friends, and I bet she'll lose it when I feel you up like I'm about to do. I cracked up and pushed him. He put his hands to his heart as if I'd hurt his feelings. Then he pulled me in slowly and whispered in my ear in a very different tone, "Don't give in, Noah. What you did was wrong, but we all make mistakes." What he said wasn't exactly a revelation, but it did make me realize that everyone could see what was going on between me and Nicholas. But what was I to do? I hadn't made just any mistake. Cheating. That was the hardest thing to forgive. And the lies, our past, the intensity of our relationship that had brought us to a point of no return. I danced more with Luca, and with other people too, until the time came for Jenna and Lion to leave. They'd done all the formalities, cutting the cake, which I barely tried, throwing the bouquet, all that. I mean, she pretended to throw it. Actually, after a moment's hesitation, she turned and smiled at me, handing it to me with a smile on her lips before I could realize what was happening. "This is so you'll know I still believe your day will come, Noah, and you and I both know who it will be with." I didn't know what to say. I admired her determination, her hope, but it only made me more sorrowful. I couldn't take it anymore, being around all those people. And when Jenna kissed me on the cheek and ran off with Lion to the limousine that would take them for a night in a luxury hotel before their honeymoon, I got into one of the chauffeured cars waiting for the guests and told the driver to please take me home. I needed that night to be over with.
11. Nick. I knew I'd fucked up kissing her the night before, but I couldn't help myself. She'd been there, shouting at me, blaming me. Me! She'd called me a liar. A liar? I didn't even know what the hell she was talking about. But it didn't matter. Either I kissed her, or I lost control completely. Seeing Luca's disgusting hands on her body, his lips on hers. Noah destroyed what little self-control I thought I had left. The sight of her with another guy made me relive all those images I'd managed to wipe from my mind. Now that I'd seen her again, it was obvious I was back at square one, just like the day I'd found out she'd cheated on me. Feeling her slender body, beautiful but much thinner than I remembered, I lost my mind for a few moments. My senses were in a whirl. I was suddenly the same guy I used to be, completely in love, completely lost, thanks to one girl. When I stepped back to look at her, to fill myself with the light that had always emanated from her, I saw it in her eyes, that same longing, that same barely suppressed desire, the very thing that brought us together. But there was something else, too. Penitence, desperation, nostalgia. And it was as if a knife was stuck into my heart and twisted, and I suffered just as I had when I'd found out the truth months before. Those images, those goddamned images my imagination used to torture me flashed once again on the screen of my mind. Noah, naked in bed, sighing with pleasure, so sensual, so innocent, so full. Those sounds that came from her lips, those sounds that drove me wild, that brought me to my knees. But I wasn't the one provoking those sensual sounds. It was another man's hands on her body, stroking her, not slowly, trying to please her, but roughly, squeezing her, without the love that invaded me every time I touched her. And Noah liked it. She enjoyed it. and she wasn't shouting my name. When I thought of that, it was like someone had drenched me with a pitcher of ice water, and I had to push her away even if she refused, holding on to me with all her might. Maybe she thought I wasn't strong enough to do without her, but I had been, and I hadn't regretted it. And now, after a sleepless night, I was having another moment of weakness when I wanted to say to hell with everything, go to her room, beg her to finish what we'd started. It was time to go. I packed my bags, left my room in silence, but stopped in front of Noah's door, like the complete idiot I was. I closed my eyes, furious at the thought that she was there, just a few feet away, and had probably cried all night because she'd held me again. But there was nothing she could do to fix things. As soon as I was strong enough, I left. I put my bags in the trunk, I hadn't brought much, and splashed my face with water from the bottle I found in the console to try and wake up. I hadn't slept a wink. After the reception, I'd rented a surfboard at Georgia Beach and surfed for a few hours, trying to calm down, trying to figure out the reason why I was staying away from Noah. Because when I'd kissed her, all justification had seemed to vanish. I surfed there till the sun peeked over the horizon. Then I decided to go back, shower, and get away.
12. Noah. I didn't hear him go, but I felt his absence. That was it. It over. Now all that was left for me was to go back to the same old routine. I said goodbye to all the guests still there. Some of them would stick around for a few more days. Jenna's mother gave me a hug, and her dad said he'd take me to the station where I'd catch the train back to New York City. Along the way, he asked me what my plans were for the summer, and I told him that after spending a few days in the city, I'd get back to work. I didn't want to say much about what I was doing. He was an oil magnate. How could he understand that the stepdaughter of his millionaire best friend was working as a waitress? He didn't pry, though, and I was grateful. "Where are you going to stay in the city, Noah?" he asked, turning through the pretty streets. It was early, but there were already people out walking their dogs, carrying their oversized designer bags. Almost everyone had on sunglasses. I was sad to leave without getting to know the town, but the chaos of the wedding had made it impossible. I told Jenna's dad the name of the motel I'd booked in New York. It was a dump, but I didn't care. I would barely set foot in there. I just needed a place to shower and sleep. The rest of the time I'd be wandering around, discovering the big city. Jenna's father gave me a strange look. He didn't recognize the name. I guess it wasn't close to the 2 properties he had in town. Things got uncomfortable when he told me he wanted to book me a room at the Times Square Hilton. I thanked him, but I didn't want anyone's charity. People like him, people who had money and just assumed everyone who didn't was suffering, well, they were wrong. I didn't mind staying in a motel. It wasn't such a big deal. "Noah, I'm not trying to get in your business, but it's your first time in town. You don't know your way around here the way you do in LA. I'd feel better if I could help you out." He went on like that until we reached the train station. "Mr. Tavish, there's just no need. I know how to take care of myself. I'll be fine, really. Plus, I've got a friend I'm meeting. There's honestly nothing to worry about." That was a white lie, but there was no harm in it. Mr. Tavish didn't seem convinced. He was preoccupied, angry even, but whatever. He wasn't my dad. "Fine. Well, you've got my number if you need anything. I'll be in the Hamptons this week, but I've got many friends in New York. Friends who would be happy to meet you if need be." Friends. Yeah, sure. I knew what he meant when he said friends. I thought of Steve and his role in the Lester family. I didn't need a bodyguard. I said goodbye to him and hurried into the station, worried he might call my mom or something. At this point, nothing would surprise me. I got on, handed my ticket to a nice employee, and settled in, looking out the window and waiting for the capital of the world to appear. I tried to forget that time Nick had offered to take me there, telling me he wanted to be the guy to show me its wonders. That was a whole lifetime ago now, or at least that was how it seemed. When we arrived, I immediately caught a taxi to my motel. As we drove around, I was stunned by everything I saw through the windows. The endless skyscrapers, the people milling about like ants. It made me feel as small as a grain of sand. It was spectacular, but at the same time overwhelming. It was around 4 in the afternoon when the taxi driver turned down a desolate street, and I was worried, but he wasn't up to anything bad. That was just where my motel was. It could have been worse, but it looked nothing like the photos online. The driver grabbed my suitcase. I gave him a sorry tip, and he drove off, leaving me God knew where in the Big Apple. I took a deep breath and went inside. The place looked more like a homeless shelter than a motel. The girl behind the counter barely looked up from her magazine when I dragged in my suitcase. "Name?" she said, smacking her gum. It was gross. I'd always hated chewing gum. "Noah Morgan, I've got a reservation," I said, looking around. This was no motel. This was just a dump with a few rooms for rent. She sighed, opened a drawer, and took out a key from among a pile of them. "Here, don't lose it. It's the only one. If you want breakfast, there are machines. No restaurant, no room service." I nodded, trying to keep my first hours in New York from depressing me. Whatever, I just needed a bed. At least the machine had Oreos in it. What else could a person want? I left my suitcase in my minuscule room and went out for a walk, leaving behind the grim street the motel was on and checking out the city. A few blocks away, I found Central Park, just as the website had said I would. I wouldn't know how to say what it was like, just that after 10 minutes, I wanted to live there. It was warm. People were lying around sunning themselves. Kids were playing ball. People were walking dogs. There were runners and all types of other people working out. Just the feel of it was incredible. All that nature in the middle of a city full of smog and traffic. I walked over to the lake and saw people feeding the ducks that cut furrows across the water. I looked up into the blue July sky and let the feeling of being alone carry me away. Alone, yes, but also happy, in the middle of a place where no one knew me, where no one knew my story, where no one could judge me for that breakup. Not Nicholas, not William, not my mother. No one would scowl at me or pity me. God, it had been terrible. Nick was a legend on campus, and the rumors spread like wildfire. We had been the couple everyone admired, stared at, and screwing it up so bad. I don't want to go into it, but let's just say people can be cruel. I spent the whole afternoon in the park. I read, ate a hot dog, strolled. I must have looked crazy. There were so many places to see, but I just stayed there. I didn't want to act like a tourist. Sometimes it's good to just be there among others. That was what I wanted then. I wanted peace and tranquility. But it didn't last long. I almost had a heart attack when I turned the corner on the way to my motel and saw a tall man in a suit emerge from the shadows. I nearly took off running, but then I recognized who it was, and I brought my hand to my heart trying to recover from the fright. "Damn it, Steve!" I didn't even feel bad for cursing. What the hell was he doing there? "Noah," he said with a grimace. He grabbed my biceps and walked me forcefully toward the door to my room. "Get your things, please." I let him guide me, angry, and we passed the lobby and receptionist who must have thought the whole thing was strange as I did. I got over the stupor and jerked away to face him. "What the hell, Steve?" Only then did I realize how pissed off I was. "What are you doing here?" "Nicholas told me to pick you up. This place is dangerous." Steve's response was par for the course. He was practical, a man of few words. Lord Leicester commanded and his lackeys obeyed. Thank God I wasn't one of them. "I'm not going anywhere," I said, walking past him and opening my door. What was I thinking? That I'd just leave Steve there, shut the door in his face? It wasn't his fault his boss was an idiot. "Noah, forget Nicholas. This is about you. You shouldn't be walking around New York alone, especially not here. This is a rough area. Just let me take you somewhere safe." This was ridiculous. "How did you even find me?" I shouted, turning around and bringing my hands to my head. The window by the bed opened onto a back street lined with fire escapes. You could see the trash cans and people smoking on the corner. I admitted it was no Shangri-La. I'd already considered blowing the rest of the money I had saved on a somewhat nicer room elsewhere. But someone forcing me to leave, especially Nicholas, really pissed me off. He had no right to play my protector anymore. So what was this about? "What exactly did Nicholas tell you?" I asked, turning back around. "He told me to get you out of this dump and take you to a decent hotel." Take me? So he was giving orders to Steve but didn't have the balls to look at me? Well, to hell with that. "I want to talk to him," I said, crossing my arms. Steve's expression was doubtful. "He's got plans after work today. He has a dinner reservation." My rational self wanted to punish me for being so silly. What did you think, stupid, that he had sworn off sex? "What time?" I asked, trying to control the tremors in my voice. "In half an hour." "Then call his cell. He won't answer me." Steve held my stare for a moment and nodded. But before doing so, he picked up my suitcase and took it outside to where he'd parked his car. He opened the passenger door to let me in, got in on the driver's side, and called Nick. "Nicholas, Noah wants to talk to you," he said when Nick responded. "I don't want to talk to her," he said after a second. I turned off the Bluetooth and grabbed Steve's phone, putting it to my ear. "You can't say my name anymore?" I scolded him, unable to hold back. "I don't do it unless it's strictly necessary," he replied. I knew he could hang up at any moment, so I tried to calm down. It didn't work. "You can't utter my name, but you send Steve to put me up in some fancy hotel? Explain that to me, Nicholas, because honestly, it's all very confusing." My words must have affected him because he sighed into the phone. "Greg called me. He told me he was worried about the place you decided to stay for the next few days," he said reluctantly. Fucking Greg Tavish. Couldn't he mind his own business? He wasn't my father. "So you did it for Greg, then?" I asked. The disappointment in my voice was obvious. "Noah, drop it," he said, and his voice changed as if he were suddenly on the edge of fury. "I've made a reservation for you at the Arlo. You want it? Great. If not, I really don't fucking care." I didn't have time to speak again before he hung up. Steve looked at me expectantly, wanting to know my decision. But there was no way I was just doing as Nick said. He'd kissed me and then he'd run off without saying a word, and all of a sudden he wanted to buy me off with a hotel room, and there was nothing I could do about it. He could fake it as much as he wanted. He could tell me he didn't care what I did, but I knew him. This was Nick, and that was all bluster. Just then I made a risky decision. "Take me to his place." Steve didn't seem to care for the idea, but I told him it was that or I wouldn't get out of the car. I felt bad for putting him in an uncomfortable spot, but I didn't give in one bit. If he wanted me out of that hotel, this was his only option. I looked out the window on the way. I didn't like to admit it, but Steve gave me a sense of security. Being alone in New York without anyone to share the experience with was depressing and a little scary. "We're almost there," Steve said. I was getting nervous, and the feeling worsened when we reached an impressive building, soaring, that overlooked the Upper East Side. The river was to the right, to the left, the trees of Central Park. We'd driven long enough that I assumed we were on the other end of the park from my motel. I started toying with my hair. What was I going to say to him? I wasn't nervous about talking, really. I was nervous to know what his life was like now, in that environment, what it meant for Nicholas Lester to be living alone in an apartment in the heart of New York. A lawyer, a businessman through and through. I didn't know that side of him. The Nick I knew had been the party guy, the Nick who liked to hold me, the one who felt me up in the dark, who risked his neck in drag races and made money in underground fights. The Nick who was in love with me adored me, would die if more than 24 hours passed without him hearing from me, talking to me, seeing me. Where was that Nick now? Steve parked in the underground lot of the tower, and I started to break down. "Is he home?" I asked, getting out and following him to the elevator. "No." I took a deep breath and watched Steve punch in a code. Good God, the building had 62 floors, and we were going to the very top. The elevator felt supersonic, and I jumped when the door dinged, breaking the silence between us. The doors opened directly into a large vestibule with a huge mirror where I could see my reflection. I barely recognized myself. I looked terrified, and I tried to change my expression to a more self-assured one. I wished I had on something different from that jean skirt, those pink Converse, and that plain white t-shirt. I looked like a 15-year-old child. Before following Steve, I pulled up my hairband and let my hair fall loose over my back. That would help, right? I followed Steve inside. Man, this was nothing like his apartment in Los Angeles. This was a whole different league. I knew he'd inherited a fortune from his grandfather, and I knew money had never been a problem for him, but still, I could never have imagined all this. It was open concept with scattered columns to mark off the spaces. The kitchen was to the right, and the sofas in the center were turned toward the floor-to-ceiling windows that showed the city in all its splendor. The floor was gleaming wood with the odd beige rug that looked soft enough to sleep on. In one corner was a glass bar next to a dark marble staircase. So this was where Nicholas lived now. This was his? All his? Steve grunted and looked at me. "Are you sure you want to do this, Noah? He's not going to like it one bit." "Please, Steve," I said, almost begging him. "Let me do it my way. I just need the chance to talk to him." Steve looked at me the way you'd look at a child who just found out Santa Claus didn't exist, with pity. He nodded and told me to let him know if I needed anything. Then he left. I climbed the stairs. I felt tired. I opened the first door I found. It was a bedroom. Maybe Nick's, maybe the guest's bedroom. Either way, I lay down in bed and looked at the ceiling. I'd wait for him. I'd wait for him until he came back, and when he did, I'd do absolutely everything to make him believe in me again. In us. In forgiveness. In love.
13. Nick. I got into my car and drove out of the office parking deck, stepping on the accelerator until it almost hit the floor. I should have canceled dinner. I should have left. I should have said all those things I was dying to say. All the things I still had inside that I knew would have to come out one day. I squeezed the bridge of my nose, trying to calm down. I couldn't show up at dinner like this. It wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be fair. I needed to get Noah out of my head. She wouldn't turn down the offer of a hotel. She wasn't an idiot. She knew better than to stay in a bad neighborhood. And if she refused to pay attention to me, then it wasn't my problem. A voice inside shouted, "Liar!" loud and clear, but I ignored it. crossing the city and reaching the It restaurant that month, hoping the night would go by pleasantly. When I tossed my keys to the valet, I saw Sophia by the door. Her dress was fancy and attractive. Her high heels made her look tall, and her dark hair shined in a cascade that fell down her back. "Hey," I said, forcing a warm smile. Her white teeth glimmered when I wrapped an arm around her waist and bent down to kiss her on the cheek. She smelled like raspberry and lemon. She always chose fruity scents. I liked that. "I didn't think you'd come," she confessed as I guided her into the restaurant, my hand on the small of her back. I tried to be discreet. It was a bad time, and the last thing I needed was some journalist trying to snap a photo of us. "Something came up. Sorry," I said, then gave the host my name. He hurried to take us to the table I'd reserved a month before. The place was pleasant, warm. The soft lighting helped. A pianist was playing in the corner. That relaxed me for some weird reason. I took a deep breath and tried to enjoy just sitting across from the woman who had supported me ever since the breakup with Noah, staying by my side, becoming a true friend. "You look nice," I said, knowing that would make her smile. One of the things that made her different was that with her, everything was clear-cut, at least for me. Sophia smiled timidly and picked up the menu. The server came over. We each chose different wines. She went for white wine. I was a red man, concretely a fan of good Bordeaux from '82. I remembered Noah for a moment. She didn't know a thing about wine, or food, or really anything. Her simplicity had captivated me. I'd imagined I would be the one to teach her everything, to give the world to her. I cleared my throat and came back to reality. Was she at the hotel already? In the shower? Crying? Sleeping? Eating? Missing me? Stop, I told myself, focusing on my beautiful companion. I hadn't even intended for things with Sophia to go anywhere. After Noah, I became incapable of even carrying on a coherent conversation. Everything bothered me. I was irate, pissed at the world, wounded, and I didn't want to be around anyone. I'd shut myself up in my apartment, wallowing in self-pity. The phone would ring and I'd ignore it. My emails piled up, and I didn't even read them. I turned self-destructive. I'd drink till I passed out on the bed, break furniture, hit things. Twice I wounded my hand. I got into a bar fight. Fortunately, word didn't get out. My mind would wander. I'd imagine things. I was trapped in a loop of hatred, sorrow, and disappointment. No one, not even Lion, could help me get a grip. My father came, yelled at me, tried to talk to me calmly, yelled at me again, and then disappeared. I didn't want to listen to anyone. I didn't care. In those moments, I felt an unbearable pain in my chest. I felt betrayed. Then, one day, Sophia showed up at my apartment. She'd always been a sensible girl. Her head was screwed on straight. She reamed me out, no point in lying about it. Not because I mattered to her or she was worried about me, but because her job depended on mine, and I barely showed my face around the office. If I was so fucked up, she told me, I should take off to New York. She threw one thing in my face after another, told me my attitude was immature and irrational. And in the end, I could only think of one way to shut her up. I grabbed her around the waist and rammed her into the wall. We stared at each other. I was destroyed. She was confused. And I just did what I wanted with her, what my body needed, what my sick mind wanted to do to get revenge on Noah. We fucked all night, without stopping, without resting, without remorse, and best of all, when we were done, Sophia got up, dressed, and left, like nothing had happened. The next day I went to work. She talked with me normally as if we were the same old co-workers who tolerated each other while they shared the same office. I acted like her, like nothing had changed. But then one day she got up, shut the office door, came over, sat in my lap, and convinced me to do it all again. Let's get one thing straight. We both knew this was going nowhere. Sophia was well aware that I was a wreck after Noah, and all she needed was a warm body now and again. Whenever we talked, she accepted my conditions without putting up a fight. Sex was sex, and we were both free to do as we pleased. She saw me with other girls. She was free to go with other guys if she wanted, but we never talked about it. She knew what I was like and what I did, and I didn't care who she went out with, slept with, or met for coffee. But I treated her with the respect she deserved. She was my friend, the one friend who'd managed to help me, to get me to pull myself out of bed and focus on the job. Soon after that, I took the job in New York. Then my grandfather had died, and the rest was history. Now we were having dinner in a nice restaurant. She was in town for business at the office I no longer worked at, but she was leaving the next day. She had told me she needed to talk to me, but all I could think about was the fact that Noah was in town, and I was dying to find her and make love with her the way only I could, to remind her of who she'd betrayed and what she'd lost. I ran my hand across my forehead and focused on Sophia. "I need to ask you a favor," she said after a bit of small talk, most of it work gossip. Sophia seemed to never rest. Her ambition was limitless, and her father was about to run for governor of California. Everyone was after her. Everyone wanted to get to know her. It didn't matter to me, but when she started talking, I forced myself to pay attention. "I need us to formalize things," she said. I didn't understand what she was saying. "I mean publicly," she explained, bringing her glass to her lips. "My father wants us to look stable, like a united front. He keeps introducing me to guys, his friends' sons, and all they want is to be with me because I'm Senator Riston Aiken's daughter. It's gross, and I can't stand it." Wait, I said, trying to grasp her words. "Are you telling me you want the press to get wind that we're together? Like an official, regular couple?" She nodded and speared a ravioli with her fork. "Obviously, you can keep doing whatever you're doing, as long as it's discreet. But in public, I need a proper boyfriend. Can you do that for me?" At any other time, I would have laughed in her face. But that day, after talking to Noah, after kissing her at Jenna's wedding, feeling the past smack me across the face again, well, what Sophia was offering didn't sound like such a bad idea. I heard a little voice in my head telling me what the consequences would be if I did it, if I admitted I was going out with her, if the press declared us boyfriend and girlfriend. Noah would suffer. Agreeing meant I was an asshole, a big one. But if I did it, maybe she'd finally understand that we needed to move on. I got home at 1 a.m. Sophia asked me if I wanted to sleep at her hotel, but I said no thanks. I wasn't in the mood. A little later, I was standing in my apartment. The soft light made it feel cozy. I dropped the keys on the kitchen table and went to pour myself a drink. The apartment had been the property of a friend of my dad. When he heard I was moving to New York, he offered it to me at a price I couldn't refuse. I wanted to start from zero, in a place I could call my own, and not accept my father's offer of his apartment in Brooklyn. He had office space in Manhattan, too. I didn't want to remember what I'd experienced in that city when I was a boy. The discovery that my father had been cheating on my mother throughout almost their entire marriage made my hatred for her transform into something different. I started to understand why everything had gone to hell, and I was angry at him for making me feel bad for her. I still hated her, that hadn't changed. But the way things had turned out with Noah made me ask myself whether that hatred was justified. Cheating. Could I blame my mother for losing her mind when I'd lost mine for the exact same reason? I'd never forgiven her for abandoning me. There just was no justification for that. But who was I to judge what happened between a husband and wife after such a deception? I thought of Noah again. It was so hard to watch the future you'd created with someone. All those images of the things you thought you'd do together go up in smoke in front of your nose. I'd imagined us leading a full life together. I knew it wouldn't be easy. I wasn't so stupid that I couldn't see there were things in our relationship that weren't ideal, but the problems had always come from outside. I would have put my hand on the Bible and sworn Noah would never go behind my back with anyone. The very idea of it was crazy. But now, here we were. I finished my drink and went to my room. I didn't bother to turn on the lights. I just took off my shirt and tossed it on the floor. The maid would pick it up tomorrow. Facing the bed, about to turn on a light, I froze when I saw someone in my sheets. My heart was pounding so hard it almost hurt, and I could hear a ringing in my ears. I started wheezing. My whole body reacted to the sight of Noah sleeping there. It was as though the past had come back. There she was, waiting for me. The soft skin of her legs wrapped around a pillow, her arms on top of the sheets, her hair spread around the mattress. I closed my eyes and waited. I could almost feel myself lying next to her, pushing the white sheets off her body, letting my fingers stroke her skin. Slowly she turned toward me, open her eyes half asleep, smiling, happy to see me, glowing the way she always did when I touched her. "I was waiting for you," she'd say, and I'd swell with all that love I never thought I'd feel. I'd get on top of her, push her blonde hair carefully aside, press my lips to hers, so soft, a little swollen in sleep, longing to touch mine. My arm would descend her back, slide into the hollow at the base of her spine, lifting her and squeezing her against me. I'd kiss her neck, her ear, breathe in the scent of her skin, which smelled not of fruit or honey or any costly perfume, but of Noah, of her, and nothing else. I opened my eyes, forcing myself to return to reality. I almost wanted it to be a mirage, her lying in my bed, between my sheets. I couldn't let myself go, even if my hands were twitching with the desire to touch her. I wouldn't give in. I had no idea what she was doing there, but rage stifled any other sensation, and I stomped out of the room.
14. Noah. I heard a noise, and my eyes opened. I didn't know where I was at first, but the scent that enveloped me was calming. I was home. I was with Nick. But that didn't make any sense, I soon realized. Not anymore. I sat up in that unfamiliar bed, and the faint light coming through the cracked door was enough for me to get a sense of my surroundings. Stomach quaking, I got out of bed and walked down to the living room. The lights were off, apart from the dim glow on the stairs to keep you from falling if you got up in the middle of the night for a glass of water. I kept walking till I found him. He was sitting on the sofa in front of a glass table with a half-empty bottle, his elbows on his knees, his head in his hands. It must have been hard to find me in his bed, as if it were my apartment and I had a right to sleep there while I was waiting for him to come home. I felt like an intruder. I guess I made a sound, or maybe he just sensed me, because he turned his head slowly toward me. His eyes were glassy, his jaw tense, and I wanted to take off in the opposite direction. I knew him. I knew him well enough to recognize beneath all that hatred that was consuming him was the love he felt for me, or had felt before. It was still there in his heart, just as it was in mine, waiting for the right moment for us to love each other again. "What are you doing here, Noah?" he asked, and I almost collapsed when I heard the pain in his voice. "I'm here for you," I responded, shrugging slightly. My voice was like an echo of his. He leaned back, closed his eyes, and sighed. "You need to go. You need to get out of my life." He still hadn't looked at me. He bent over to serve himself another glass, but I didn't want him like that, drunk. I needed him lucid for me. I needed him to understand what I had to say to him. I closed the space between us, grabbed the bottle, grazing his fingers slightly, and put it back down on the table, but too far for him to reach. He looked up and saw me standing between his legs. His eyes were red, but it wasn't just the liquor. I reached out to stroke his hair. God, I needed to wipe that pained expression off his face. That pain, that was my fault. But his hand caught my wrist before I could. I didn't care because at least I was touching him, and for me that was enough. The spark that always flared up between us, that feeling of fire, of pure carnal desire, the same desire we had felt from the first moment I set foot into the kitchen of his old home and saw him looking through the refrigerator. It was back. Right from that moment, I knew there was a part of myself that was no longer mine. He hesitated for a few eternal seconds, then pulled me close. I struck his chest and he reached around me and sat me down until I was straddling his lap, both my knees on the sofa, hugging his thighs. I wrapped my hands around his neck. He gripped me around the waist. Our eyes met in the shadows. I was scared to keep going. I stopped. So did he. It was as if we were both about to plunge over a precipice. Maybe we'd get lucky and land in the water, or maybe we'd hit the rocky shore, and we'd only know if we jumped. He looked at me and kissed me. It was rough. I didn't know how to take it. My lips opened to let in his tongue, which filled my mouth and made me tremble. We were kissing as if our lives depended on it. While I desperately held on to the back of his head, he caressed my thighs, my knees, my butt, then squeezed, and our bodies ground against each other, bringing us pleasure. It had been too long feeling nothing at all. I had started to think my body was dead, my libido gone after our breakup. How wrong I was. One touch, light as a feather from his hands, was enough to make me lose all composure. I pulled away to breathe, but he kept kissing my face. His chest was exposed, my hands attacked it. The touch of my fingernails made his abdominals flex. He grunted and pushed me away so he could look at me. "What do you want from me, Noah?" Sweat purled on his torso. We were tense, thinking of how our worlds were about to change again because of what we were doing. "Just make me forget," I asked him on the verge of tears. "For a few minutes, just pretend you've forgiven me." His chest was rising and falling. His breathing accelerated, but the tension in his hands vanished. I ran my fingers through his hair, forcing him to look at me and not past me. I came in to kiss him. The taste of him, it was like nothing else. Kissing him was what I had missed most. I was addicted to his kisses. I needed more. I needed to feel those lips all over. I needed him so badly it hurt. "I will," he said, sitting up into me. Our noses touched. "For a few minutes, I'll forget what you did. But tomorrow, you're leaving. You'll get out of my life and leave me in peace." My heart stopped, but I ignored the end of his sentence. He was going to forget, right? He'd said that. That was enough. The rest I'd deal with tomorrow. I nodded, knowing I wasn't being honest, but I couldn't turn down the chance to be with him. After just half an hour, he'd made me feel alive again, and there was no way I would give that up. He grabbed me around the thighs, picked me up off the sofa, and started carrying me. I hugged him and kissed him again. He smelled and tasted so good, like himself, like my Nick, the person I loved madly, desperately. He took me to his room and dropped me almost reverently on the mattress as if he were afraid I would disappear. Then he stood there observing me. I propped myself on my elbows to look back at him. How could he be so perfect? His hair was disordered, his lips swollen from kissing me, his stubble sexy. It had scratched me. I didn't care. I wanted to feel it all over my body. I was trembling from desire, pure carnal for him. "We're not fucking," he said, taking off his belt and dropping it on the floor. The surprise on my face must have been obvious, the disappointment too, because he smiled, not warmly, the way he usually did with me, not with lust or love, but as though teaching a lesson to a little girl whose naivete he found amusing. "We can do other stuff, though." He took his place between my legs, pushing my stomach until I lay flat. He bent over me, pulled my skirt down, and tossed it aside. His knees separated my legs while he pulled my shirt over my head. He stopped to look at me, to contemplate my breasts and their pink lacy bra. Nothing fancy, but it was comfortable, or at least that was what I thought when I threw it on to go out and see the city. He reached around my ribs, pulling me up softly and kissing my belly button. "You've lost weight," he whispered, but I could barely even hear him. His lips were now on the seam of my panties while his hands were stroking my legs. He was burning with desire. He got out of bed, kneeled, and pulled off my underwear. I was nervous. Not shy exactly, but it had been so long since Nick had touched me. I turned, edgy, and he must have noticed because even if his breathing revealed that he was dying to go on, he gave me a gentle look, as though to ease my mind. For a second, he was Nick. The Nick from before, the one who was truly present when we looked at each other. I closed my eyes to keep from forgetting that, and I held on to that vision until I was more relaxed. "Nick, shh." His lips traveled up my thighs, first kissing, then biting, then licking. I twisted and turned, but his hand on my stomach immobilized me. "Please," I almost begged him, no longer ashamed. He ignored me, kissing me all over, everywhere except for the place I needed him most. "What do you want, Noah? Tell me. I want to hear you say it." I shook my head. Why should I have to? Now his mouth was hovering over my body, not even touching me. I was flustered. "Say it, Noah. Say what you want and you can have it." But I couldn't, not aloud at least, and he knew that. Was this his way of punishing me? I opened my eyes and saw him there waiting. "Kiss me," I whispered. He climbed on top of me. His lips touched mine. He kissed me briefly and I moaned with frustration. Then I felt his hips pressing into mine, and for a few seconds I was relieved, but just for a few seconds. Then he rose up on his hands. "This isn't like it was before, Noah." He took hold of my chin. "You're not the inexperienced, sweet little girl who needs to be carefully taught what to do." I could sense in him the contained rage begging to break out. I didn't like it, and I sat up until I could bring our lips together again. I pulled him close. I wanted to feel him as a part of me. I wrapped my legs around his waist and heard him slowly expelling air. Then suddenly I wanted it fast. I didn't want there to be time for reproaches. When I slid my hand down to his pants, I knew he'd lost the battle. I'd forgotten what it meant to have him in my arms, what it was to feel him lose control. I wanted to feel that connection again, feel his halting breath, feel us moving together, giving each other pleasure, no games, just togetherness, letting everything flow. We rolled over and I got on top of him. I felt insecure that way, but I wasn't going to let him know that. Hands trembling, I tried to pull down his jeans and finally accomplished it with his help. Seconds later, he was naked, and all I had on was my bra. He trapped me again in his arms. "I told you, we're not going to fuck," he said, trapping my hands behind my head. "Jesus, Nicholas," I said, frustrated. I needed to be touched. I needed that contact more than anything in the world. Without warning, one of his fingers slipped inside me. I grimaced. To my surprise and his, he was hurting me. "You haven't..." I blushed with embarrassment. What was I going to say? That after what had happened, I hadn't let anyone even look at me more than once? That my sexual appetite had vanished like water in the desert? That the last time we'd done it in his apartment, when I'd drawn on his skin, had been the last time I'd felt anything? No way, I wasn't that pathetic. But my body gave me away. Something in his expression changed. Relief, maybe? I don't know, but he stopped delaying, got on his knees, brought his face into my crotch, and started tracing out circles with his tongue. I moaned. That was all he needed to keep going. He seemed as hungry as I was. His finger went inside me again, this time more carefully, and instead of pain, I felt relief. The pressure became stronger. His mouth went on working, and his other hand crept under my bra and squeezed my breast. It was all too much time without him, too many emotions repressed, too much stimulation. I arched my back and shouted. I couldn't control myself. My orgasm was like an explosion that wiped away everything. I was in heaven, but I was burning with the fires of hell. Nicholas didn't stop until it hurt. Then he pulled away to let me recover. I did, but slowly. I needed more. He did too. I could tell when I saw him start touching himself with his right hand, staring at me with a hard expression as if he wanted to give in but couldn't. We weren't going to do it that night, but that didn't mean I was ready to stop. I sat up and pulled him down until he was sitting. He couldn't control his breathing. That was fine. I would be taking the reins this time. I came around and kneeled between his legs, pinning him with my stare. "What are you doing?" he asked hoarsely. There was no going back. We were both playing the game of passion, love, and hate at the same time, and we couldn't just step away. Instead of answering, I did the thing I had never done before. I had no idea what I was doing, but he seemed to like it, and when I looked up at him without stopping, it drove him wild. Soon his hand was in my hair and he was moving rhythmically. Fuck. He didn't let me finish. He pushed me away, and I lay beside him in bed. He rubbed himself against me, then masturbated, and I did the same. His eyes were burning, and as a second orgasm came on strong, I started to see stars. We came at the same time, staring into each other's eyes. We'd barely touched each other. All we'd needed was to stare and ask each other, ask ourselves, how we'd gotten here. I fell asleep in his bed, hugging a pillow instead of him. When we'd finished, he'd gone into the bathroom, showered, and walked out. I guessed my grace period was over. Either way, I didn't have the energy to deal with it. My feelings were raw, and I just wanted to close my eyes and not think about what had happened, because if I did, I'd realize there was a kind of cold veil over everything we had done. It wasn't love. It was relief, something carnal while our feelings and emotions were hidden in a corner our souls couldn't reach. We had touched, but it had only been the most primitive parts of ourselves. I wished Nicholas would hold me, squeeze me in his arms, and tell me everything would be okay. Instead, he left, and I didn't have the strength to follow. I let sleep and exhaustion take me away. I closed my eyes, and everything disappeared.
15. Nick. As soon as I walked out of the room, I regretted it. I had given in, had succumbed to temptation, had eaten the forbidden fruit again, and I was sure the consequences would be terrible. I don't know if it's possible for your heart to physically hurt, but I think mine did. So badly that I had to get away from her. I shut myself up in my home office, pretending with all my might that Noah wasn't in my bed just then, trying to forget her naked body, her hands caressing me, her mouth giving me pleasure. She had done it so well for a moment. I was even angry. Had she done it with someone else? Just the thought of it drove me insane. In bed, she'd seemed the same as always, but it didn't matter. The same pure Noah I used to know had screwed another guy. Who was to say she hadn't kept going once we were apart? The thought of another guy's arms around Noah made me need to leave. Forget the feeling of her there under me, how soft her skin was, how sweet her kisses were. Her fragrance was still pursuing me even after my shower. My apartment suddenly felt small, and my body was drawn to go back to that room and finish what I left undone. I put on a pair of shorts, a white Nike t-shirt, and my running shoes, and headed off for Central Park. It was only 5 a.m., but there were already people out jogging and working out. I didn't dawdle. I didn't even warm up. I just ran and ran, wishing with all my heart that I'd get home and find Noah already gone, that she'd keep her promise and disappear from my life. Did I really want that, though? Yes. That was one thing I knew for sure. Being with her hurt too much, and I couldn't imagine ever having the strength to forgive her. I just wasn't capable of it. I got home 2 hours later, and everything was exactly the same as when I left. I went to my room, and she was still there between my sheets. She was sleeping face down, the sheet covering her lower body, and her bare back was shouting at me to rub it until she woke. I'd kiss her, make slow love to her, and then we'd go to a fancy cafe for breakfast. I'd buy her chocolate, show her all my favorite secret corners, and then, when she was tired of being a tourist, we'd come back, and I'd sink once more between her legs and make her shout my name until she was breathless. I slapped my face to bring myself back to reality. None of that was going to happen. All that was over. It had ended the night I'd found out she'd been with another man. I went to the bathroom and took a cold shower. When I came out, dressed in a pair of gray pajama pants, I found her sitting there, leaning back against the headboard, holding the sheet tight in her hands, trying to cover up every inch of her nakedness. She looked at me hesitantly, probably with no idea what she should do. I bent down to pick up her shirt off the floor and I tossed it to her. "Get dressed," I ordered, trying to control myself, trying to stay calm. She wasn't sure whether to obey. When I looked at her with her hair still uncombed and those lips I wanted to nibble, I had to force myself to turn around and walk out. In the kitchen, I grabbed my phone and called Steve. He'd moved to the city. His place wasn't too far from mine. My father had said he now worked for me and me alone. and I was grateful to have someone I could trust watching my back. "I need you to get her out of here," I said. I sounded desperate, but I couldn't help it. Steve sighed, but I knew he'd do as I said. He owed it to me. He should have never brought her to my apartment. I hung up and made coffee. A minute later, she was standing there in my kitchen. She wasn't dressed, not in her clothes, at least. She was wearing my white button-down, which hung to her knees. I guessed she'd showered, because her hair was slicked down and her face looked clean and fresh, without a trace of our kisses from the night before. "I called Steve to come pick you up," I told her, pouring my coffee. I was trying to stay calm, as if what I was doing were predictable, as if throwing out the person I had been in love with were the most normal thing in the world. "I don't want to go," she whispered. I looked at her, saw the way our breakup had changed her. She was so thin. She'd lost so much weight, I was afraid I'd break her the night before. She wasn't the Noah I remembered. That brave girl always ready to face off with me. The one who'd made my life so interesting. Our fights had always been brutal, but now she was like a frightened doe. And that only made me angrier. "What are you after, Noah?" I asked, my voice ice cold. I didn't want to lose it and unleash all the fury I knew was still buried inside me. But I needed her to understand that nothing was going to change how I felt. There's nothing you can say or do that can erase what happened. Last night was nice, but I can get the same thing from anyone, and I'm not interested in playing games with you. "You're still in love with me," she said, and stepped forward. She was going to try to touch me, and I jerked away, feeling disgusted at myself. Disgusted because I'd let things go so far the night before. I didn't want to give her false hope. That hadn't been my intention. "I was in love with you," I corrected her. "I was, Noah, in the past. You cheated on me. And I know there may be people who can forgive that, but you know me perfectly, and I'm not one of them." "And I am," she replied, wrapping her arms around herself. "You can't pretend that what happened a few hours ago didn't affect you as much as me. I can see it in your eyes, Nicholas. I saw it last night, and I saw it on the day of Jenna's wedding. You still have feelings for me. You still—" "What do you want me to say, Noah?" I shouted. But in reality, I wasn't furious at her. I was furious at myself. Furious because I hadn't managed to control myself. Furious because I'd fallen not once, but twice. Furious because however hard I tried, I couldn't hide what I felt for her. "You obviously know how to play this game way better than I do." Noah blinked without comprehending. "I'm not playing. I just want—" She didn't finish the phrase. She didn't need to. I knew perfectly what it was she wanted. "You should go," I said a few seconds later. I picked up my cup and turned around to drop it in the sink. It gave me an excuse not to look her in the eye. "How can you do this?" she asked. And then I had to face her. A flash of anger crossed her honey-colored eyes. "Tell me how you can just go on with your life, because I can't." That was ridiculous. I didn't have a life anymore. It was just work, endless work, and there was no room for love. I was happy like that, without any sentimental burdens. Love was bullshit. I'd given everything for love, and look where it had got me. I knew if I wanted to get rid of her, I had to make her realize nothing was going to change. If I wanted to walk out that door and not get hurt again, I had to be hard. I had to stick my fingers straight into the wound. I looked at her again, and something I hadn't noticed before captured my attention. She was wearing the silver necklace I'd given her for her 18th birthday. I walked over, reached around her neck, and found the clasp. Noah was too lost to understand what I'd done until I stepped back with her pendant, stuffing it in my back pocket. "Give it back," she said, incredulous, not really sure what had happened. You have to stop clinging to something that doesn't exist, damn it. Give me my necklace, Nicholas, she said through clenched teeth. Why? I asked, loud enough that she flinched. Why the hell are you still wearing it? Are you trying to make me remember something? You think you're going to make my sensitivity get the best of me? Well, you can forget that. She blinked, surprised by my words, then shoved me hard. You want to know why I wear it? She screamed. It reminds me of you. That's it. You don't like to hear that? Well, it's the fucking truth, you hear me? I miss you. No, I didn't want to hear the truth. Not that truth, anyway. I didn't want to feel guilty. I didn't want to admit that I missed her, too. Damn it. I didn't want to admit that it hurt me as much as it did her to take something away from her that I'd given her so I'd always be with her. I'd done that because I wanted her to know how much I loved her. I needed to end this. Now. I'm with someone, I said, staring her down. Noah froze. The ire drained from her face, and slowly she absorbed what I'd said. She seemed lost. But finally she found the words. What do you mean? I closed my eyes and wiped my face with my hand, fed up. Did I have to do this? Was it necessary? Was it necessary for us to hurt each other even more? Yes, it was. I'm in a relationship, Noah, with Sophia. Those words seemed to strike her in the chest with the force of a bullet. Her eyes opened wide when she heard that name, as if she felt betrayed. And now, dejection again gave way to wrath. I wanted to pull her close just then, to tell her it had been a lie, but I couldn't. I had to finish this, and faster was better, without leaving room for doubt. She looked at the ground between us. Outside, the sun was coming up. The first rays of sunlight were flooding through the windows, taking away the darkness of our lies, the shadows of what we'd done a few hours before. I'd said it, and there was no turning back. When she finally looked up again, I knew I had destroyed her. It was her all along, wasn't it? Her voice cracked. Her heart, too. I couldn't believe how quickly she'd just accepted that lie. Had I done such a bad job of showing her how much I loved her? Was it so easy to believe that? So hard to accept that she was the only one who was ever real for me? Her, and her alone. I clenched my fists. Yes, I said, loud and clear. I fell in love with Sophia as soon as I met her. The very first time I laid eyes on her. She's pretty, smart. We like the same things. We have the same ambitions. And I'm sorry to say this, Noah, but with her, everything's easy. There's no drama, no problems. Sophia's a woman, not a little girl. The sarcasm in my voice couldn't have been clearer. No one could have missed it. Except, I guess, for Noah. She blinked, wiped her eyes, tried to hold back the tears. All this time, she responded, stepping forward to shove me again. She missed. It was a weak attempt. Looking back now, I think it was at that moment that we were finally finished. We were both broken, devastated, and the one way of putting ourselves together again was off the table. It's best if you go, I said, with the little strength I had remaining. She didn't even look at me. She just walked past me and disappeared into my room. Later, I'd find out Steve had dropped her at a hotel.
Part 2. Getting over it, or something. 16. Noah. You could say I'd been stupid, a fool, or that what little self-esteem I had wasn't enough for me to keep going. Either way, Nick's words cut me deep. I believed them. Let's leave it at that. After my stay in New York, where I didn't budge from my room until it was time to go to the airport, I went back to my apartment, feeling like the most miserable idiot on the face of the earth. Nick and Sophia. Sophia and Nick. God, it fucking hurt so badly just thinking about it, especially knowing they'd lied to me for so long. But I wasn't an idiot. Nicholas had loved me. There was no doubting that. The best actor in the world couldn't have faked the way he felt. Still, it was easy to imagine him falling for her. I was a wreck when I reached Los Angeles, but I was no longer scared. I'd gone almost a year without seeing Nick. Then the wedding came and I'd learned to hope. Had made myself believe that if we saw each other again, he wouldn't be able to keep on ignoring what he felt for me. I tried to grab hold of him, had gotten burned, and now realized there was nothing left to hold on to. Back in my apartment, I noticed I had a missed call from Mom. She probably wanted to know if I'd made it home all right, and even though I knew she wouldn't ask, I imagined she wanted to make sure I wasn't a disaster after seeing Nick again. It hadn't been easy to repair my relationship with my mother. In the months after the breakup, I didn't only have to admit Nick was gone and had left me, I also had to deal with a bad family situation. That night, the night of the anniversary of Lester Enterprises, I learned things that changed my perspective, especially as far as my mom went. Things that made me hate everything about her. Talking to her again was the hardest thing. At first, I didn't want to look at her. I refused to even let her into my apartment. If it weren't for Jenna's support, I don't know how I'd have emerged from the bottomless pit I'd fallen into. A few months after Nick left for New York, I decided to pick up the phone, and after lots and lots of talking, my mom told me her side of the story. She said she hadn't meant to start a relationship with William. She was working in a hotel at the time. I was 6, and things with Dad were falling apart. One day, they asked her to take room service up to a guest. It wasn't her job, but one of the waitresses was sick, and she had to fill in. The guest turned out to be William Lester, but 13 years younger than now, rich, handsome, attractive, with the whole world in his hands. I'd seen Nick, so I could imagine what my mother must have seen in William back then. She had been just 24 at the time, and she'd never been with a man apart from my dad. She'd gotten pregnant when she was young, hadn't been able to enjoy her youth, and had become responsible as soon as she'd found out she was going to have a child. When William started flirting with her, her world turned upside down. No one had ever treated her like that, telling her all those sweet nothings, giving her flowers. My father was an asshole. He always had been, even before he started losing his shit. So they had an affair, and William didn't even learn of my father's existence until 6 years later. William had thought he'd been the only one who was cheating. They didn't see each other often, just when he went to Canada, and when they met, it was basically, well, you can imagine. When she got the call telling her I was in the hospital, almost bleeding to death, William discovered all that my mother had hidden. The bruises she'd covered up with makeup, plus my father never hit her in the face, or at least tried not to, because he didn't want anyone to know what was happening in our home. For the rest, my mother always told William they should do it with the lights off. William was shocked. Even in his worst nightmares, he'd never imagined the woman who drove him wild, who had changed everything for him. The woman he'd leave everything for was married, with a kid and an abusive husband. At that point, everything got complicated. My mother lost custody of me briefly, and the guilt consumed her. Worse than the abuse she'd suffered was the fact that she wasn't allowed to care for me. She ended things with William, turned her back on the world, started drinking so much she had to go to rehab, which William paid for. After months in treatment, months when I was in an orphanage, they let her have me again. My mother didn't want to see Will anymore. Never, she told herself, would she make that same mistake again. She swore from that moment on she'd live for me and me alone. "I've never forgiven myself for what happened that night, Noah," she confessed, choking on tears. "Your father had never laid a hand on you, and I was stupid. I was blinded by my love for Will. In those days, you and he were the only ones who could make me happy. We barely ever saw each other, and when we did, I was so happy. I felt so special, so alive. William was only going to be in town that night, and I needed to see him. I needed him like the air I breathed." That day, I held the phone to my ear, thinking about how what my mother was saying was exactly like what I felt for Nick. I understood her. I understood the need to escape at least, and I was aware that I couldn't just condemn her forever. She had been there for me always, had made sacrifices so I could study, so I could have a better life. I forgave her in the end. I had to. She was my mother. Our relationship wasn't the way it was before, but I went home at least. We ate together, and I cried. I cried a lot. She hugged me. She told me she was sorry and that she was sorry for what had happened with Nick. I told myself what I'd had with Nicholas had been real. Life might have caused problems, a lack of trust that separated us, but it had been real. I dropped my bags on my bed and tried to touch the pendant that had been my anchor all that time, and when I remembered it wasn't there anymore, I let my hand fall with sorrow. I had to keep going. After all, he had. The months after that were better than I had expected. School and work distracted me. I didn't hear from Nicholas again, not firsthand anyway. Of course, the news that Nicholas Lester was going out with Senator Aiken's daughter made it into the papers. Seeing them together, holding hands, wounded me. How could it not? But it also helped me transform my sorrow into anger, distance, coldness. I told myself that was better and that I didn't care. I was lying to myself, obviously, but it helped me get through the days and weeks. It was easier that way. Before I knew it, Thanksgiving break had come, and after thinking it over and leaving my mother hanging the year before, I told her I'd go to William's house, which was more than an hour away. I'd spend the time listening to music and thinking about my bills and trying to figure out how I'd pay for the book I needed for my law class. Luckily, my lodging was paid for, and my new roommate soon took Briar's place. But still, I was struggling to get to the end of the month. I was working in a cafe on campus. My boss had told me 2 days before that he would have to let me go. Someone had opened a bar 2 streets away, and we'd lost a lot of clientele. As the last one in, I was the first one out. I needed to make a move and fast. I was planning on spending the weekend with my mother and Will, so I took a small suitcase out of the closet and stuffed it with random clothes. I wasn't planning on getting dressed up, and if I needed to, there was always my closet there. I did pack my law books. I'd have exams right after Thanksgiving, and hate it as I might, I had to study. I hated the subject. I didn't know if it was because it reminded me of Nick, or if it was just that I wasn't good at memorizing laws, but it put me in the worst mood. I'd picked it because it was about copyright and intellectual property and other things I thought a writer might need. But I couldn't wait for the day I could put it all out of my head. All that information was probably on Google anyway. I hadn't used the suitcase since I'd gone to the Hamptons, so unsurprisingly, there were still things inside. A toothbrush I thought I had lost, some black lace panties, my waterproof eyeliner, and, to my surprise, a business card with the name Lincoln Baxwell. The card read, lawyer, publicist, and property manager. I remembered him. He was a friend of Jenna's dad. He had been there at the wedding. Nice guy. If I remembered right, he'd given me his card in case I was ever looking for work in the field. I couldn't believe it. I'd totally forgotten he'd said that, probably because Nicholas had come over and said something nasty, forcing me to walk away. I didn't have any idea what sort of work a 19-year-old student could do for him, but there was no harm in asking. I looked at my watch and saw it was too late to call, so I decided I'd do it tomorrow on my way to Will's. And if the world didn't hate me as much as it seemed, maybe I'd have a new job before I knew it. The next morning it was chilly, and I was glad to have the Audi with me. For a long time I had avoided using it, much to my mother's dismay. It was a gift, she kept telling me. It was mine, and it was ridiculous to just let it sit there. And she'd been right. My old car was on its last legs, and there was no way I could buy a new one on my own. So eventually I gave in. I mean, the car was mine, and it was an Audi after all. When I was on the road and it was late enough, I decided to call Lincoln Baxwell. I was nervous. The phone rang several times, and I only heard a hello right before I was about to hang up. Hi, I was hoping to talk to Lincoln Baxwell. My name is Noah Morgan. I'm William Lester's stepdaughter, I said meekly. I didn't like using Will's name to open doors for me, but I wasn't in a position to be finicky. Just a second. Baxwell picked up a few minutes later. Sorry about the delay. It's Noah, right? Baxwell asked politely. He sounded friendly, just as he had at the party. I was embarrassed to say why I'd called, but I mean, he had given me his card, right? Hello, Mr. Baxwell. Yeah, this is Noah Morgan. We met at Jenna Tavish's wedding. I remember. You're Nicholas Lester's stepsister, right? That's me, I said with slight sarcasm. Come on, Noah, relax. It was time to beg, alas. I was calling because when we met at the wedding, I was interested in that project you had in mind. I hesitated. LRB, he clarified. Shit, I could have at least gotten the name right. He must have thought I was an idiot. Yeah, sorry, LRB. So basically, I'd love to take you up on that offer to work in a major company that's just about to open. I honestly haven't had any real intern experience off campus, and I'd like to try out different fields before settling on something. He knew what I wanted, right? Baxter pleasantly agreed, saying, No problem, Noah. I'll pull some strings and have my secretary call you. I have to tell you, I'm surprised you got in touch. It doesn't matter, though. I'd be happy to have you on my team. I'm sure you're a good worker. Send your transcripts to my secretary along with your class schedule and any references you might have. We're very busy, and what I need is people who will make my life easier. So if you're good with paperwork, we could have you in for a couple of hours a day without messing up your schoolwork. Sound good? I almost shouted with joy. It had been so easy. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I could have asked Will for a favor, but it was better this way, especially since Baxwell was the one who had tried to recruit me, right? I said thanks and goodbye and almost rear-ended the car in front of me, which was stopped at a red light. My sense of relief had distracted me from the road. I was no longer jobless.
17. Nick. There I was, looking at my computer screen, not really sure how I should feel. Everything seemed completely off kilter. I had an email from Anne, Maddie's social worker, telling me that they'd done all the tests and there was no further doubt about who Maddie's real father was. That fact, combined with my father's lawsuit against my mother for covering up her knowledge of his paternity for years, had resulted in the court granting him partial custody. That meant the visits that had previously gone through Anne would now be agreed upon by my parents. I was happy when I found all this out. Of course I was fucking happy. My sister was finally mine, and she was my sister. Period. Not my half-sister, as I'd always believed. I'd always hated thinking of her father, how his presence meant she wasn't entirely mine somehow. I'd hated having our visits cut down into a few hours. I'd hated seeing the nasty expressions on the Graysons' faces whenever I took her with me. Things would be much easier now, or so I believed. I sighed. Now, when it came to Maddie, I'd have to deal mainly with my father, a man who seemed to have lost any notion of how to act around kids. Not that he'd ever been known for his patience with them. Just look at the way he'd treated me. Still, I was surprised by how determined he was to win her affection and how hard he tried. As soon as he was able, my father tried to get shared custody and change her name from Madison Grayson to Madison Lester. There were still details to work out there. Throughout the process, the one who had suffered the most was Maddie, and that made me angry. Her father, the guy who was supposed to be her father for more than 5 years, had washed his hands both of my mother and the girl he had watched grow. The bastard didn't even want to help explain things to her. It was a delicate issue. Telling her the man she thought was her father wasn't, and that she had a new dad and he loved her very much. Often in cases like this, the person who'd raised the child will fight with the biological father for custody, or at least for the right to continue being a part of her life. You'd think he'd have wanted to be there if she needed him. But none of that had happened, and all my sister could do was keep saying, "But I love Daddy, my real Daddy." And she couldn't understand why he didn't love her anymore, and had just given her to a new father she barely knew. She was irritable. Where she'd once been precious with a smile constantly on her face, she was now hurt and angry at the world. My mother left Vegas and got an apartment in downtown LA. Maddie couldn't adapt to all those changes. I was the only person she ever wanted to see, and she'd call me late at night so she could fall asleep. She was scared. She didn't like her new home, all her old toys were gone, she said, and her friends were far away, and her new school was ugly. She wanted to come live with me. That was what she said every time we talked on the phone. "When are you coming to see me, Nick?" she'd ask with a frown. "When can we go to the Ferris wheel? When is Daddy coming back? When will Mama start acting normal again?" Those questions hurt, and they drove me crazy because they meant my mother wasn't taking care of her. She didn't want for anything. She was eating, she was healthy, but what about everything else? In Anne's email, she said my father had asked for Maddie to spend Thanksgiving with him. The judge had ordered him and my mother to split the holidays, and my mother hadn't put up a fight. Before she signed off, Anne reminded me that I no longer had to consult with her about any visits, and that if I had legal questions, I should talk to my father. He had written to me, too, asking me to spend the holiday with him. Maddie would adapt better having me around, he said, and we needed to do everything we could for her. To tell the truth, going home for the holidays, for Thanksgiving or any other day, hadn't even crossed my mind. There was no point in family gatherings or shared meals or anything like that. Was I really supposed to sit at the same table with a man who had lied to me for years and the woman who'd caused my parents to divorce and my mother to abandon me? To hell with that. Going there could only hurt me because of the childhood memories, because of the even more painful memories of things that had happened afterward. For me, that house was Noah. I saw her in every corner. I imagined her coming downstairs in pajamas or in a pretty sundress and low-heeled sandals, throwing herself into my arms and kissing me passionately. Noah in the kitchen, eating breakfast. Noah in her bedroom asleep. When I finally realized, my heart sped up every time I saw her. Noah in my bed, naked, the first time we made love. I say we, because for me it was a first time too. The first time I ever truly loved someone. I didn't know much about what was going on with her. Now and again, Lion told me something about her. The same couldn't be said for me. With the way the press was hounding me non-stop, there was no way she didn't know every detail of my life. I'd been in the magazines because of my relationship with Sophia, but also because of all the downsizing at Lester Enterprises. The papers were calling me ruthless, heartless. The whole thing had me stressed. I always knew it wouldn't be easy to get that company back in shape. Nothing as big as my grandfather's company could be easy to run. But with everyone able to access information all the time, you couldn't keep things under wraps. That was the thing I struggled with most, the lack of privacy, not being able to run my business the way I wanted to. So I'd had to fire a lot of people. I'd had to shut down 2 subsidiaries, but I'd also opened a new one, and I'd be able to transfer many of the people I otherwise would have let go. It had just been a month, but I knew the new branch would create lots of jobs in the future, with better pay than what the employees had received at their previous firm, which had been badly managed and had little room in the budget. Try telling that to people who just want a good headline, though. I looked away from the computer. I was going to call my father the next day and tell him I'd be there for Thanksgiving. What other option did I have? My sister was the most important person in my life now, the only one I owed it to never be angry, the person I needed to take care of, to teach that there were still adults in the world she could trust. Maddie was 7.5 now. She was getting older, and she understood more and more of what was going on. She was sharp. You couldn't just buy her an ice cream or a toy and distract her. What she'd suffered in those months had marked her. She was growing up, and the lessons she'd learned made it hard for her to trust others. I walked out of my office to get a glass of water. It was late, but I was still wide awake. I needed to do something. I walked to my bedroom and looked at Sophia's nude back. She should have left already. That was rule number 1. We never slept together. But we were coming closer and closer to breaking it. I sat on the love seat in front of the bed and observed her dark hair on the pillow, her curves under the white silk sheets. She was stunning. She couldn't be more self-assured, and I liked that. She wasn't like an earthquake that knocked down everything in her path. She was smart, seductive, and could get whatever she wanted with words. I liked her. Of course I did. I wasn't an idiot. She was pleasant. She came from a good family. She was intelligent, had a backbone, and was nothing to sneeze at in a sack. We were good together in that way. Sometimes she took the lead, sometimes I did. She would have made a good girlfriend, a perfect life companion. She was the kind of woman who would always be there supporting you, giving you advice, hugging you when you needed it, kissing you till you were breathless. She'd be a good mother, too, a working mother, obviously. The kind who would put her kids in the best schools, make sure they were always well cared for, well dressed and healthy. The kind of mother who knew everything. I imagined her coming home late to tuck the kids in when they were already asleep, giving them a kiss, then sitting down and resting. Sophia was that and everything. But she was no Noah.
18. Noah. I got to Will's place at 11 in the morning, just in time to have a nice hot breakfast. My mother came out to receive me in a crocheted shawl that I imagined was way more expensive than it looked. Her blonde hair was shorter than the last time I saw her, coming roughly to her shoulders. Her blue eyes looked at me with love and joy as she saw me getting out and waving to her. When I reached the top of the steps, I let her hug me. It had been an eternity since I'd gone home. My mother and I had seen each other, but it was always at my apartment or at some fancy restaurant. The memories of Nick wouldn't leave me alone, and that was the reason I'd stayed away. Now I was going to be here for 2 days with her and her husband, but at least I didn't need to worry about Nick showing up for the holiday. He hated being there. He had hated it even when we were together, and there had always been fights about it. So Thanksgiving without Nicholas, all the better for me. I walked to the kitchen where Will was having a pleasant chat with Pret. She hugged me and he smiled. When he gave me an embrace in turn, it was much more comforting than I'd expected. I couldn't help but remember what my mother had told me about him, but even if he was the man she cheated on my father with, he had taken care of her and made her happy during a very dark period in her life. I didn't even want to think about what might have happened if Will hadn't checked my mother into that rehab facility. But if I had to guess, she'd probably be treading water somewhere, still damaged from years of abuse and the loss of her daughter after her supposed negligence. I'd have grown up in orphanages. They'd never have let me live with her again. We spent the morning catching up. I didn't want to say anything about losing my job. I didn't want to face my mother's disdain or hear Will say I should just focus on my studies and it would be an honor for him to help me out financially. We talked about other things, and when the formalities were done, he said something that caught my attention. I had to really fight for my daughter to be able to spend Thanksgiving with us, and now I've got it, and I have no idea what to do to win her over. His daughter. Oh, Maddie, damn, of course. Is that still a delicate subject or not? I looked at my mother. She seemed relaxed, much more so than on that accursed night when all the hidden truths had come to light at once. Maddie's going to be here for Thanksgiving? I asked with slight reluctance. I'd heard from Mom that Will was splitting custody and that they were trying to figure out how to explain to the girl what was going on. We need to make up for lost time, Will said, getting up from the table and smiling. After kissing my mother on the cheek, he walked out, and I used the opportunity to find out more. Did you want to add something, Mom? I asked, taking a sip of coffee. She took a seat in front of me and sighed. William feels guilty for everything that happened. He wants to finally get his life in order. Everything's insane right now. I don't think anyone would be happy to find out from one day to the next that they've got a 7-year-old daughter with their crazy ex-wife. I opened my eyes a little wider. My mother had never used that tone, at least not in front of me. It had been a tough blow for her. In the years after my father hurt me, things with William weren't exactly easy. There were numerous arguments and breakups. Things were unstable. But none of that could compare to learning after the fact that he'd gotten his wife pregnant during all that. Mom would probably never get over that. How are you? I asked, feeling a little sorry for her. When there are kids in the middle, it always fucks things up, she replied. If she was talking like that, it had to be bad. The little girl doesn't understand a thing. Will's killed himself trying to get her to like him every time he's gone to see her. But she's just not having it. Poor Mad. So little, so sweet, so precious. I remembered the times I'd gone with Nick to Vegas to pick her up. He'd always been like a father to her. He adored her. She was his little sister, the only person who never tried his patience. It must have been horrible for her to find out her father wasn't her father. How do you tell a child that? How do you explain it? Even for me, it wasn't easy to understand. Suddenly, something came to my mind, something logical, but that threw me into a terror. Mom, Nick's not... I felt a knot in my stomach when I saw my mother look up from the table to me. Could she see the slow, painful panic that was taking hold of me? Relax. Nick hates staying here. William invited him to come. He does it every year, but I doubt Nick will say yes. That response wasn't convincing, especially now that I knew his little sister was involved. How many days is Maddie staying here? I asked, trying to calm my galloping heart. Just the weekend. Nick was going to come, and he'd be staying there. I knew it. Damn it, I'd have to see him again. Thanksgiving started with a cool, rainy morning. The sky was gray, and I felt sad when I thought of the sun hidden behind it on what was supposed to be such a special day. I woke up early, too early, and put on a warm lavender blue robe and house shoes. My mother had said we were having guests for lunch, Among them a married couple Will was friends with, who were bringing their little kids. At least Maddie will have someone to play with, I thought. She hadn't confirmed that Nick would stay there, so I tried to convince myself he would come, drop his sister off, and leave again to take his new girlfriend out to eat, or keep working on one of his mega projects in his new role as a big-time businessman. I went down to the kitchen. Pret was frantic. I took a look at the turkey in the oven. It had probably already been there for several hours. On the counter were potatoes, peas, spices, and all sorts of other treats waiting to be prepared. "Hey, Pret," I said with a smile, sitting down and savoring the aromas. She wiped her hands on the front of her apron and smiled. She liked me, I knew that, even if she had always taken Nicholas's side in our arguments. I turned to her many times to complain about him, especially in the early months when we were first dating. Pret had been cooking for the Lesters for years, ever since Nick was a kid, and she knew him well. She spoiled him, too. That drove me crazy sometimes. "Can I help you?" I didn't mind cooking. I even liked it, especially on an occasion like today. She said there was no need, but I kept pressing, and 2 hours later we were both working away, peeling potatoes, boiling water, kneading dough for pumpkin and apple pies, and all kinds of other things. The morning flew by, and when everything was ready, Pret poured 2 glasses of cider, and we toasted to a job well done. She also laid out delicious cheese pastries. We deserved them. We'd been cooking like master chefs. When I saw the time, I almost jumped out of my seat. If I wanted to look good for all invited, I'd need to get a move on. I said goodbye to Pret, but promised I'd lend her a hand with the turkey when she was ready. I smelled like food and spices, so I decided to opt for a bath, pouring in the lemon and mango salts I like so much. Then I walked into the closet to pick my outfit. I found a burgundy skirt, a little fluffy, with a closure of 2 black strips. It was pretty, and I matched it with a snug light-colored blouse that buttoned up the back. In the entryway, I found my mother greeting the new arrivals, a couple with kids, 8-year-old twins with blonde hair combed back, in matching shorts, shirts, and blue ties. I thought I'd seen their parents before. I assumed they were Will's friends, judging by my mother's enthusiastic reaction. They came over and said a cordial hello, and I forced a smile until they walked off toward the living room where the guests who'd shown up earlier had congregated. The bell rang again, and to avoid socializing, I opened the door, not thinking. A pair of icy eyes stared straight through me when I did. I was paralyzed, speechless, staring like a stupid little girl. Contradictory emotions overwhelmed me. Longing, lust, rancor, love. It had been more than 3 months since I'd last seen him, but they felt like nothing. Vividly, I remembered everything we'd done that last night. Warmth suffused me, and I tried to suppress all the images in my mind unsuited to an audience under 18. Damn it, he was incredible. He was dressed in dark jeans and a white shirt with the top 2 buttons unbuttoned. On his feet were gray Converse. His expression was surprised. Clearly, he'd had no idea he'd see me there. Next to him was his sister, who barely reached his waist. Her tiny hand was hidden completely inside Nick's, and she was wearing a gray, red, and white plaid dress. Her shoes were black patent leather, and in her hair was a red ribbon that matched her dress. I saw all that in a matter of seconds. Then Maddie recognized me, let Nick's hand go, and took off. "Noah!" she shouted, pressing against my legs and wrapping her arms around my waist. My eyes met Nick's briefly, and his initial astonishment had been replaced by a cold, impassive mask. I touched Maddie's impeccably styled hair and tried as hard as I could not to look at him. "Hey, precious," I greeted her, amazed at how much bigger she'd gotten since I'd last seen her. She was going to be a stunner when she was older, and there was now no denying she was Will's daughter. The traits she shared with Nick, which I'd mistakenly attributed to her mother, were clearly from the Lester genes. Those big eyes, those long lashes, they were natural to both Will and Nick, whereas, considering Annabelle's long blonde hair, his mother's dark lashes were probably stick-ons. Maddie stepped back, looked at Nick, looked at me, and then back at Nick. She seemed to be expecting something. Nick stepped forward, and I stiffened as he put his hands on my waist and kissed my cheek. It was brief, barely a kiss at all, but it made every hair on my body stand on end. "Happy Thanksgiving, Noah," he said, pulling back. "Happy Thanksgiving, Noah!" Maddie shouted, jumping up and down and grabbing my hand. I understood what was going on. Nick didn't want his little sister to know what had happened between us, or that he could barely look at me without grimacing in disgust. Maddie had seen us together lots of times, had seen the way Nick hugged and kissed me, the way we laughed. Nick had told her thousands of times that we were his girls, his favorite girls, and he loved us like mad. You could have cut the tension with a knife. The atmosphere was icy. The kiss he'd given me couldn't have been faker or more forced. I had no idea if Maddie had noticed, but if she thought she'd seen the same Nick and Noah as before, she was wrong. I wasn't going to pretend in front of her. I couldn't bear it. Nicholas had hurt me. I'd hurt him too, but I'd always been honest about how I felt. "I'm sorry to say this, Noah, but with her, everything's easy. There's no drama, no problems. Sophia's a woman, not a little girl." I pursed my lips and glared at him, then forced a smile and brought Maddie inside. Nicholas followed me, taking off his coat and hanging it on the rack. Maddie didn't seem too happy once she was inside, and soon she was frowning. She looked scared, then irritated. I kneeled and took off her red coat. I reached up to pass it to Nicholas, who hung it next to his. Will and my mother appeared in the vestibule. Nick walked up beside Maddie, and she stood there between us, hiding her head behind my body. Suddenly, she was nervous and timid. "Hey, Maddie," my mother greeted her nervously. "I'm Noah's mom. Can I see that beautiful dress you've got on?" Maddie looked up at me once she realized it was my mother. I smiled, as though encouraging her to come out from her hiding place. "You're Noah's mom?" she asked, looking her up and down, now curious. "Yes, I'm Noah's mom, and I'm also married to your daddy, Will," she answered, coming a little closer. Will's anxiety was palpable. I'd never seen him like that, and it made me realize how important the weekend was for him. Maddie's blue eyes turned to her father, and she grimaced. "He's not my dad." That was cutting. 7 years old, and she could already bring 4 adults to their knees with her words. That was when Nick decided to intervene. He bent over, picked Maddie up, and started tickling her. She got distracted and laughed. Once Will was over the shock, he managed a less than convincing smile. "Let's go eat," he proposed. "There's enough food for an army, so I hope you're ready to get stuffed." We went to the dining room where the other guests were gathered. Maddie looked happy to see 2 other kids she could play with and took off toward the remote control train Will had set up to keep them entertained. As she sat down to watch, I noticed Will couldn't stop looking at her, and I wondered what he could do to finally win the girls' affections. I was about to walk over and sit down when Nick grabbed my elbow and took me toward the vestibule again, away from the group. "Are you staying for the weekend?" he asked, and by his expression I could tell he was no happier than I was that we'd be back under the same roof again. "I'm staying till Monday. I have a law exam on Tuesday," I said, as if he cared. I couldn't stop thinking about the last words we'd exchanged and the photos I'd seen of him and Sophia. All the rage I tried to tamp down rose back up and was making me lose control. "They should have told me," he said, more for himself than for me. His words angered me. He wasn't the only one made uncomfortable by the situation. I turned to go, wanting to get out of his sight, but he grabbed me again. I hated him touching me like that, and I jerked away. When I faced off with him, I saw something strange in his expression, at once exasperated and embarrassed. "Before you go," he said, "you should know my sister doesn't know about our breakup." Just as I'd predicted. "You didn't tell your sister we're not together?" I said, holding on to my rage. "She's a little girl. She won't understand." I looked up at the ceiling, huffing. "So what's your plan then, Nicholas? Pretend nothing happened? I think we tried that and the results weren't great." Damn it, I shouldn't have mentioned our fight in New York, but that wasn't all I meant. Nicholas looked at my body, then my face, and seemed to get suddenly flustered, running his hand through his hair. When he turned to me, he looked nervous and worried. "I know I shouldn't ask for this, but I just don't know what to tell her. At least not right now. Not when her parents have separated and she has to get used to a new family." It calmed me down to see him so stressed. His eyes revealed anguish, and I knew why. That adorable little girl, his sister, was suffering. "Maddie's crazy about you. She can't stop asking about you. And You hid the truth." I finished the sentence for him. He smiled. I couldn't remember the last time he'd done it, and for a moment he had me entranced. "Look, I'm not asking you to fake anything. Let's just get along this weekend for Maddie. For us. I promise you I won't act like an asshole." I bit my lip. Get along? Was that possible? I didn't know if I'd be able to do what he was asking. Not when just the sight of him made me ache, and it got worse when I thought about how he had lied to me and was in love with another woman. I stepped back and looked toward the dining room. Maddie was alone, ignoring the family she barely knew. It reminded me of when I had come here for the first time. "Okay," I said. "We'll get along. For Maddie." He tried to say something, but I'd already turned around and was walking off. In the dining room, it was clear Will and my mother had been aware of our absence and were observing us, hoping to see what mood we were in. I ignored their inquisitive gazes and sat down at the table where Pratt was serving the food. Nick did the same, turning to his sister who had started to cry in our absence. "Don't leave me here alone, Nick," she said as he picked her up and set her on his lap. "Sweetheart, I just had to tell Noah something, but I'm here. You want some potatoes?" he asked warmly. Nick waited patiently while the girl ate after giving her 2 soft kisses on the cheeks and wiping away her tears. That reminded me of the times he had kissed my tears away before kissing me on the lips. "Your lips are so soft when you cry," he used to tell me. As if he were reading my thoughts, he looked up, and I stared down at my plate uncomfortable. I played with my food, and when dessert came, I only managed a few bites each of pumpkin pie and apple pie, even if they were delicious. After lunch, we returned to the living room, and Maddie started playing with the remote control train. Nick sat on the sofa, and his dog Thor came over and sat at his feet, waiting for a scratch behind the ears. Without warning, our cat N, which had grown into a giant fur ball, and which I'd had to bring home because my new roommate was allergic to cats, jumped into Nick's lap, making Thor growl. They'd never gotten along well, but this kind of dust-up was rare. Nick was surprised to see N, and I'd swear he gave me a guilty look after seeing him. I mean, he was our cat, and Nick had just left him behind. "Good Lord, what the hell's up with N?" he asked as the cat settled in, rubbing against him and purring, as if he'd forgotten Nick was our common enemy. Traitor. Maddie left the train and started playing with the cat. Since she was going to be around more, I was glad she had pets to entertain her. Nick looked over, but before he could say anything, I walked off toward the kitchen. I put on an apron before talking with Pratt and helping her dry the silverware. In spite of myself, I laughed at the story she told me about Nicholas when he'd been a little boy. One time, he got the crazy idea to fill his pockets with grasshoppers, dozens of them, teeny tiny ones. I took off his clothes to give him a bath, and the nasty little things hopped all over the bathroom. They even got in the tub. It took 3 hours for me and Steve to get them all out of the house. Fortunately, when Mr. Lester got home, the boy was already in bed, fast asleep. I remember Mr. Lester even congratulated me for doing a good job keeping his little monster in line. If he only knew. I was amused to think of Nick as a boy with big blue eyes and unkempt hair in shorts hunting for grasshoppers with God knew what scheme in his mind. When I saw him, I stopped laughing. But Pret was still smiling and shaking her head. Tattling about my bad behavior, Pret? No one told you to bring out the dirty laundry. You should be ashamed. Dirty laundry. That's what you had for me and Steve every time you came back in from outside. Yes, sirree, she said, getting back to her washing. I had soap on my hands. I'd splashed water on my clothes. My hair was pulled back in a bun. And there he was looking at me pensively. And I couldn't ignore him. You coming back? People are asking where you've gotten off to. People or you, Nicholas? I wanted to ask, but I bit my tongue and pulled off my apron. God forbid I miss out on all the fun, I replied sarcastically. Just then I heard a sharp scream that echoed through the whole house. Nicholas stepped around me and ran toward the living room. I stayed close on his heels. We're older than you, so we get to play first, one of the twins said to Maddie, whose little fists were clenched by her sides. I looked at Nick, then at Will, wanting to see if they were listening to this. It's my dad's train, so I get to play first. Isn't that right, Will? William seemed unable to believe the words that had just come out of her mouth. Nicholas and I looked at her with surprise, and my mother smiled from where she was sitting by the fireplace. Will had to do something, and with characteristic elegance, he walked over, kneeled, and smiled at his daughter. This train used to be mine when I was a little boy, and then Nick used to play with it. You've never had the chance, and I think it's time for a new owner. Will you take care of it, Maddie? It's a family heirloom. No one who's not a Lester can have it. She seemed absorbed by his words. She listened attentively and nodded when he asked that question. So boys, the train belongs to my daughter, and if she wants to play with it first, you'll have to wait. But I know Maddie's a good little girl, and she likes to share. Isn't that right? Will stood up while Mad watched him. She nodded and turned to the twins, who were pouting. I'll let you watch, but no touching, she said with determination. Everyone in the living room cracked up. There were no more incidents that afternoon. The kids played without further problems. Nick and his father went to the office to talk about business matters, and I stayed there talking to my mother and her friend. We were in the middle of an intense conversation when we heard a door slam and shouting on the other end of the hall. I don't have to give you any more fucking explanations than I gave the board, Nick yelled. Do you think I wanted to do this? I didn't have an option. The problem is no one had what it took to make that decision, and now you're angry that the Lester name is associated with it. In the living room, we fell silent, and Nick and his father walked in. You should have at least consulted with me. It's very risky. No, Nicholas, listen to me, Will shouted when his son opened his mouth to interrupt him. If this doesn't turn out the way you planned, the company could go bankrupt. Father and son looked at each other furiously. The noise of the train the children were playing with punctured the silence. Nicholas was about to explode. I could tell. I knew him. The way he was balling up his fists, the way he looked at his father as if he were about to pounce on him and eat him alive. When he realized I was watching him, he shot me a cold glance that made me tremble, and not in a good way. It's time you started trusting me, Nicholas said, then turned around and walked out, slamming the door. In the corner, I saw Maddie staring at us, her eyes big as saucers. I had no idea what had caused that argument, and I didn't want to see more of it, especially if it meant getting nasty looks I'd done nothing to deserve. I walked to the corner and scooped up Maddie. You want me to show you my room, Mad? She nodded, still staring at the doorway through which her brother had just disappeared. I smiled at the guest still there and climbed the stairs with Maddie resting on my hip. Do you live here, Noah? I used to, sweetheart. I used to.
19. Nick. I left my father's house and went to one of the bars on the pier. In that weather, I was sure they'd be empty, and that was good. I needed to be alone right then. I hadn't expected my father's approval when I told him what I was planning to do with the company, but I also hadn't expected him to give me shit about it. Since I'd been in charge of the company, I'd attended lots of meetings, seen lots of graphs, done lots of calculations, and I'd realized there were numerous small companies under the corporate umbrella that should have been liquidated long ago. They weren't making money, and they were causing problems. At first, no one agreed with my idea of selling them and using the money to open a new firm with a different focus and a more modern vision. Most of the Leicester companies were fine. We had some of the best managers in the country working for us, which I knew because I'd had to visit them to make sure they were operating according to our standards. After months of work and trying to persuade the board, we had decided to offload our dead weight. That meant downsizing. But it also freed me to open a new marketing and telecommunications company that would bring Leicester enterprises into previously unexplored sectors. It was a hard choice, but it was the right one. And I couldn't believe my father didn't trust me on this. He'd even warned me I'd drag the firm into bankruptcy. I could handle the board, but that was easy. I was the boss. My father was a whole different story. And the fact that Noah had been there watching had just made matters worse. I ordered a whiskey and drank it in one gulp. That stupid Thanksgiving lunch had been the worst idea ever. I paid and decided to go back. I shouldn't have left in the first place. I shouldn't have left Mad there. But even if I hated to admit it, I knew Noah would take care of her, and my sister would be fine. Of all people in my life, including my father, the one person I trusted her with was Noah. Noah. I didn't know if our truce had been a mistake. It was much easier to ignore my feelings for her when I was angry. Talking with her the way we had today, like adults, was dangerous. Sometimes, more often than I wanted to admit aloud, I imagined myself forgiving her, forgetting everything that had happened, everything we had done to each other, and I tried to visualize what our life would be like now. But when I did, the reason why we'd broken up returned to torment me, and everything vanished except for the hate I'd gotten so used to feeling in the past year. Fucking Noah. Damn her for ruining everything. When I got back to my father's house, I saw it was much later than I had guessed. The lights were low and the whole house was silent. From the vestibule, I could see a soft glow coming from the living room. I took off my jacket, dropped my keys in the entryway, and walked in. Sitting on the ground, leaning back against the sofa, was Noah. She had changed into a snug sweatshirt, had pulled back her hair, and had put on her glasses. She was immersed in her reading and had several open books scattered all around her. I saw the fire in the fireplace was reduced to embers. "What are you doing?" I asked quietly. She twitched, but waited to respond until I had come up beside her and picked up the book she had between her legs. Intellectual Property Law, Volume 1. "Studying?" she responded coolly. I tried to analyze her expression. I didn't want her to feel uncomfortable in my presence. I knew she had put up with me earlier for Maddie's sake, and the best thing would probably be for us to spend as little time as possible together. But right then, for some reason, I needed Noah to be Noah. "Is it giving you a hard time?" I asked, turning around to lay some wood on the fire, then bending over, blowing in the center to bring up the flames. Noah had tried, but the logs weren't close enough together, and so the wood she'd put in there was charred on the edges, but hadn't caught fire and warmed the room. Once the flames were crackling and we were cozy, I turned around, rubbed my hands together, and looked at her. She'd been watching me closely. Her cheeks were flushed. It wasn't even cold enough for a fire, but Noah was always chilly. The winter we'd spent together, she would curl up next to me under the sheets and warm her frozen feet on my skin. I was the opposite. I was always hot, at least when she was around. "You could say that," she said, looking around at her books. "By the way, Maddie fell asleep on my bed, in case you go upstairs and wonder where she is." I nodded and sat on the sofa next to her, but not so close that we couldn't look at each other. "Thanks for taking care of her," I said, trying to sound formal. Noah's attitude was that of a person confronted by a large dog that might be sweet or might bare its teeth and go for the throat. "It's fine. Will's the one who got her into her pajamas and read her a story. They tried to get her to sleep in her new room, but she said no. She wanted to sleep with me. She's been asking about you. You really shouldn't have left." Her lips had distracted me as she spoke, but I needed to excuse myself after this last remark. "I had to think," I said. Just then I noticed something that had escaped my attention before. On her left cheek, near her eye, was a whitish scar. Straight, like a cut. "What is that?" I asked, surprising her when I reached out and grabbed her chin to get a better look. "What the hell?" She quivered and pulled away. "Nothing," she said, turning back to her book. "If it were nothing, it wouldn't be there. What the hell happened?" "I fell," she said, shrugging. "You fell? Where? You didn't have that scar the last time I saw you. Or did she? I wasn't sure. I hadn't been in my right mind the last time I'd seen her." Noah closed her book and faced me, starting to get exasperated. "It's been there for 6 months, so, yeah, I had it the last time I saw you. I fell riding a motorcycle. It was no big deal, but they had to give me stitches." "Since when do you have a motorcycle?" I don't know why I was suddenly so pissed. I'd been fine, even relaxed when I'd come in. I was happy to walk in and find her there, but now, damn it, I wanted to break something. "It wasn't mine, it was a friend's. Why are you acting like that?" I stood and turned around. I was so mad I couldn't help yelling the first thing that came into my head. "Only a fool would go around on a bike. Most deadly accidents on the road happen because of someone on a goddamn motorcycle." Noah got up, her lips pursed, dropping her book on the sofa. "You have a motorcycle?" "I'm not you. I don't get into accidents." "So you mean to say I'm a fool?" "Just stay off the motorcycles, that's all I'm asking," I replied, trying to calm down. Noah had had an accident, a fucking accident, and it had been months ago. Where had I been? Far away. Very far away. Noah grabbed her books. "Too bad you don't get to order me around anymore, huh, Nick?" As she walked off, I had a bitter taste in my mouth.
20. Noah. The next day, I got up earlier than I was used to, but I had a good reason for it, and I was excited. Trying not to make noise, I turned to the girl sleeping next to me. She was out like a light, and I watched her amused. She was small, but she wriggled around like a frantic little animal, and that reminded me of a certain someone who was sleeping nearby. Her little body was splayed out, taking up almost all the bed. I barely had room to move. I didn't want to wake Maddie while getting dressed. The sun wasn't up yet, so I'd need to turn on the lights. I got up carefully and picked her up, knowing she was so deeply asleep that at most she'd murmur before dropping off again. She wrapped her little hands around my neck as I walked out of the bedroom, cradling her like a little monkey. I wasn't sure taking her to what would now be her bedroom was a smart idea. I didn't want her to open her eyes and be scared when no one was there. And so I stopped next to Nick's room. I could leave her there. They could sleep in, and when she opened her eyes, she'd have her brother next to her, making her feel safe. I opened the door slowly. I felt uncomfortable invading Nick's privacy. I'd gone in there dozens of times before so we could sleep together and wake up in each other's arms. But I wiped those thoughts from my mind. Nick was deep asleep, spread out on the bed, his room pitch dark. I left the door open so I could see a bit and came close, setting the little girl down next to him. As soon as she touched the mattress, she curled up and started sucking her thumb, as tranquil as she'd been just moments before. But then I felt nervous. I tugged on the blanket to cover her up. Nicholas was never cold. He had left the heat off and the room was ice cold. The blanket was stuck between his legs, and no matter how softly I pulled on it, it was impossible not to wake Nick. He smiled and I stopped cold. He reached out, grabbed my arm, and pulled me until I was sitting on the bed. "What are you doing, Freckles? Spying on me?" he asked. The question made my heart pound. A year. It had been a year since he'd used that name to refer to me. He sat up, and his mouth sought mine without further prelude. It was an innocent kiss, strange, and I jerked away as if burned by fire. That brought Nick back to reality. He opened his eyes, looked around, saw his sister, then me, and cursed. "I just thought for a second." "I know." I cut him off. I understood perfectly what had happened. I got up, hoping to disappear. "I just brought Mad. I didn't want her to wake up without someone next to her." Nick nodded, looking at her and then me. "Wait, why? Where are you going?" he asked, throwing off the blanket and running a hand across his face. "I've got stuff to do. Errands." I wasn't going to tell him where I was going. We'd already been through that. Nicholas nodded, then opened his eyes wide when he realized what I was hiding from him. "No way," he exclaimed too loudly. "Shh," I hissed. "You're going to wake her up." Nick stood, grabbed my arm, and guided me into his bathroom, shutting the door behind himself and looking at me condescendingly. "You're out of your mind," he said, but I could tell he was amused. "Drop it. Stop laughing at me. It's a tradition. I like it. You'll just have to accept it." Nick shook his head incredulously. "You hate shopping. You talk trash about your mom because she's always out buying stuff. Then Black Friday comes and all of a sudden you're a compulsive shopper. You want to tell me why?" "I already did before," I said, trying to get past him, but he stood in my way with that damned body of his. He was smiling. Nicholas was smiling as he looked at me. That caught me off guard enough that I let him keep me there. "Black Friday. Shop till you drop. The store's open at 6. You can get hot chocolate," he said, trying and failing to impersonate me. I was surprised he remembered what I'd said about that day since it had been 2 years ago. "If you know, why are you asking?" He shook his head. "I'd hoped you would have grown up by now and gotten over all that stupid Christmas shit." He was joking, but I didn't like that grown-up comment. I remembered what he'd said to me at his apartment in New York, and I was livid. "Just leave me alone, okay?" I walked out before he could say another word. Sometimes I forgot how stupid he could be. A half hour later, I was in the kitchen in my black jeans and my ragged white sweatshirt. I wanted to be comfortable. Black Friday was a gauntlet, but I was an ace at finding the best sales. It was early, but Nick and Maddie were up 5 minutes after I poured my coffee. Both were in pajamas, and their hair looked like they'd touched a live wire. Nick was holding Mad up on one shoulder, and she laughed when he pretended he might drop her. Seeing me sitting there, Madison struggled until her brother let her go and she could run up and sit beside me. I helped her into the chair while Nick poured a coffee for himself. "I want the same thing as Noah," she said, bouncing up and down and pointing at my chocolate donut. Nick frowned. Check your blood sugar first, midget, he said, handing her the monitor and a glass of warm milk. She sighed, but she did as he asked. I watched her, unable to believe a 7-year-old girl could do that on her own. Nick was busy beating eggs. I felt like I should do something. Can I help you, kiddo? I asked, even though I had no idea about insulin or blood sugar or anything else. I can do it, she said, taking out a strip and a little plastic lancet. She placed it over her finger and hit a button, and after a click, a drop of blood welled up. I was amazed by how calmly she did that, and she had to 3 times a day. That was how it had been ever since she'd been diagnosed. She squeezed the blood onto the strip and put it into the machine. A few moments later, she read the results out loud. We're out of donuts, Matt, but I have cookies and an apple, Nick said, bringing everything over, along with his cup of coffee while Maddie sulked. Of course there were more donuts. I cursed the moment I decided to eat one that morning. I didn't want to make the little thing jealous, so I picked mine up and dropped it in the trash. I don't like those cookies, she said, crossing her arms. Nick expelled a breath of air. They're the same ones as always, Madison, and you do like them. No! She shouted, jumping up and trying to run off. Nick caught her in mid-flight just as Will appeared in the doorway in his pajamas, his face showing little love for his son. What's all the racket? He asked, looking around. When his eyes settled on me, he asked, Why are you dressed? I rolled my eyes and walked past him to take Nick's eggs off the burner. I scooped them onto a plate and brought them over while Maddie gawked at her father. Eat your breakfast, her brother ordered her, putting her back in her seat. Will poured himself a coffee and picked up his newspaper off the table. Only then did I realize the 3 of us were looking at him. I motioned in Maddie's direction, and he realized he needed to address her. He cleared his throat. How'd you sleep, Maddie? She sank her cookie into her glass of milk, ate it, and replied, I slept with Nick and Noah. William almost choked on his coffee. What in the name of? He set his mug down. After a quick glance at me, Nicholas tried to explain. His father eventually calmed down, but his mood didn't seem to improve. I needed to get out of there. I'm going, I said, grabbing my bag and depositing my cup in the sink. William's eyebrows arched. You're really going to do it? Nick tried to hide his grin behind his coffee. I wanted to throw my bag at his head. Yes, William, I'm going shopping. It may be like walking voluntarily into hell, but I'm doing it because I'm a masochist, okay? I replied with irritation just as my mother walked in. Christ, I'd forgotten what it meant to live in that house. Watch out for avalanches, Noah, she told me as she walked past me. I shook my head, digging in my purse for my keys. Where are you going, Noah? Maddie asked. I'm going shopping, Mad, I said before anyone else could say anything stupid. That excited the little girl, and she didn't try to hide it. I want to go shopping, she screamed, surprising us all. William looked over the edge of his newspaper. Like mother, like daughter, he said, then resumed reading. I smiled. Nick groaned. Did you hear that, Nick? Maddie wants to go shopping, I said. I couldn't have been more amused. He scowled and looked at his sister. No, Mad wants to go to the beach with me. Isn't that right, midget? She filled her lungs with air before responding, No! How sweet vengeance was. Come on, Madison. You told me you wanted to learn how to surf. I hate surfing. I want to go to Rodeo Drive. Everyone but Nick exploded into laughter. He looked at her as if she'd transformed into a monster. Okay, I'm going, I said, turning around. You don't think I'm going to do this alone, he said. Do what? I asked, trying not to laugh. If I have to spend the day shopping with a 7-year-old girl, you're going with me. Don't even try to get out of it. I'm not going to Rodeo Drive, I'm going to Beverly Center, I said, wallowing in spiteful joy. I'll pick you up there at lunchtime, Noah, and you better be there when I call. Nicholas, and get Steve to drive you. Parking today's going to be crazy. I'll bring you back home. I want to go in my car. And I wanted to go surfing and enjoy the beach in winter. But now, thanks to you, I have to go shopping, he said impassive. 10 minutes later, I was in the car with Steve on my way to one of the biggest malls in the city. Beverly Center was located in Beverly Grove in the center of Los Angeles, 10 minutes or so from Beverly Hills. I'd had to cross the city to get there, and I'd need to rush to be able to meet Nick and his sister by lunchtime. But Black Friday was worth it. Everything was crazy as always. The people were packed in like sardines. The lines snaked out past the entryways. Children were running back and forth, crying, eating candy and junk food, smearing themselves, their parents, and anyone nearby with caramel, chocolate, or ketchup. Men and women ran in and out of the different stores as if they were on the hunt. I liked being there alone. No distractions. I was fast, too. I knew within 5 minutes of entering a store if I'd like anything there or not. I didn't waste my time digging through clothing. It called to me, and if I walked in and nothing caught my eye, then I was out and that was it. At 2 p.m, I had almost all my Christmas shopping done. My phone dinged and I saw Nicholas had sent me a message. I'll pick you up at Macy's in 10. Great. I had no desire to see him whatsoever.
21. Nick. I knew Noah hated shopping with other people. That was why I'd spent the morning with Maddie. We'd gone to the bookstore, the toy store, and the playground. She'd asked me to buy her a costume. Other girls her age liked tiaras and princess outfits. But my little sister wanted to look like a Ninja Turtle. That's right. I was on my way to Beverly Grove with a miniature Ninja Turtle and bags full of stuff I hadn't intended to buy. My father had been right, like mother, like daughter. Where's Noah? Maddie kept asking ever since I said we'd be meeting her. I could ask you the same thing, I said, waiting outside the mall for Noah to come out. Traffic was wild. People were double parked outside, so it was practically impossible to find a parking spot. Right when I took my phone out to call her, I saw her emerge. She had tons of bags. Her sweatshirt was now tied around her waist, and the sleeveless shirt she had on underneath it revealed a lot of her, even her belly button. Mad took off toward Noah, while I pushed my sunglasses up my forehead and gawked at her like an idiot. I love your costume, Mad, she said with a smile. Her teeth were impeccable, as always. I hadn't seen that smile in so long that it stung. They've got them in your size. We could find you one if you want, my sister said, and Noah chuckled. Noah in a Ninja Turtle outfit. That was just what I needed. The thought of it made the image of Noah dressed in other things pass through my mind, and I brought my sunglasses back down, trying to hide my lusty thoughts. Hey, I said when we were close. Hey, she said dryly. Let me help you, I offered, grabbing bags out of her hands. She resisted at first, but eventually gave in. She looked at my sister. How long have you guys been here? A while, I said, taking my phone out and looking back at our messages. We should go. 5 minutes later, we'd left all that madness behind. I took them to a restaurant far away from all the shops, and we ate steak and potatoes. My little sister hogged the conversation. I was struggling to pay attention to what she was saying. I thought she was trying to play some kind of game with us. Either way, I had the sudden, overwhelming urge to be alone with Noah. She had barely said a word to me. And even if things were tense, or beyond tense, I still had high hopes for our truce. When we walked out, I saw that the building across the street had a play space with slides and little trampolines and multicolored monkey bars and tons of kids playing and shouting. "Mad, you want to go over there?" I asked, pointing to what must have been a paradise for any child under 10. She jumped around like mad while Noah gave me a suspicious look. Fine, so my tactics weren't as subtle as I thought. I gave Steve a ring. I'd asked him to stay in the neighborhood in case Maddie and I were late getting into town. He was around the corner having a coffee and said he'd come watch Maddie if I needed. While we waited, we observed Maddie awkwardly and tried and failed to make small talk. When we were able to leave, we turned onto a pedestrian-only street full of bars, shops, and ice cream parlors. "You seem quiet," I said. "Are you tired?" Looking straight ahead, Noah said, "Yeah, I guess. I got up really early." For a while, we didn't say anything else. This was stupid. We'd never been together for that long and spoken so little, especially Noah. She couldn't keep quiet even if she was underwater. Lots of times I'd had to kiss her or caress her so I could get a bit of silence. Now she seemed interested in nothing, me least of all. "Look, that's enough, okay? What the hell is going on with you?" She looked at me with surprise. "Nothing," she said, but she seemed hesitant. I waited, trying not to fly into a rage. "It's just... this isn't what I expected. I thought we were going to hang out with your sister. Why would you leave her at some random playground? You know how many diseases she could catch, lice or whatever. We're all probably going to get lice because you had a change of plans. I thought the three of us would take a walk in the park before we went home. I had more shopping to do anyway. You didn't ask me if I was done when you texted. You're too used to giving orders. 'I'll pick you up in 10. She imitated my voice. What if I wasn't ready? Did you ever think about that? Don't look at me like that. It's weird. I'm uncomfortable." I almost wanted to laugh. So she had been hiding things from me. "You're uncomfortable with what?" I asked with feigned incredulity. She stopped and looked at me. "With this," she pointed back and forth between us. "With you and me. You acted like we were still together." I could tell she was struggling to get the words out. "I accepted the truce for Maddie's sake, but I'm not going to lie to myself, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't lie to me. Or do you not remember everything you said to me the last time I saw you?" I took a deep breath. Deep down, I knew Noah was right. I'd told her I was in love with Sophia to try to turn the page, but it wasn't going to be that easy. "I've treated you like a friend. That's it," I said. It took Noah a few seconds to respond. In the meantime, she glanced around, lost. "I prefer it when you're hostile," she said. That cut me to the core. "I'm serious. I'd rather fight with you. I'm used to that. Whereas what you're doing now..." She shook her head, her eyes focused on the ground. I wanted to lift her chin, make her look me in the eyes. "I know you're doing this for your sister, but it hurts. It's confusing to me. I don't want to hang out. I don't want to go for walks or go to lunch or have you ask me where I got my scar or why I was riding a motorcycle. That's my life, and it shouldn't matter to you anymore. And I know I'm the one who screwed things up, but you've made your decision, supposedly, so I'd just as soon you stick to it." I looked up into the trees behind her. I felt like shit. It was true that I'd done this for Maddie, but I also wanted to spend time with Noah. I missed her, damn it. "Fine," I growled. "Let's go get my sister." I turned on my heel and walked down the street. Noah hurried up beside me, and that feeling of having her close, but at the same time miles away, turned me into a statue of ice. The one that had started to melt the day before, even if I hadn't realized it then. We passed a couple of shops, and when we turned the corner by the playground, my mother, yes, my mother, ran right into us. I stopped when I saw her. I had still refused to see her, and the babysitter was the one who had handed Maddie off to me the day before. Seeing her again, which I hadn't done since the night she decided to spill the family's dirty secrets at the anniversary of Lester Enterprises, was the least pleasant surprise I could have imagined. She was well dressed, as always, in a cashmere dress and high heels, her hair pulled back, but she had bags under her eyes. With her lavish makeup and her skincare regime, she should have been able to cover them up a little better. "Nicholas!" she exclaimed. I bit down and ground my teeth before responding. "Yes, Mother. What an unpleasant coincidence finding you here." She stiffened, trying to absorb the blow, I guess. I didn't care. Our relationship was just as bad as ever. What am I saying? It still didn't exist. "Hello, Noah," she said, and I could tell Noah was tense too. Given the circumstances and what had happened with our parents, I could imagine my mother was on the list of Noah's worst enemies, probably at the top. Noah didn't respond. "We're in a hurry, if you don't mind." I tried to keep walking, but my mother stepped back and grabbed my arm. "I'd like to talk to you, Nicholas." Yes, I figured that out after the 1,000 messages you left with my secretary, but I think her response was pretty clear. No interest. As a reflex, I grabbed Noah's hand. I felt myself drowning and I wanted to get out of there. The two of us stepped around her, obviously trying to escape. "It's about Maddie, Nicholas," my mother called from behind me. That made me stop. Reluctantly, I turned toward her. "Anything that has to do with my sister can be communicated to my father. He's more than happy to keep me informed." My mother crumpled, looking at me with pleading eyes, and finally, I couldn't keep giving her the cold shoulder. My mother, begging. This was something I'd never seen. "Just give me a few minutes, Nick. Please." I looked over at Noah. She seemed as intrigued as I was. "Fine. What's up?" At once surprised and relieved, my mother led us over to a nearby cafe. Noah sat beside me, my mother sat in front of us. It was all so weird. I just wanted it to be over as soon as possible. "Okay, shoot. We don't have all day." Despite the weakness she'd shown when she'd asked me to give her a moment, she now turned stiff and, it seemed to me, a little nasty. That was the Annabelle Grayson I remembered. "Fine, since you can't even try to have the least bit of tact with me, I'll skip the formalities and niceties. You want me to be brief? I'll be brief." She set down her cup. "I'm sick, Nicholas." For a moment, there was silence, interrupted by the clang of porcelain and glass. "What do you mean you're sick?" I said. I was immediately angry. This had to be a trick. I wasn't sure what her angle was, but it was pathetic. "What do I mean?" she responded, and when she did, I could see her start to crumble. There was fear and insecurity there that I'd never known her to have before. She took a deep breath and peered at me before uttering the next words. "I have leukemia." "What the hell are you saying?" I replied, hearing my voice lower 2 octaves. She joined her hands in her lap and pushed her seat back a bit. "I was diagnosed 1.5 years ago. I wanted to tell you, but not over the phone. Not that it mattered, since you never bothered to pick up. Your father found out months ago, but he promised not to tell you. I wanted to do it myself. I know you hate me, but you're my son, and—" Her voice trembled, and I felt myself falling into a deep, dark pit, wondering when I'd strike the bottom. The ground was approaching me. It was seconds away, and I didn't know what would happen afterward, but I was sure it would be nothing good. Then I felt someone squeeze my hand. A warm, small hand that had approached mine under the table, promising never to let me go. I looked at Noah, who was next to me, staring at my mother with pity. My fingers clung to her as if she were suddenly my only reference point. I heard my mother's words. Surely they weren't true. I didn't want to tell you this so you'd feel bad for me. I just wanted to try to explain my behavior these past few months, everything I did. Maddie, Annabelle, your father. What are you talking about? I asked, clearing my throat, trying to get my words past the knot that made it almost impossible to speak. I'm letting your father have full custody of Maddie. What? I asked, roused from my lethargy. I'm going to need to deal with some very difficult things in the upcoming years, Nicholas. These are things I don't want a little girl to have to deal with. When I found out about this, I knew one thing for sure. I would not allow my daughter to stay in Annabelle's care. He's selfish. He can't see past his own nose. I've made mistakes. God knows I made mistakes in my life. Lots of them. And I know I don't even deserve to have you here listening to me now. But Maddie does matter to me. She matters, Nick. And I want to know that if something happens to me, if things don't turn out as I wish, that my daughter will be with a family that will love and protect her. Wait, I interrupted her. You're saying my father knows about all this? And he's agreed to take custody of her? What? Everything that happened with Annabelle. The divorce, the genetic test. Look, I knew there was a possibility that Maddie was your father's daughter. And I wasn't wrong, just as I wasn't wrong when I thought that if I told him, he would want Maddie to be a part of his life. And that's what I want too. I couldn't believe what she was saying. All that chaos was because my mother wanted my father to take care of Maddie in case she died? What are you going to do? I asked, feeling my anger spread. You're just gonna dump Maddie at my dad's house? Give up your parental rights and pretend your daughter doesn't miss you? That's crazy. Nicholas, Noah said. No, I stood up. That's not how you do things, damn it. You want to do the same thing to her as you did to me? My mother took a deep breath and looked down. Sit down, please, she said, struggling to remain calm. I did, and my legs shook. My whole body was tense. My whole fucking brain was a whirl of senseless thoughts trying to grasp a world where my mother's actions might be justified. I'm not going to abandon her, Nicholas. I'm just giving your father custody while I try to get through this. I'm in contact with some of the best doctors in the country, and I'm starting chemo at MD Anderson in Houston. The doctors are optimistic, but this could be a long process. You don't want me to take her to Houston with me, do you? Who will care for her while I'm in treatment? All I'm thinking about is what's best for everyone. I just sat there for seconds, or maybe minutes, I don't know. This was fucked, absolutely, completely fucked. Then I felt a hand grab mine, but it felt different. I opened my eyes and saw it was my mother's. Had she always been so bony? Now I noticed the bags under her eyes again, and how skinny she looked. Much more than the last time I'd seen her. My fingers didn't care about my ambivalence. They held her tight without asking my permission. I'm sorry about all this, Nick, she said, then let me go and wiped away a tear. Your father can explain it better than I can. Thank you for listening. She got up, and I felt a sudden emptiness in my mind. My heart. Wait, I said, feeling more lost than I ever had. I want to give you my personal number so you can call me and tell me when you're going, or when. I stopped talking because I didn't know what it was I wanted. I opened my wallet, took out one of my business cards, and scrawled my number on the back. She took it, gratefully. Thank you, son, she said, then looked at Noah. And thank you, too, 10 minutes later, we gathered my little sister from the park. My life suddenly felt like it wasn't mine anymore, as if I were playing a part that didn't belong to me. I was so angry, so pissed at life for playing another trick on me, putting another obstacle in my path, that I could feel a burning beneath my skin, a tension in my muscles, an energy that I had no idea how to discharge. Maddie came running toward me, and I crouched and opened my arms. I needed to hold her tight. I wished I could enclose her completely and save her from all the pain she was going to have to face at such an early age. Not just the disappearance of the man she'd thought was her father, who had no intention of ever seeing her again, but her mother's illness, having to live with a father she didn't even know. I wanted to get her on a plane, take her to New York, take care of her, but I wasn't her father, however much I wished I were just then. I squeezed her and picked her up off the ground. She was pink from all the running and excitement and couldn't stop talking. Noah must have realized how overwhelmed I was because she interrupted the few words I could get out, in my seriousness, to make Maddie feel normal. Time. Time was crucial now. The time lost, the time left to live. How long would my mother live? Would she make it through this? Would I ever see her again after she left for Houston? Would my sister? We headed home, and when we got out and were walking toward the front door, I stopped, unable to take another step. Noah had been watching me, and she turned around and asked me something, but I didn't hear her. I need to be by myself right now. Would you mind taking care of her? She hesitated, as if wanting to say something but not daring to. Then she nodded. She looked confused, but I wasn't in the mood to explain anything. I got in my car and vanished for a few hours. It was close to midnight when I got back. I'd had time to think, and thinking when things are that fucked up can have consequences you may come to regret. I walked up the stairs in the dark, not bothering to turn on the lights. Why would I? I passed Noah's door and felt a needle jab me in the heart. The love of my life was in there. The same person who had hurt me the way everyone I'd ever let get close to me had. Did I hate Noah? I had hated her, and it was very likely I even hated her in that instant. Or maybe now was when I hated her most, because now was when I needed her most, when her absence felt most acute, when my mind was screaming at me to go after her and my heart was yearning for someone to give me some kind of inner peace, some kind of relief from the pain. I opened her door, not bothering to knock. She was in bed, awake, surrounded by books, same as before. My sister was sleeping next to her, splayed out on the mattress and sucking her thumb, just as she'd done since she was 10 months old. Noah closed her book carefully, took off her glasses, and looked at me. "Where have you been?" she asked calmly. "You've been gone for like 5 hours. Are you okay?" I took the book from her hands and laid it on the nightstand. "I want to talk to you," I said. I glanced over at the door. She hesitated, and I felt suddenly frustrated. "You owe it to me," I added through clenched teeth. Minutes may have passed before she got up wordlessly and followed me to my room. Our eyes met, and I couldn't stop myself. I put my hands on her cheeks and kissed her as hard as I could. Her back bumped against the door. I could breathe again. In the darkness, I barely noticed how tense she was, but after a few intense seconds, she turned away, "Don't do this to me, Nicholas," she warned me in a hardly audible whisper. I brushed away a lock of her hair and tucked it carefully behind her ear, trying to draw out our contact as long as possible. Her fragrance enveloped me, driving me crazy with desire, with love. That scent was so dense, so special, so hers. One whiff of it was enough to intoxicate me, and I needed that right now. I stroked her cheek and she closed her eyes, her breathing labored. Was she suffering as I was? Did the distance make her ache the way it did me? "Why can't I forget you?" I asked, pressing my forehead into hers. "Why are you the only thing that can help me in a moment like this?" "Nicholas," she said. Our eyes met with an almost electric charge. Too much for me to stand. I buried my face in her neck. I had to. I kissed the soft skin of her throat. First, slowly, barely touching it. My nose traced a line from her hairline to her clavicle. Grabbing her waist, I pulled her into me. I needed more. Much more. Noah's hands were on my chest, caressing me at first, but then, as I only noticed later in my trance, pushing me away. "You're not thinking clearly," she said. "You don't want to do this." Her nightgown barely covered her thighs, and I put my hands beneath it, sliding upward to her buttocks, where I stopped, wondering whether I was crazy, wondering whether I would regret this later. I kissed her cheeks, the corner of her lips, her eyelids, then plunged into her throat. I wasn't kissing anymore. I was sucking, nibbling, drinking from her. I was lost in her, lost in a limbo where we as separate people no longer existed. Noah yelped, and that made me want to keep going. I lifted her, and her legs wrapped around my waist. She cupped my face, and now we were truly looking at each other, as if we'd met again after an eternity. There was no rancor in her eyes. There was nothing but love. The same love I felt for her. The love for me that I knew must still be alive in her heart. A love that I needed to disappear, damn it. A love I kept trying to bury, and that kept coming back to the surface at the worst moments, making me violate all my principles. "I need you," I confessed. Her breath mingled with mine, and I thought I'd faint from pleasure, touching her. That was the only thing that could calm my pain. I didn't hesitate. I felt her lips responding against mine, and I put aside all doubts. I pounced on her, pressed her into the door, and her lips opened to receive me as if we were kissing for the first time. I had to have her, had to relieve my body's torment. "I'm going to make love to you, Noah," I said, as if it were something inevitable, something that just had to happen. Since we broke up, everything's been shit. My life is falling apart, and it's getting worse by the day. I hate needing you the way I do. I hate knowing that even now, you're the only one who can make me forget, even if it's just for a few minutes, that my mother is dying." Tears welled in my eyes. I kissed her so she wouldn't see them. She shook her head, and in the moonlight, I could see her weeping too. "You know this will only make things worse," she whispered. I could feel her heartbeat, almost at the same rhythm as mine. They can't get worse. Things couldn't be more fucked up than they are now, I said. "This will just hurt us," she whispered again. "Tomorrow morning, things will be the same as before." I kissed her, felt a tear beneath my lips, licked it, savored it. "That night in New York, you asked me to pretend I'd forgiven you. Now I need you to do that for me." She trembled against me. We kissed again, and I carried her off to my bed.
22. Noah. We were standing at the foot of his bed. His lips were tender, kissing every inch of my body as he peeled off my clothes. He lifted my nightgown so slowly that it hurt, pulled it over my head, dropped it beside us. I was in a trance as I watched him take off his shirt and pants. When he was just in his underwear, I looked away. Neither of us seemed able to believe what was happening. This was nothing like New York. Then we'd both been hurt and bitter, and our encounter had been cold, just sex. Now, after our truce, after several days with hardly an argument, and after hearing such painful news, we couldn't ignore the weight of our feelings anymore. Doubts and fear gathered in my mind. He knew it, and he pulled me close, whispering in my ear, "Noah, please." His hand was rubbing my back up and down, giving me goose flesh. His mouth moved down to my breasts. I closed my eyes, held my breath, wished he couldn't control me and my body with such ease. He turned me around, squeezed my back into his chest, kissed the nape of my neck, toyed with my hair, and his hand kept going down past my stomach and into my panties, touching me without hesitation or shame. I moaned when he licked my earlobe and prayed that we would really make love. I wanted to forget our past, pretend we were together. I wanted to do it with Nick, in Nick's bed, the way I had the first time when he took my virginity and told me he loved me. He took off my underwear, laid me back in the bed, and climbed on top of me. He kissed my breasts, took my nipples in his teeth, and my back arched with desire. He lifted my left leg by the ankle, set my foot down next to his hip, kissed my thigh, passed his tongue over me as though my skin were as sweet as chocolate. This torture lasted for minutes. One more caress, I thought, and I'll explode. He asked me something and I said yes, but I didn't even know what it was. I could feel his weight on top of me. He kissed me. We looked at each other for what felt like forever. And at last he grabbed my waist and plunged inside me. It hurt, and I cried out involuntarily. Confusion and worry crossed his face. "How long has it been, Noah?" he asked me, grinding against me, giving me pain, giving me pleasure. I didn't even know where I was or what I was doing. All I could concentrate on was feeling. Yes, because for so many months I had felt nothing. "Too long," I said, grabbing hold of him. He stopped and leaned back to look at me. "You haven't done it since New York?" he asked with what seemed like incredulity, but might have been relief. "I haven't done anything since we broke up, Nicholas." His eyes lit up, and he kissed me hard and started moving again. His strokes slowed down. His movements were more affectionate, and he nibbled and sucked my lower lip. I gripped his arms in ecstasy as we shared that moment of togetherness. Our cheeks touched. "Tell me you love me," I asked him, my voice cracking. He stopped. "Please." "Don't ask me for that. Trying to forget you is the hardest thing I've ever done. I don't even know how I'll manage to go back to my old reality after this." "Then stay with me," I asked him, knowing how vulnerable he was just then. I didn't know if it was wrong, but I needed him as much or as more than he needed me. I dug my fingers into his hair and his eyes closed. I kissed him. I never wanted to let him go. "Nick, please say it." He silenced me with his lips. His movements turned more intense. He wanted to make me hush. He thought his body was enough to satisfy me. He was sweating, clinging to me skin against skin in the deepest intimacy possible. He was angry, aroused, sad, everything all at once. "Give it to me, Noah. Give me what I want, what I need, please." He thrusted harder, faster. I lost all connection to my surroundings, my feelings, my problems, everything. I was on the verge of orgasm, the kind of orgasm that washes everything away. I shouted with pleasure, arched my back until I was barely touching the bed. He kept thrusting and came inside me, his roar muddled by my shoulder, and then he collapsed on top of me. It was perfect, yes, but he hadn't said "I love you." When we recovered, Nicholas walked to the bathroom. I thought it would be like that time in New York that he'd shower, throw me a t-shirt, and tell me to get dressed. But I was wrong. When he came back, he lay down beside me and pulled me into him. I didn't understand. Did that mean something? I rested my cheek on his chest, feeling as if I'd been given a direct injection of happiness. I didn't want him to go. I didn't want to lose him again. I hugged him tight and closed my eyes. I was exhausted. Nicholas stroked my hair until I started feeling sleepy. I knew I'd have lovely dreams that night about him and me together again. No hatred and no mistakes would exist in my dreams, and the love we professed to each other would be all that mattered. But morning brought with it truths and insecurities, and when I opened my eyes very early, I realized what had happened in that room wouldn't happen again. Nicholas was with another woman, and not just any woman. He was with Sophia, with her, with one of the people who'd made the planets align on that horrible night that ended with me doing what I had done. He was asleep, squeezing me against his chest as though he never wanted to let me go. I'd have given anything to freeze that instant, but I knew that when he opened his eyes again, I'd see the bitterness and regret, and I didn't know if I was ready for that. He had needed me. His mother was sick, and he had used me to salve his wounds. "You owe it to me," he had said, and it was true. I did owe him a conversation, and then it became more. And now I saw how wrong what we'd done was. This wasn't how you did things. It wasn't how you asked for what you needed. That moment would be one more in a long string of painful memories, and yet I would cherish it. I would hold on to that goodbye if that was what it was, waiting to see how he'd reject me once more. Careful not to wake him, I lifted Nicholas's arm off me. It was better to leave, get away from him, from his sister, from any and all painful memories. I would make up some excuse for my mother, or maybe I wouldn't need to. I couldn't go on like this. I had to live my own life. Nicholas had been a part of me. He would always have a place in my heart. What was I saying? He'd always have my heart, every part of it, but I needed to be myself again, love myself, learn to forgive myself. I packed my suitcase as quickly and quietly as I could. Maddie was still there, curled up in the sheets, sleeping like a little angel. When I walked out, dressed and ready to go, what I felt wasn't relief. I wasn't happy that I'd finally put an end to all that. No, I felt like I was closing a book that had touched me to the core, a book I would always remember, a magical, incredible book that even if I read it again would never be as it had been the first time. That morning, I ended an important chapter in my life. A chapter, but don't forget, a chapter isn't the whole story. The drive home was unbearable. My body was screaming at me to go back, to climb into bed with Nick and to sleep until the end of time. But my mind kept repeating to me what an idiot I'd been, how stupid it was to think anything might have changed. But if Nick and I had broken up more than a year ago, Why was I crying as if it had only now really happened? At one point, I had to pull off the road, cut the motor, and grab the wheel so I could sob without worrying about crashing into anyone. I cried for what we had been. I cried for what we could have been. I cried for his sick mother and his baby sister. I cried for him, for disappointing him, for breaking his heart, for getting him to love me and then showing him love didn't exist, at least not without pain, and that pain had now scarred him for life. I cried for Noah, the Noah I had been when I was with him. That Noah was full of life. The Noah who, despite her inner demons, had known how to love with all her heart. I had loved him more than anybody, and that was something to grieve too. When you meet the person you want to spend the rest of your life with, there is no going back. Lots of people never learn what that feels like. I know that Nick was the love of my life, the man I wanted to be the father of my children, the man I wanted by my side through good and bad, in sickness and in health, till death did us part. Nick was the one. He was my other half. And now I'd have to learn to live without him.
23. Nick. Much as I loved my sister, she wasn't the one I was looking forward to seeing when I opened my eyes. I sat up, trying to focus, trying to figure out why the left side of my bed was empty. How I'd failed to realize that Noah had gotten up and walked out. But there was an easy answer. I'd slept. Really, truly slept. For the first time in over a year. "Where's Noah?" my sister kept asking, jumping up and down on the mattress. The question caught me off guard. What did she mean, where was she? "Isn't she in her room?" I asked, getting up and rubbing my eyes, trying to get the lead out. In the bathroom, I splashed water on my face and tried to focus on the new day. A day when I'd have to explain lots of things and figure out lots more. The night before hadn't just been sex. Not at all. It had been more. I had let my old feelings move me. And for the first time in ages, I had felt good. "She's not here, Nick," Maddie replied. I went to her room and opened the door, and it was true. No one was there. I looked around for her things, her books, her suitcase. Everything was gone. "Fuck," I hissed. "You said a swear word." I looked down. This wasn't the best time to have to look after Madison. "Midget, go to the kitchen and get Pret to make you some breakfast." When she was about to argue, I added, "Now." "Did Noah leave?" she asked, visibly upset. That made two of us. "I don't know. Now go downstairs. I'm not going to say it again." Her beautiful blue eyes narrowed. I knew this was going to have consequences. She turned around and ran downstairs. I went back to my room and grabbed my phone. Without even thinking, I called Noah. Not once, but twice. "Damn it, Noah. Did you have to leave like this?" I was pissed, very pissed. I was ready to hop in my car and go after her. Why had she gone? Had I mistreated her? No, fuck no, I hadn't. I'd been the same as always, the same as I was when we were together. Okay, she had wanted something else, had asked for something else. "Tell me you love me." I couldn't. It hurt too bad. I went to the kitchen. My mood was awful. My father was there with my sister. They were chatting away about something, or rather, Maddie was, and Rafaela was smiling as she watched them. When they looked up as I walked in, I mumbled a good morning, got a coffee, and walked to the front door. I felt relieved when I saw Noah's old hunk of junk. So she hadn't left after all. But where was she then? And where were her things? I went to the garage. The Audi was gone. So she had left. I realized that not telling her what she wanted to hear had been an easier way to get rid of her than all my lies. I'd gotten what I wanted. She'd turned the page. But why did I feel empty inside then? And why hadn't I felt that when I'd seen her? It didn't help my bad mood when my father called me to his office to talk. After our argument on Thanksgiving, we hadn't spoken, but something told me that this time his summons had nothing to do with work. "Your mother called me yesterday to tell me she'd seen you and told you she was sick." I laughed sarcastically, walked to his bar and poured myself a drink. It was 10 in the morning, but what did I care? "I see you all are best friends now. You tell each other everything. How's Rafaela feel about that, Dad? Or are you hiding this from her, too?" My father didn't take the bait. He just waited, his hands crossed over his stomach, sitting in his big leather chair. I emptied my glass and served myself another drink. When I could finally face him, I was enraged and deeply sad. And that sorrow was something I'd never felt before. "When were you going to tell me?" I shouted. "Your mother asked me not to," he replied calmly. I laughed. "You know what, Dad? It's almost funny how whatever you decide to say or not to say depends entirely on how it affects you. You had no problem hiding the fact that you were cheating on Mom for almost your entire marriage, and you certainly didn't bother telling me that was why she left. You let me think she just vanished with no justification whatsoever." He stood and walked to the window. "Your mother was already gone, Nicholas. I know her. And when she decided to leave you, she was perfectly aware of what she was doing. I didn't tell you anything because I didn't want you to keep hoping you might see her again. I didn't want you to chase a lie. My whole life has been a fucking lie." I needed to calm down, control the tremors overtaking my body and hands. I balled up my fists. "What's going to happen to Madison?" He turned. "She'll stay here. That's what's best for her," he responded, and I shook my head. Best? Best for her or for him? "Nicholas, your sister needs to be somewhere stable and welcoming. I don't want her always at the hospital surrounded by doctors having to see the effects of Annabelle's chemo. She's too little. She needs her mother." My father's eyes, so similar to mine, looked at me without flinching. It had been a long time, years maybe, since he looked at me that way, and I felt myself on the verge of tears. He walked over and rested a hand on my shoulder. "This isn't the same as what happened to you, Nick. I won't let that happen again. I promise. Maddie will see her mother. She'll be in constant contact with her. I won't make the same mistake again." I shook my head. The words snagged in my throat. I felt like I was 12 years old again, and my father was telling me Mom would never come back. "I never told you I was sorry for that. I'm doing it now. I was wrong, Nicholas. I thought I was doing what was right for you. I thought I could be enough. I thought your mother would just hurt you, but I should have fought. I should have done whatever I could to make her stay a part of your life somehow, even if it meant living a lie. That's what a parent does. They say and do whatever they can to make their children feel loved and protected. But I didn't know how." I blinked several times as my eyes watered, trying to see clearly. This was the last thing I'd expected. Life was full of surprises, and it kept hitting me and expecting me to get back up, wounded, hurt, but still able to carry on down the road. "Don't keep Maddie from having a mother," I said. And I didn't just mean my own mother having to leave. My father understood. He understood exactly what I meant. I will do everything in my power to be sure neither of you is left without a mother, Nicholas." As he said this, he pulled me in for a hug. I hadn't expected that at all. I didn't remember the last time he'd done something like that. The last time anyone except Noah had shown me affection in that way. And when I felt the peace in my heart, I realized, despite what I might have thought, that I needed to let my guard down, allow other people in, at least sometimes, to protect me from the dark.
24. Noah. 2 weeks after Thanksgiving, I got the call. I was about to start work. The secretary told me that Simon Roger, one of the partners in the firm, needed a young, energetic executive assistant to make his life easier. I would come in for a short meeting with him on Monday at 7 a.m. It was an internship, but it still paid better than my old job, so I was happy. When I arrived, I met a pretty woman with light hair and big brown eyes who showed me to Mr. Rogers' office. I knocked and waited a moment until he said I could come in. I was expecting an older man, not the impeccably dressed and groomed tall one who greeted me. He had green eyes and blonde hair, a bit lighter than mine. His blue suit and gray tie were of the finest materials, and I knew I'd looked at him for too long when I saw him smile. "Noah Morgan, right?" he asked, standing up from his chair and buttoning his suit jacket with one hand while stretching out the other. I wasn't sure how hard to squeeze, and I worried I'd been too soft. "Yeah, that's me," I said, feeling a little stupid. Roger motioned for me to take a seat, then came around his desk to sit next to me. He turned his chair to face me. His office was simple. A wooden desk with an executive chair and 2 leather chairs in front of it, a gigantic Mac, and shelves full of file folders. "When Lincoln told me Nicholas's sister was looking for work here, I was surprised. But when I saw your grades and your references, I was happy you decided to work for me and not for Lester." I didn't like hearing Nicholas's name, but since they knew each other, I guessed it was inevitable that my family would come to light. "Yeah, I guess no one wants to work for their stepfather," I said, trying to sound friendly. Roger looked up from a file and grinned. "I didn't mean William, I meant Nicholas. But sure, I suppose you're right." He put the file aside, amused. "The job is simple. You take care of my errands, take notes at my meetings, help me with whatever I need." I nodded. So like a secretary, basically. "I'm sure your brother could find you something better." No, the last thing I want is to go begging to Nicholas. Anyway, I'd have to go to New York, right? I said with a smile. I had a job. I was dying to get started. Roger gave me a curious look. "Yes, it's true that Nicholas is in New York right now, but this company is as much his as it is Lincoln's and mine. But it's normal you'd want to start from the bottom. That shows you have character." My mind froze, and I felt chills all over. "Sorry, what exactly do you mean?" A cold sweat dripped down my spine. "This company belongs to Nicholas?" Roger looked at me as if I were an idiot and pointed to the emblem behind him engraved on the window. I nearly had a heart attack. It couldn't be. Lester, Roger, and Baxwell, Inc. Shit, it was Nicholas's company too? "We started the project together, but he's the majority shareholder." "I assumed you knew that," he said, surprised that I obviously didn't. How could I be so stupid? Who just takes a job without even looking into it beforehand? "My brother and I don't have the best relationship," I explained. "I called because Lincoln Baxwell offered me a job a few months ago. I didn't have any idea this was Nicholas's company. I felt a flush coming into my cheeks. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have wasted your time. I'll go now." Roger stood and grabbed my arm before I could walk out. "Wait, Noah," he said gently. There's no need for Nick to know you're working here, if that's what you're worried about. He's in New York, and as far as I know, he doesn't have any intention of leaving." I took a deep breath. My thoughts were racing. I knew all too well Nicholas wasn't planning on returning to LA. Not now, certainly. "I'll be your boss, not him," he added, trying to convince me. Could I do it? Could I work for Simon Roger knowing that one of the heads of the company was my ex-boyfriend, the same ex-boyfriend I hoped to never see again? If I'd had any other offer, I would have marched out, but I doubted things would get any better than this. "What do you say?" he asked. I swallowed my fears and suppressed my bad intuitions and said yes. Roger smiled, showing me his handsome white teeth. "Welcome to the team, then. I'm very excited to be working with you." Forcing a smile, I said goodbye and walked out. Fuck, Nicholas. Why the hell is it so hard to get away from you? As the days passed and I got comfortable with the realization that I wasn't just going to bump into Nick, that he really had gone to New York and was managing LRB from there, I relaxed and was able to work calmly. I liked the job. It didn't leave me much time to think, much time to ruminate, and that was exactly what I needed. I worked all morning when I didn't have class, and when I did, I would go to the office after to help Simon with whatever he needed. The weeks flew by, and soon it was time for Christmas. I spent it with my mother, Will, and Maddie. Nick had told us work would keep him away, but deep down, I knew he was staying away because of me. I spent New Year's with Jenna and Lion. She tried not to talk about Nick when we were together, but the subject came up without either of us wanting it to. "He's not in love with her, Noah," she said over dinner with a pointed look. "He's still with her, though." She had been insisting that now that I was single and could do it, I should go out, meet more people, let my hair down. As we were counting down to New Year's Day, I thought maybe she was right, and it was time to go out with other guys. One morning at work, Simon entered my tiny office, which was connected to his by a dark wooden door. I looked up from the computer screen and watched as he walked over. He rested his hands on the back of the chair in front of me and smiled. "You're doing a great job, Noah," he said proudly. I had the feeling he had taken me under his wing and was teaching me and protecting me, almost as if he wanted me to be his disciple. I'd only been there a month, but I'd learned a ton. I was very grateful. "Thanks, Simon," I said. As always, I blushed in his presence. He was to die for. That day, he had on gray suit pants and a spotless white shirt rolled up to his elbows. His blonde hair was combed up in the front and his green eyes cheerful. "I thought I'd invite you out." I furrowed my brows, but he kept talking. "The whole office is going. We want to celebrate our deal for the new Coca-Cola campaign. Come on, don't look at me like that. You're supposed to be young, remember?" I smiled and felt a tingle in my stomach. It had been a long time since I'd gone out just to have fun. It was chilly out, so I wrapped a light blue scarf around my neck. The two of us walked out together. "Where is everyone?" I asked. "They must already be at the bar. Not everyone works as much as you do." I ignored that dig or compliment, whatever it was, and followed behind him. We turned the corner of the tall building that housed our company and walked down a street packed with cars and people. It was a typical afternoon at rush hour. We talked along the way, and I was surprised at how easy it was to do so when we weren't at work, and how at ease I felt by his side. I was still laughing at a joke he told when he stopped suddenly. "Can I be sincere with you?" he asked, looking me in the eye. The change of tone made me nervous, but still I nodded cautiously. "Sincerity is always better than the opposite." I smiled again, and he tucked a loose lock of hair behind my ear. That made me relive a forgotten feeling, butterflies flapping lightly in my stomach. "I like you, Noah. I really like you, and I'd like to invite you to dinner," he said. There was no embarrassment in his voice. He was self-assured, the way a man should be when he's accomplished a lot in a short amount of time and is brilliant, funny, and a good boss to boot. You want to invite me to dinner now, or are we still supposed to be going out with our coworkers? I was nervous, and I was pretty sure he knew it. To be honest, I made that up. I'd been wanting to ask you out, but I was afraid you'd say no, so I made up a little story. I get it, I said. I wasn't really sure whether I was happy about him lying to me. It's just to get to know you better. We'll talk, we'll have a nice dinner somewhere, we'll order the most expensive thing on the menu, and then we'll go to our respective homes. It sounded nice, but was it a date? The restaurant he took me to was nice, but not too nice. Not so nice that I felt uncomfortable anyway. On the walls were records from the 80s, the vinyl different colors, and the tables were set with red and white checked tablecloths with candles in the middle to give it a homey, informal feel. It was Italian, so I was sure I would like the food. I ordered ravioli with Alfredo sauce. He got vegetarian lasagna. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed our talk. I enjoyed playing 20 questions and getting to know each other better. I hadn't been on a date in a long time. I'd only ever gone out with Dan and Nick, and afterward I'd barely had time to meet boys or even get to know anyone, really. Simon told me he was the oldest child in his family, brother to 4 sisters who drove him crazy. He was from a well-off family. His father was an architect, his mother a doctor. He was the weirdo who decided to go into marketing and communications. Dinner passed by fast, and we walked back to the parking deck at work. My Audi was parked next to his. Some coincidence. "Well, Noah," he said when there was clearly no more walking left to do. "I loved eating with you, and if we can do it again, the sooner the better." I laughed. I couldn't believe how well it all had gone. No drama, no games, just a guy and a girl sitting together and talking about their lives. I'd had fun, but it was weird when he stepped forward and tried to kiss me. Instinctively, I turned aside, and his lips landed on my cheek. He said, amused but disappointed. "Sorry, I loved dinner, but I need to go slower," I said, feeling like a stupid little girl, unable to even give a guy a kiss on the lips. He patted me on the cheek. That I did like. "Sure, you're making it hard for me, but that's fine. I like a challenge." He got in his car and left. I stood there for a few seconds more, and when I moved again, I realized my eyes were filling with tears.
25. Nick. I looked at the schedule my secretary had just passed me and sighed. I'd barely have time to catch my breath. Between the opening of LRB and the closure of the other 2 companies, I was completely booked. I didn't complain. I liked to work. Especially on this new project I'd had to try so hard to get off the ground. I saw the morning paper and cursed. Simon Roger had called me that same morning to tell me we couldn't deal with any bad press right now. Our image was critical just then, he said. I knew he was right, but I hadn't had time to mug for the cameras and explain every one of my decisions. Convincing the board had been hard enough. Now I had to convince the entire world? Things would get better. I knew that, but it would take time. My phone rang and I answered without thinking. It was Sophia. "I'm busy," I said, a little nastier than I should have. "You always are," she replied. "Your secretary told me you're going to Los Angeles next week." "I'm going to drop in at the LBR offices and make sure everything is going smoothly." "She also told me there's going to be a grand opening celebration." "I see Lisa's keeping you up to date," I responded angrily. "Yes, Roger insisted that we throw a party. Supposedly it's the right thing for our image." "Had you considered informing me that you were taking off for California? I should remind you, it's been a month since we last saw each other." I got up and poured myself a cup of hot coffee. I'd been so busy with work and so unsettled by my last encounter with Noah, that I hadn't thought about Sophia at all, to tell the truth. Sure, I was going to tell you, but nothing was set in stone yet. Even from miles away, I could hear Sophia's brain clicking. Shall we say your place, then? I couldn't fail to notice the excitement in her voice. It made me smile, despite the circumstances. See you there, I said, sitting back down. You've got your own key, right? I couldn't help comparing the way I spoke with her and the way I spoke with Noah. I'd given Sophie the key months ago because she had to stay in L.A. sometimes for work, and my apartment there was sitting empty. I hadn't had time to sell it. But the memories in those four walls burned hotter than the fire now crackling in the fireplace in my office. My flight to Los Angeles was early, so I'd arrive in time for the personnel meeting scheduled there at midday. I wanted to be sure they weren't making the same mistakes as last time. Plus, I wanted to see Maddie. I hadn't been back since the New Year. Noah had made herself scarce. I longed to see her, though. Her mother had told me she was busy on campus, studying, supposedly, but I knew she had stayed away because of me. The last night we'd spent together, almost 2 months before, was still engraved in my mind. Each kiss, each word, each sound, each sensation. I didn't know what would have happened if she hadn't left. Could I have left her? Would I have had the strength to get up with her in my arms and tell her we were done? Those questions didn't have answers, and never would. Fate had wanted her to make the decision, freeing me from the bother and letting us go on with our lives. Now I had Sophia, but she was an obligation, a way of fulfilling expectations. I wanted to have kids one day. I wanted a wife. I would never love anyone the way I had loved Noah, but I couldn't just leave everything on hold. There would always be painful memories, and I would always hold her in my heart, in my very cells, as if she were a part of me. But that didn't mean I couldn't keep trying to have the things I knew I wanted for my future. Steve was waiting for me at the airport. He'd left to spend a few days with his older son, who was graduating from college soon. I smiled when I saw him and walked toward his car. "How's Aaron?" I asked, buckling my seatbelt and turning on my phone to scroll through my missed calls and messages. "He's glad the whole thing's almost over." I smiled, distracted, and checked the time. "You should speed up. I don't want to show up late to a meeting I set up myself." Steve did as I asked, and in half an hour we were parking next to a building I'd shelled out millions for. I wasn't surprised by the hustling and bustling when I came in. This was something I'd gotten used to seeing. "Good morning, Mr. Lester. They're waiting for you in the meeting room," a secretary I didn't know told me. "Thanks. Could you bring me a coffee?" I crossed the lobby. I knew I was running behind. "No cream, no sugar, thanks." She hurried off, and I walked toward the meeting room. When I opened the door, I was surprised to find everyone laughing and out of their seats, surrounding someone or something that was apparently very funny. I snuck over, knowing no one had heard me come in, and saw a girl with long blonde hair sitting down, arm wrestling with none other than Simon Roger. It took me 2 seconds, I believe, to realize the girl was Noah. I didn't get it. There she was, laughing hand in hand with that dumbass, who of course was letting her win, at least for now. When my eyes settled on their hands, I saw red. If the 10 minutes between when the meeting was supposed to start and now have given you all enough time to start this circus, I don't even want to imagine what you get up to when I'm not around, I said, loud enough for everyone to hear, including the 2 people who were the center of attention. They all stopped and turned toward me. Noah jumped up when she heard my voice. Rage had overtaken my 5 senses. Nothing mattered to me then. Not the employees I'd hoped to make a good impression on, not even the fact that if Noah hadn't been there, I would have laughed along and probably gotten in on the competition. My whole world started to crumble at the sight of her. "The meeting's canceled," I almost shouted. I want everyone here at 7 in the morning, and we'll see if you get to hold on to your jobs. This isn't a goddamned playground. I scowled at everyone there, especially Roger, who was way too cozy with my girlfriend. Damn it, I meant with Noah. I turned around to walk out, but first I shouted, "Morgan, my office."
26. Noah. I stared at the door, silent, just like everyone else there for the moment. Then someone said, "Fuck that boss," grabbed his things and walked out. "I guess what the papers say is true," said another, making me turn around to see who it had been. People were looking at me with pity, since I was the only one he'd actually called out. Simon leaned in and whispered in my ear, "You want me to go with you?" Everything about the past few weeks stopped making sense. "Don't worry, it's fine," I said. "I know how to deal with him." We'd had a few more dinners since the first one. One night I told him about me and Nick. Obviously, it surprised Simon to find out that relationship was very far from us just being stepbrother and stepsister. I smiled and walked toward the office Nick kept there, which was empty most of the time. I knocked on the door before entering while everyone around me stared. "Come in," he roared. When I did, I found him pacing anxiously back and forth. "What the hell are you doing here?" I took a deep breath while he stripped off his jacket, slung it into his chair, and rolled up his sleeves. "I work here," I responded. "I thought you knew that." He was jerking down his tie, but he stopped, looked over and narrowed his eyes. "What the hell are you talking about?" "I lost my last job, and I remembered Lincoln Maxwell giving me his card at Jenna's wedding. I called him, and he told me he'd find me something here." I shrugged as if the story were all too convenient, but that was how it actually had been. Nick leaned on the desk and stared me down. "Why didn't you call me?" he asked, sounding almost disappointed. "I could have gotten you something much better." "You don't even know what I do." "That's true. Who do you work for?" I had a hunch he wasn't going to like what he heard, but I couldn't lie. He would find out the truth almost instantly, and I didn't want to piss him off worse. "I work for Simon. I'm his assistant." He took a deep breath and blew it out slowly. "His assistant?" he replied mockingly, his eyebrows raised. "What the fuck does that mean?" I crossed my arms. "What's it supposed to mean, Nicholas? I help him with his agenda. I make him coffee." "Coffee?" He pronounced the word like an insult. "Yeah, you know that black stuff people drink in the mornings? Don't be funny with me." He cut me off, sitting down. "Aren't you meant to be studying? Are you still pretending you need to work for some reason?" "You're the one who doesn't need to work, Mr. Lester," I responded. He looked at me the way a principal looks at a badly behaved student. "You're really on fire this morning. Does acting like an idiot at work put you in a good mood?" Fine. Arm wrestling at work wasn't the most professional thing ever, but Nick was the one who showed up late. "What puts me in a good mood is seeing how jealous you are that I'm having a good time with your employees." "With Roger, you mean?" "Employees," I said, emphasizing the plural. "I'm not jealous. I'm pissed off to see you wasting people's time when they should be busting their balls to get this company off the ground." "So now it's my fault that we were killing time waiting for you to show up at a meeting you called?" "Look, let's not start talking about what is whose fault, Noah. That could take all day." I'd forgotten how fucking annoying he could be. "Can I go?" I asked, staring daggers at him. "No." His eyes gleamed with rage, with fury, with lust. "You look good," he said after a tense silence. The compliment caught me off guard. "You've put back on the pounds you lost. That's a good thing. I don't like you looking like a skeleton." I hadn't expected that. "Are you calling me fat?" He laughed in a way that nearly gave me a heart attack. "Do you think you look fat?" No, of course I wasn't fat. I'd never been fat. I'd just put back on the weight I'd lost after our breakup. I looked healthy now, less gaunt. That was a good sign. It meant I was moving on. "You don't look bad yourself," I said, avoiding the question. "I guess being apart from me is doing you some good." My tone was cold, I knew that, and Nick didn't reply. As he observed me, I imagined he was remembering the last time we'd been together. I know I was. "You want anything else?" I asked, popping the bubble the two of us seemed to inhabit. "I ought to get back to work." He shook his head, almost leering. What was that look trying to tell me? I turned around and walked to the door, but before I left, I looked over my shoulder. "You should take it easy on your employees, Nick. They're good people, and they were all excited to meet you today." He leaned his head back as if about to say something, but then he just nodded. I left him alone, with a lot to think about, I suppose. The meeting the next day was much better. Nick was nice to everyone, charming, but he didn't apologize for his conduct the day before. He was the boss after all, and I could see that finding his entire staff giggling and goofing off would have gotten under any boss's skin. He had everyone there eating out of his hand by the end. Everyone but Simon, who observed him politely but coldly. I didn't like that, but there was nothing I could do about it. Nick treated me with the respect I deserved, and he kept his distance, which I appreciated. Now and again, I caught him looking at me. I couldn't deny I liked having him there, even if it hurt me at the same time. Despite everything, I tried to concentrate on my work. It's not like I had many chances to talk to him. Most of his meetings were private and didn't require my presence. After all, I was simply an intern. But everything got worse the day I emerged from my office and found myself face to face with Sophia. We stared at each other for a moment, and even though I was dying inside, I struggled with all my might to stay calm. "It's nice to see you," I said in the calmest, most buoyant tone I could muster. Sophia gave me a surprised look, and Nick, who had heard my words on his way to Simon's office, came to stop next to her, looking at me warily, but not without interest in his blue eyes. "If you'll excuse me," I turned on my heel and went straight to the bathroom, where I took a minute to try to relax and not cry. "Take it easy, Noah. You're on your way to getting over him, remember? Breathe. Breathe. Don't give them the satisfaction of knowing this is affecting you." Seeing the two of them together, one right next to the other, would never stop tormenting me. It was one thing to see a photo. It was another to see the two of them together. And the way Sophia's face lit up as soon as she felt him next to her and Nicholas's hand coming to rest on her lower back. Fuck, no, don't cry now. Don't do it. Don't be an idiot. I stood up straight and splashed water on my face, careful not to let my makeup run. I touched up my lipstick. I needed to look strong, be the strong, mature Noah I had shown everyone up to that point. When I walked out, Nick and Sophia had left. I walked to Simon's office, knocked, and when he told me to come in, I nearly ran into Nick, who had hurried over to open the door for me. He stared at me, and I looked away, edging past him to speak with my boss. "I'll get those numbers you asked for, Nick. No worries there," Simon said. Nick nodded, still staring at me. "Why are you just staring at me, Nick? Go be with your girlfriend. Let me suffer in peace." Nick must have read my thoughts because he nodded again, walked out, and shut the door. Simon came over and grabbed my hands. "You okay?" I nodded, and he guided me over to his desk, leaning back against it. Simon and I had just kissed, nothing more, and even that we'd only done twice. I knew I couldn't keep pretending we were just 15. He was 28, and he'd made it evident that he liked me. A lot. When he took my face in his hands and put his lips on mine, I did feel something, a kind of tickle, but it was nothing like the intoxication that overtook me whenever Nick looked me in the eyes. Simon must have known I wasn't into it, that I was distracted. He was right. At that moment, I was thinking of everything but him. "I wanted to ask you something," he announced, walking back to his chair. He opened a box and took out a white envelope. "In a few days, we're having the grand opening party. Everyone's going. I'd like you to be my date." I opened my mouth a bit, ready to say an abrupt no. Go with him like I was his girlfriend? That would mean shouting to the four winds that we had something going on. At the same time, wouldn't it help keep Nicholas in check? He would be going with Sophia for sure, so what was the problem? "What do you say?" Simon asked hopefully. "I mean, I'll need to go out and buy a dress, if my boss will give me the time off, you know." He smiled with actual joy, and I left before I could regret it. I was entering the belly of the beast. The next night, I went out for a drink with Jenna. We hadn't seen each other for weeks, and we decided it was time for a girls' night out. I needed to feel like I was still 19, and Jenna needed to let out the old her, the Jenna that wasn't married and never used to spend more than 3 nights in a row at home. I put on a red leather miniskirt, which I felt the occasion demanded. It was a gift from my mother, as were the knee-length high-heeled boots. I crimped my hair and left it hanging loose down my neck, and I painted my lips the same blood red as my skirt. Jenna would be proud. After fighting with my GPS, I reached the bar where we were supposed to meet. My friend was waiting for me at the door and smiled wide when she saw me. "You've gone all out today. Are we going on the prowl or something?" Me looking good doesn't have a damn thing to do with men. I'm getting dressed up for me. Anyway, you're married. Jenna didn't even seem to hear what I was saying. "This bar's not bad. It's not some dance club shit. The lights are low. What do you want to bet that in half an hour we'll have every guy in here trying to get with us?" I thought we were just going to have a couple of drinks, talk, have fun. You know, I'm not interested in looking for a guy. If it'll make you chill, you should know I've already got a thing with my boss. Her jaw dropped. "Tell all," she shouted. She liked gossip even better than she liked attention from guys. I shrugged as if it were no big deal. "Buy me the first drink and I'll tell you, but I'm warning you, it's not a very long story." She nodded, still excited despite what I'd said, and dragged me inside. It was a small place, but it was packed. She ordered shots of some pink drink, and we sat at a small table in the corner. Then she demanded, "Talk! Are you fucking him? Are you fucking your boss?" "We haven't fucked. We went out to eat and, well, we kissed 3 times. 3 times? She repeated in the sardonic tone I knew all too well. "Easy there, Tiger. You don't want him to think you're a whore." "Shut up," I said, tossing a peanut from the little dish they'd served with our drinks at her head. She laughed, but she was still looking at me as if I were a mutant from another galaxy. "For real, Noah, I get that for you sex is something special and all, but fucking does have its advantages." I laughed and shook my head, but Jenna wouldn't give up that easily, and she spent the next hour trying to get me to hook up with someone that night. By the time she was about to introduce me to the 5th guy of the evening, I looked at the clock and told her it was time for me to go. "Sorry, Jenna, but I have to leave if I want to be able to keep my eyes open at work tomorrow. I don't want Mr. Stiff to call me into his office and shout at me again." She chuckled. "I didn't ask you how it was going," she remarked a little wearily. Nicholas had become an uncomfortable subject for both of us. No matter how close she and I were, she had known Nick since they were kids. She had always been there for me, but deep down she'd never forgive me for breaking his heart. "As long as we keep our distance, I think everything's fine," I said, lying like a dog. Nick's presence affected me more than I was willing to say. Just then I saw Lion, tall and ravishing, walk through the door of the bar. He found us right away, as if he had a radar in his head. I smiled and said hi, and Jenna scooted over to let him sit. "What's up, Noah?" he said, planting his big hand on her bare knee. "Great. Tired, I said, putting down my glass, ready to go home. Now that I knew I wouldn't be leaving Jenna alone, it was time to make a break for it. I said goodbye and walked off to where I'd left my car. It was later than I wanted, but I felt good knowing Lion was there now. Jenna's ability to stay up was legendary, and I just didn't have the energy for her anymore. I got in and took off toward the freeway. It was a Friday night, and the traffic was terrible. So instead of being one more car stuck at a standstill, I took an exit, even if it meant a longer route home. I turned on the radio to distract myself. After 10 minutes, I noticed something strange. The wheels started jerking to the right, and I was having trouble keeping it straight. Shit. I slowed down, realizing I was in the middle of nowhere, slipping and sliding through the light rain that had been falling almost all day. I pulled onto the shoulder of the road and turned on my blinkers. I tried to remember what you were supposed to do in cases like this. I got out, surrounded by darkness, and looked in the trunk for a flashlight, a reflective vest, a safety triangle, anything, but I couldn't find them. I rooted around everywhere, throwing aside all the stupid things I'd left in there, using the flashlight on my phone, but there was nothing. A car zipped by so fast I screamed and jumped back at least 3 feet. "Dumbass!" I shouted. Looking at the wheels of my Audi, I found a punctured tire, and I didn't have a spare, a jack, or anything else that could help me just then. How I wished I had my old Beetle back with the spare tire right in the front. I cursed myself for trying to feel all fancy in my convertible. I took out my phone and called the one person I knew would come help me as soon as I hit the green call button. It rang once.
27. Nick. It was 2 a.m, and I was asking myself what the hell I was doing there, surrounded by all those shallow, stupid people I couldn't stand, and who, to make matters worse, were sucking up to me, like they thought they could become my best friend. We were at a golf club, the kind of place my father would go to meet his friends, and I was there because it was a good place to seal deals. I understood the game. I'd gone with Dad a few times, and I liked playing. Not as much as surfing, but still, it was entertaining. The thing I didn't understand was why you would go to a place like that for a meeting. I found the whole thing irritating. Being surrounded by dudes in suits, sitting on leather sofas, smoking cigars, pretending to be masters of the universe, having to watch people cross out clauses we'd spent 6 months putting together to their specifications. I'd had to go there on the fly. That's why I was there in jeans when everyone else was dudded up. My shirt was nothing to brag about, and I'd had to borrow a tie from Steve because otherwise they wouldn't even have let me in. I took out a cigarette, the 6th one I'd had that night, and watched Steve walk off to take a call. I had hoped he would give me an alibi to leave as soon as possible, so when he hung up, frowning and nodding, and came over to me, I gave him my full attention. "I need to step away for a bit," he said with a grave expression. "Step away?" "What's up?" I asked, excusing myself from my colleague, standing up and walking with him to a corner where we could talk freely. He smiled and shook his head. "Noah just called." The sound of her name was like an electric shock. "Apparently she's popped a tire and doesn't have a spare. She's on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere. She asked me to come help her." He clicked his tongue. "Wait, what?" "I'll go," I said, surprising myself when I realized how badly I wanted to do it. "Tell me where to go." "Nicholas, she asked me if I was with you and told me specifically not to tell you anything." I grinned. "Looks to me like you didn't listen to her. I'm going, Steve. I'm not asking your opinion." "Fine. I'll book a car home. I'm texting you her whereabouts now. There's a can of Fix-A-Flat in the trunk," he said patiently. I gave him a friendly bump on the shoulder and walked back over to the men in suits. "Gentlemen, I'm sorry to inform you I have to leave for the evening. "There's an emergency and I'm needed immediately," I said, pleased with the indignant look on their faces. "We can meet back at my office at a more reasonable hour. Good night." I didn't even give them a chance to respond before I left. Noah was always the perfect excuse. I followed my GPS, but I got worried as I drove into an increasingly deserted area, bordering a secondary road people often caught when traffic was bad. I'd always told Noah not to do that. It was dangerous. Some of the places you passed through were really run down, but she was always determined to do things her way. I found her car not far from the exit. Visibility was bad, and it would be easy for a distracted driver to ram right into her. Except for her hazard lights, there was nothing to indicate she was in trouble. I flashed my brights to let her know I was there, then parked in front of her and got out. She got out too, and we stared at each other. Me wanting to stuff her into my car and speed off, and her acting like she'd just come face to face with Satan himself. I looked her over as I approached. My headlights revealed every one of her curves against the darkness of the night and gleamed alluringly in her hair. She looked like an angel surrounded by blackness. "What are you doing here?" she asked, crossing her arms. She wanted me to think she was angry, but I could tell she was terrified. Her miniskirt didn't leave much to the imagination. Without meaning to, I began stripping her naked in my mind. Were those lace garters I saw around the tops of her tender thighs? I couldn't help but step a little closer to her than she might have liked. Normally, I was very respectful of the distance between myself and others. Noah didn't make it easy, though. "So that's how you greet the person who's come here to save you?" I asked, wanting to hug her, to warm her up and stop her shivering. "I called Steve, not you," she said, looking away. The intensity of my stare must have made her uncomfortable. "Too bad Steve works for me." "Steve told me if I ever had a problem, I could call him." "And who do you think told him to say that?" I smiled as she gave me a stupefied look. "Don't you have anything better to do? I know you're a very busy man these days. Plus, what about Sophia?" she asked, with what seemed like mild disgust. She wasn't trying to put me in a good mood if she mentioned Sophia. I could still remember the look on Noah's face when she'd run into her at the LBR offices. Even if she kept up appearances, I knew her well enough to see it had affected her, just as it would have affected me if I had to think about her being with another man. "She's with her parents in San Francisco. Now come on." I grabbed her hand and walked with her around to my trunk. I dug around until I found the fix-a-flat and a reflective vest she could throw on. Steve always had everything ready for the worst-case scenario. I guessed it was his job, after all. "Here, put this on." Noah jerked away, but didn't refuse the yellow vest, which she donned without complaint. "I don't need to tell you how irresponsible it is for you not to have a backup plan for emergencies like this," I said, grabbing the can of Fix-A-Flat. Noah followed behind me at first, but then ran forward, trying to grab the can, protesting, "I can do it myself." As she crouched beside me, I told her, "I know you can. That's not the point. I'm here to help you. Stand back and let me do it." "I don't want your help, Nicholas." I turned, trying not to upbraid her, but I couldn't keep it all in. "Oh, so you don't want my help? Fine, I'll go. I'll take the Fix-A-Flat, and you can wait forever for a tow truck to come, and you can pay whatever it is they decide to charge you for putting a spare on in the middle of the night." "This is why I didn't want Steve to say anything. You always wind up throwing everything in my face." That wasn't what I was trying to do. As a matter of fact, I was happier being there in the middle of that busted road at 2 a.m. with Noah than I would have been anywhere else. That was the problem. Angrier at myself than at her, I turned around and got to work. I knew she was watching my hands. The only sound was the cars passing by us and the wind that seemed to want to carry us away. When I had finished and was about to take off, I found Noah leaning on the car and staring at me. The car passed, and I stepped toward her. She fell back against the door. and my hips were drawn magnetically to hers. Our eyes met in the darkness, and I felt the painful need to touch her and see if her skin was as hot as mine was. I placed a hand on her thigh, and my fingers slid under her skirt. "You're freezing," I said, pushing closer, wanting to feel her. She pressed a hand between us. I grabbed it and brought it to my chest, and she pushed me back slightly. "Don't do this, Nick," she said, looking away. "I just want to make sure you don't have hypothermia," I said, so softly that I didn't think she heard me. Everything seemed to vanish. All I wanted was to cup her cheeks and kiss those lips until the sun came up and we were both burning like fire. I hated not being able to just pull her close and hug her. I hated that she wasn't begging to curl up under my coat until the cold died away. I hated not seeing her smile from ear to ear, knowing I was there. I went to kiss her. I didn't even hesitate. What were those lips made for if not to be kissed by mine? But Noah didn't let me. She crouched and slipped under my arm. "I need to go," she said, barely wavering, opening the driver's side door and getting in. Now I was the one who felt cold. I couldn't just let her leave like that. I'd been a dick, it was wrong, but I couldn't think clearly when we were alone. "Hey, Noah," I said, kneeling till she could see me through the window. She rolled it down to see me better. "It won't happen again," I said. "I promise." I don't know what went through her head just then, but I do know the look she gave me made me feel like a madman for days on end.
28. Noah. I don't know what hurt more about my run-in with Nick, him trying to kiss me or him promising he wouldn't do it again. I liked that I'd had the self-control to put a stop to things before they went anywhere, especially because of how hard it had been for me to get over sleeping with him during the holidays. Nicholas was just impulsive. He did what he wanted without thinking of the consequences. If he wanted sex, he should look for it with Sophia. Just thinking about it made me want to pull all my hair out. But I wasn't going to be that girl, the one who left her boyfriend and then went to bed with him every time he felt like it. No, screw that. And so I focused on the person who wanted more than just to get me in bed, the one who had invited me to the grand opening of LRB. I was nervous about the party, especially because Nicholas was taking Sophia and I wasn't sure I could deal with it. When the day came, I donned a blue sequined dress, short and form-fitting. I hadn't worn it in a year, it sagged off me before, and I'd even had to wear a padded bra for the bust to look right. When I looked at myself in the mirror, I smiled. Those were the boobs I was used to, the ones that had disappeared months ago. Now they were back in all their glory. I wore a pair of heels Jenna had lent me the week before, cherry-colored Louboutins with rhinestones that matched my red bag. I grabbed my black coat, which was long and elegant, a Christmas gift from my mother, and walked outside when I heard Simon pull up. Getting out to open the door for me, he said, "You look incredible," before grabbing my waist and bringing me in for a kiss. God damn it. Why did it always feel so uncomfortable when he did that? I pulled away to button my coat. It was getting windy out. Simon's car was a classic Porsche, gray, elegant, and it reminded me of the day I'd lost Nick's Ferrari. I still couldn't believe he'd forgiven me. But back then I guess we really had been in love. What would Simon do if I wrecked or scratched his precious car? He stood back from the open door like a gentleman, and soon we were off to the party. The venue was huge, with high ceilings and murals. I was surprised to see so many people there, given the newness of the operation. But of course it was just one subsidiary in a much larger group. I recognized one or two people there who asked me where my mother and Will were. But Nicholas was the boss now, and William had decided to step back and let him do his thing. He was busy enough being the father of a little girl at his age. I looked around distractedly while Simon grabbed 2 glasses of champagne and passed me one. "You looking for someone?" Shit. I looked back at him and took a drink, then shook my head. "Just admiring the place. It's pretty," I said. Then I took another sip. Since Simon's role at the company was important, he had to greet almost everyone. At first, he dragged me along with him, but after an hour, I'd had enough. I walked to the bar with the excuse that my feet hurt. As a waitress was changing my glass out for a new one of cold, bubbly rosé, I looked at the door as if magnetized. There they were, the prom king and prom queen. Sophia was out of sight in her long beige evening gown. Her hair was pulled to one side and fell over her shoulders in dark waves. The lights cast alluring shadows over her face. And Nick, he was spectacular. That's the only word for it. Dark gray suit, white shirt, blue tie, a face that made you want to sin, to do bad, dangerous, forbidden things. The lights went down just then and dinner began. Simon walked over to accompany me to our table. He gave me all his attention. We chatted and laughed, and after dessert we went out to the dance floor with the rest of the guests and our colleagues. We had gone together, but we wanted to be discreet and not call too much attention to our relationship. So we decided to act like friends. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy seeing Nicholas's sour face. At some point, I found myself alone having a drink, the 5th of the night when Nick came over. I didn't see Sophia anywhere, but I could feel her presence as though she were observing us. Simon was gone. I had no idea where he was, but at least there was a cool bartender there to keep me company. "Did you get home okay last night?" Nick asked, sidling up next to me. "Perfectly, thanks. In 30 minutes flat," I said, laughing at my own joke. "Maybe you should go into roadside repair." I took a drink. "Fixing tires? Yeah, good thing my future's not in your hands." I smiled for the sake of courtesy and brought my glass to my lips. Nick observed me uncomfortably. "You came with Simon." It was an affirmation, not a question. "Very observant. Did you figure that out because we entered together, or because I haven't been apart from him all night?" "I figured it out the first time I saw you with him at the office. I thought it was nothing. People can get fired over that." I looked up. He was much more tense than he was trying to appear. "Him or me? Who do you want to get rid of first?" "I think you know the answer to that," he said, looking at my lips. I looked at his, too, and then at his eyes. I needed to focus. "All I know is right now I'm starting a new chapter of my life, just like you did a year ago. By the way, I'm super happy for you, Nick. It's so nice to see you in love again, happy with that girl you fell for as soon as you laid eyes on her." My words came out with so much venom that I thanked the heavens Simons walked up just then. Who knew what I might have said next? My filter was gone, and that could be dangerous. "Everything okay?" he asked. Nicholas turned to him. "Just great," he replied with a strange smile. "Are you guys coming downtown after this?" Simon looked at me, and I looked at Nick. What the hell was he getting at? "You want to go, Noah?" Go with him and Sophia? No thanks, I'd rather die. But before I could respond, Sophia appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Nick's arm. He stiffened despite himself. "Hey guys," she said with an obviously false smile. I returned the favor, enjoying the thought of getting a little revenge. "I'd love to," I said, wrapping my arm around Simon's waist and letting him wrap his around my shoulders. Nick didn't fail to notice. "See you in a bit," he growled. All that was left was to say goodbye to the guests. Not all of them, obviously. Nick took to the stage and thanked everyone for coming. In his suit, with his impeccable bearing and the triumph in his eyes, he was the personification of perfection. He had turned into what he'd always wanted to be. He'd exceeded everyone's expectations, and he had the whole world at his feet. I felt proud, even if I wanted to chop him into little pieces and fry them one by one. I followed Simon outside to the car, and we headed to the bar Nick had invited us to. It was modern, with the clubby feel, and just 10 minutes away from the other venue. When I got there, I was happy to strip off my coat and order another drink. Simon chuckled as I called the bartender over and ordered 2 shots of tequila. When he left to take care of our order, I leaned in. The music and the darkness readied me to take the next step, so I kissed Simon. He responded enthusiastically. I could taste the alcohol on his breath when he slipped his tongue in my mouth and it intertwined with mine. 2 shots of tequila? The bartender said, forcing us to separate. Simon was a good kisser? Yeah, a good one. I licked the back of my hand and poured salt on it, then stretched it out to Simon, who looked at me like I was out of my mind. What? I asked, grabbing my shot glass and my lime and getting ready. Simon laughed and did the same. You have no idea what you provoke in men, do you? He asked. No, I didn't. The man I knew I'd ever made feel anything had confessed to me he was in love with someone else. Speak of the devil. I looked over just as the 2 of them walked in the door. I glanced back at Simon and forced a smile, clinked glasses with him, and knocked mine back. The tequila burned my throat. Before I could start heaving, I bit down on my lime so hard I almost swallowed it. I could see Nick in my peripheral vision heading over with Sophia hot on his heels. I wanted to take off running in the opposite direction, but I decided against it, turning instead to the bar. Simon hadn't seen them, and he was about to start nibbling on my ear by the time Nick made it over. I laughed as if he told me the funniest joke ever and grabbed his arm to turn toward Nick. I see you started without us, Nick said, signaling for the bartender to pour another round. Geez, another shot? My body wasn't going to be able to take it. Sorry, we haven't been introduced, Simon said to Sophia. Simon, Sophia, Sophia, Simon, Nick said gruffly. Simon's one of LRB's investors. Nicholas barely looked at his date. He was staring at me so hard it made me angry, especially because I knew Simon was taking note of everything he did and said. I reached out to grab my shot, but Nick was faster and drank it without salt or lime, without training wheels, as he always called them. I knew I should probably stop drinking, and I was happy when a familiar song boomed from the speakers. It was the perfect excuse to vanish. Shall we dance, Simon? I asked, wrapping my arm around him and blinking, trying to look provocative. Sure, he responded, setting his glass on the bar and waving to Nick and Sophia. I could feel Nick's glacial stare on my neck, almost boring a hole into me. I turned my back to Simon and swayed to the rhythm of the music while he gripped me around the waist. With his hand on my stomach, he made me tremble as his lips moved over my neck, exquisite, sensual, and not at all in good taste. You're trying to kill me, little girl, he said, and that made me remember how Nick had always called me Freckles. It had been too long since I'd heard that. I tried to spot him at the bar, but he wasn't there. Where the hell had he gone off to? I was putting this whole show on for him, and when I realized he wasn't watching me, I got pissed. Bad. I turned around, and before Simon could kiss me so lewdly again, I told him I needed to go to the bathroom. I stomped off the dance floor, smoke coming out of my ears, and drunk off my ass, as I might as well admit. The tequila had taken hold quickly. But before I could walk in, before I even made it to the long line of girls waiting to go, I felt a hand grab my wrist and force me into a hall packed with people and flashing green and red and blue lights. For a moment, it sickened me. But then my back hit the wall, and a mouth I knew all too well struck mine just as a hard, wiry, hot body squeezed into me, sliding a knee between my legs and pressing in sensuously. I tried to resist. I didn't want to be touched, not in the least. I was angry. Angry because he was with her. Angry because he hadn't seen me dance when I was putting on a show for him. And furious because he hadn't stopped Simon from touching me. Where was the Nick I knew? What had happened to him? He raised my wrists over my head and held them there. I could hardly move. My pelvis was imprisoned against the wall. Pinning my arms with one hand, he used the other to grab my chin and stroked my lower lip with his tongue. He said nothing at all. He just looked down and slipped his hot tongue in my mouth, all the way to the back of my throat. Our eyes met in the shadows, and what I saw made me shiver. He was suffering as much as I was at the immense space that had opened between us, the abyss between our lives that was almost impossible to cross. He had been with Sophia for a long time now, longer than our relationship had lasted, and I'd taken a giant step since before I couldn't even talk to anyone of the opposite sex, and now I was going on dates with my boss, even kissing him. What would do it? What would help us realize we had to be together? Was there anything left to salvage, to recover, something to hold on to, however painful? It seemed like the answer was no. Nick must have heard my thoughts, as if that kiss had caused our two minds to meld. When he saw I was no longer struggling to get away, he let go of my hands, and I rested my head on his shoulder. Then I pulled him close, hugged him, squeezed him, imagining we were one. I needed to feel he wouldn't disappear. We'd kissed in desperation. It was a kiss we shouldn't have had, a forbidden kiss. At least it was now. He pulled back a few seconds later, and with his lips brushing my ear, said, "Don't forget, he'll never make you feel the way I do." I didn't know how to respond. What could I say? That he was wrong? We both knew he wasn't. He never would be. "Noah," he said, since I hadn't replied. The reality of his words struck me so hard I was too stunned to speak. When he uttered my name, why did it sound like a question, an urgent one? I wanted to say something, do something, but I felt a sharp, painful jab in my stomach, pushed him away weakly, turned aside, and threw up. Nicholas needed just a second to react before grabbing my ponytail to keep my hair out of my face. He held me so I wouldn't fall over as I expelled all the alcohol I'd sucked down. I kept vomiting for a while longer and couldn't even worry about the giant mess I was making on the floor of that badly lit hallway. At least it was dark and the music was drowning out my retching. When I thought it was finally over, I stood up and Nick walked me out the back door. No, I said. I wanted to go back. Simon was still there. He'd be worried. "I'm taking you home right now," he said in a tone that admitted no reply. Nick called Steve, who soon pulled around the corner, then stuffed me in the back seat and got in. "Feel better?" he asked in a strange tone of voice. Honestly, I didn't. I felt awful. I wanted to get home and drink a giant glass of water, brush my teeth, cover up with a warm blanket. I was freezing. I started shaking, almost like I was spasming. Fuck, this was bad. Nick pulled me close, took off his suit jacket, and draped it over me. Then he hugged me, and I rested my head on his shoulder, falling asleep or passing out almost instantaneously. I opened my eyes and stumbled as Nick tried to get me out. "Go pick up Sophia and take her to my place, then come back for me," Nick said to Steve, not even looking at him as he lifted me in his arms. "I can walk," I said weakly. When we reached the door, he set me down, looked in my bag and fished out my keys and took me into my apartment. Just as he was helping me into my double bed, I felt nauseated again. "I need to go to the bathroom," I said, trying to hide how bad I felt. I didn't want him to know how irresponsible I'd been. Fucking tequila. Fucking champagne. Only I would be dumb enough to mix those. "Are you going to throw up?" he asked, sounding exasperated. I looked up and saw the disgust in his eyes. "You can go now, Nicholas," I said spitefully. "Oh, I can go? Thanks for your permission." "You're going to wake up my roommate," I groaned. "I really don't fucking care," he said. I clenched my teeth and stood up as straight as I could to keep him from looking down at me. It nearly killed me. I could feel the vomit rising in my esophagus, and still worse when I straightened up. I felt something. Damn it, this had to be a joke. I pushed him aside and went to the bathroom. As soon as I was in there, I saw my period had come. That explained the fucking cramps. Not even caring that Nicholas was out there, I took off my clothes, threw them in the basket, and got into the shower, turning on the cold water. That would help, surely. I wasn't in there long, just enough to clear my head. When I came out, I put in a tampon, wrapped up in a towel, and headed to my room, hoping he was finally gone. But no, he was sitting on the edge of my bed. "You can go," I said, opening the closet and not looking at him. "I'll go when I feel like it. Now drink this," he said, passing me a big glass of cold water. I hadn't put on clothes yet, and my hair was dripping all over the rug. "Turn around, I need to get dressed," I said. He rolled his eyes. It's not like he hadn't seen it all before, but I didn't care about being reasonable just then. I stood there staring until he turned. As quickly as I could in my intoxicated state, I put on some cotton panties, some shorts, and a pajama top. "Done," I said, and grabbed the water he had held out to me. "Take an ibuprofen, too," he said. He must have opened my nightstand to find my bottle of it. And unless I was wrong, I had his letter in the nightstand, the same one he had given me so long ago, and that I'd reread aloud more times than I'd like to admit. I took the pill from him, shooting fire from my eyes, then got into bed, pulling the cover up under my chin and turning around to look at the wall. I could feel him a few seconds later, sitting on my side of the bed. He stroked my hair, brushing it carefully out of my face, and I closed my eyes at that contact, so warm, so profound. "You should chuck it. Those words don't mean anything anymore." After saying that, he left.
29. Nick. Steve dropped me at the apartment I had left a long time ago with no intention of ever returning. Going back after more than a year had been hard. The memories. The fucking memories were there in every corner, every room. Seeing Noah with Simon had been like having my heart cut open with a knife. Fucking Simon Roger. I'd have liked to split his face open. I could have kicked his teeth out of his head when I saw him kissing her neck, her skin, her lips. Then came the moment when I pinned her against the wall, the moment when I forgot everything that had happened, when it seemed like we could erase it all and keep going with each other. Having her in my arms was always magnetic, pure attraction, and nothing could stop it. But then I was struck by a wrecking ball and I felt an invisible veil I'd never perceived before fall between us. What was it? Time? The way we'd remade our lives now completely apart from each other? Love starting to freeze into a memory? I was scared then. Scared to admit that our separation was finally done, tangible, realer than I could ever have imagined. I got in the elevator thinking about her face on the pillow, her hair spread over the white sheets, the letter I saw on her nightstand, always there, always close to her. Had those words really lost all meaning? Yes, of course they had. As much as I might lose control when she was there in front of me, as much as I might desire her, as much as I might wish to go back to where we'd left off, it was still true. She had cheated on me. When I opened the door, I saw the lights were on. Sophia was on the couch, looking at the TV screen even though it was off, with a glass of wine in her hands. I took off my jacket and dropped it on the love seat across from her. When she looked at me, I saw something I didn't like. "Were you with her?" What was the point of lying? It was obvious I had been with her. It didn't take a genius to figure that out. "Yeah, I took her home. She wasn't feeling well," I said, turning around to pour myself a drink. "She's with someone, Nicholas. He could have handled it." Thinking of Simon irritated me. "Are you actually questioning me, Sophia? You know I don't like to answer to people." I slammed the bottle down. She got up and came around to face me. "What you and I have? It's not a game anymore, Nicholas. And if this keeps going, you can't just not think about me. So yeah, I'm questioning you. I didn't care before what you did or didn't do. It was obvious what kind of relationship we had. But things are different now. They have been for some time. And I'd appreciate it if you could keep your word to me." I peered into her dark eyes and saw much more than she wanted me to see. I stepped forward, grabbed her chin, and looked closer. "I will keep my word," I said, stroking her softly with my fingers. "But you need to keep yours, too." She closed her eyes. When she reopened them, I could tell she was lying. "I won't fall in love with you. You can stop worrying about that." She turned around and walked to my room. I finished the rest of my drink and followed her. Now it was my turn to keep promises.
30. Noah. Even with Nick gone and a couple of hours of sleep under my belt, I woke up with an upset stomach and a strong desire to puke. I almost fell out of bed running toward the bathroom. I was so tired that I didn't even realize I had work that day. I had black goo in the corner of my eyes, huge bags under them, and streams of old makeup on my face. I did what I could with my base and blush, trying to work magic to hide my raggedness. I grabbed my bag, my coat, and my car keys and scampered out of the apartment. The last thing I wanted was to give Nick a reason to fire me. Nick. The mere thought of him brought back that kiss from the night before. As I was driving, I looked at my messages. I know you're not supposed to, and found 10 missed calls from Simon. Shit, I'd forgotten I wasn't technically single anymore. And what the hell was I going to tell him now? That my ex-boyfriend had taken me home after basically licking my tonsils? I needed coffee. That would help me think clearly, help me face the consequences of the night before. But just when I walked in and turned toward the elevator, I saw him. Nick, in a suit, staring down at his cell phone and waiting for the elevator too. I took a deep breath, cursed my luck, and stopped beside him. I thought of taking the stairs, but 14 floors while I was hungover wasn't really my idea of a good time. I tried to stand still as he looked away from his phone and toward me. Fuck, if only I were one of those people who got amnesia after they drank. That would make the situation less uncomfortable. "What are you doing here?" "I work here," I said with a grimace. Ignoring my impertinence, he said, "I figured you'd stay home. You were a wreck yesterday." "Well, I didn't want to give you a reason to fire me," I responded, ignoring his presence as best I could and walking into the empty elevator as soon as the doors opened. He pocketed his phone and followed me. "How are you?" he asked. There was something odd in his voice. "I'm fine," I said, surprised he was worrying about me. Yesterday things had gotten out of hand again. I had provoked it, I knew, but I'd never thought he'd fall for it the way he did. "You should chuck it. Those words don't mean anything anymore." His words returned to my mind as though drawn up from a dense fog. Why had he said that? To hurt me? If he really thought those words were meaningless now, why the hell had he kissed me again? Why had he taken me home to make sure I was okay? Why had he asked me how I was just now? This had to end. I couldn't just keep stumbling blindly. Without thinking about what I was doing, I stepped forward and hit the red stop button. The elevator made an eerie clanging sound, beeped and paused. I turned to Nick. He was surprised and confused. "Why?" I asked him, crossing my arms, wanting so much to protect myself in front of him and feeling as if the only way to do so was to put a barrier between us. "Why what? Why did you kiss me?" He stared, but he didn't speak. "You shouldn't have done it," I continued. His eyebrows arched. "I didn't hear you complaining." I could feel myself turning red. "Now I guess you'll try and pretend that little number you did on the dance floor wasn't for my benefit?" I tried to feign indignation. "You're not the center of the universe, Nick. It had nothing to do with you," I lied. "Anyway, what does it matter? This is the second time you've come on to me. You're the one who's after me. You did it at your dad's house, you did it last night, and I don't like it. You're playing with my head and—" "And what?" he interrupted, coming forward. I stood my ground this time. I was going to deal with this situation. I was tired of the emotional ups and downs I felt every time we saw each other. Every time I thought I could forget him, and then he showed up and made me question my judgment. "I'm tired of this, Nicholas. You and I are in the past, and I'm trying to move forward." He didn't seem to care for that. "Move forward? With Simon?" There was poison in each of his words. "With Simon or with whoever. I deserve to be happy too," I affirmed. "I want you and me both to be happy, Nicholas, and if Simon—" He didn't let me finish the phrase. He grabbed my wrist and pulled me so close our toes touched. "Say it again. Tell me that Simon gives you the same things I do." I felt my oxygen give out being so close to him. His scent intoxicated me, and I tried to stand back to regain control, but he stopped me, putting a hand on my back and driving me into him. "Someday I'll be with someone else, Nicholas. You can't just keep anyone from ever touching me, forcing me to be there for you whenever you feel like it. I'm with Simon, just like you're with Sophia. You need to accept that." Even her stupid name tasted bitter in my mouth. "Remember her, Sophia? Your girlfriend?" I added with disgust. His expression changed, and for a few seconds that seemed never to end, I watched the fury my words provoked seep into him. "You're playing with fire, Noah." "I'm not playing with anything. You're the one who's trying to play the field." He laughed acidly. "Funny, you should be the one to say that, don't you think?" Always with the same shit. Damn it, would he ever stop reminding me? I reached out and hit the button again. The elevator returned to motion while we fought. Before the doors opened, I made one last comment. No matter how much this hurts, we both knew this moment was going to come. For the first time since we'd broken up, I wanted him gone. I turned right and headed for Simon's office. I owed him an explanation. When I walked in, he was leaning on his desk, his arms crossed, his face worried. "What happened last night, Noah?" he asked when he saw me. "One minute you tell me you're going to the bathroom, and the next I'm worried sick and looking all over for you. I thought something had happened to you. For real, don't do anything like that again." "Sorry, I know I left you hanging. It's just... I was looking for you for an hour until some guy in a suit jacket came to tell me you'd gone home. Why'd you leave?" Shit, I felt so guilty. I'd been a complete fucking idiot, and now I was risking my relationship with Simon, even though it had only just started. I stepped forward, uncertain, worried about losing something that actually seemed to be going right for me for once. I got super sick. I'm almost too embarrassed to tell you. I wish I could just say I had to leave because of an emergency or because one of my friends broke up with her boyfriend and called me to cry it out, or like I twisted my ankle and had to go straight to the emergency room. But the truth is, I drank too much. I don't want you to think I'm a little girl who can't hold her liquor, but that's the deal. I was drunk. And I promise you my hangover right now is punishment enough. Please forgive me. I took a deep breath to get over my monologue and saw that Simon's expression had returned to normal. He walked around his desk and stopped a foot away from me. Next time, tell me, and I'll be sure to get you home safe and sound. I know we've just known each other for a few weeks, but I like you, and I want you to trust me if you're ever in a bind. Boys and girls, this is what a mature reaction looked like. I smiled, not utterly sincere. He wrapped a hand around my waist and pulled me close. I had a good time last night. Sorry you can't say the same. I was fine until my